And I am your host for the Rising Star Model and Actor Challenge from VIP Ignite. We are so excited to have you. So there are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. There are some of you that are watching us on YouTube. I don't know how you plan on getting discovered watching us that way. You need to be here live on Zoom. This is what I want you to do. I want you to come over here and join us live on Zoom. Come on in, people. How do you do that? You go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com, and then you can join us live right here. Awesome. So allow me to introduce myself, and we are going to get this boot camp started. So my name is Denise White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I'm also the president of talent services for our mother agency, Truth Management. So if you are looking to accelerate your success in the entertainment industry, if maybe you're just getting started, you're like, oh my gosh, how do I even get started? We'll help you. Maybe you are someone, you're like, you know what? I'm in SAG. I have a lot of experience. I've got a ton of experience, but you know what? I want even more success. We're here for you. So whether you are just getting started or you are experienced, we are here to bring you even more success. So if you want even more success in your life in the entertainment industry, type a 1 or a 1 in the comments right now, because we are here for that. That is what we are here for. All right. So like I was telling you guys, this is our 3rd anniversary of doing boot camps. Can you believe that? 3rd anniversary. So do me a favor. Can you throw some confetti in the comments for me? Because you know what? We're really excited to be here. We're excited that we've been doing this for 3 years, and we have helped people see tremendous success in their lives. Thank you for the, congratulations will be fine too. I know, why did I ask you guys to put an emoji? And I don't think I could do that from my computer. Awesome. But guys, we're so excited about this weekend. Again, it's our 3rd anniversary of doing these boot camps. And this is the first time we've ever done a Rising Star Model and Actor Challenge. Okay. So you guys are in for a treat. Hi. Awesome. You guys will get to know Alicia K back in a little while. Hi, Kaden. Kaden doesn't look excited.
Years ago, it was his first boot camp. And now
I know.
Here.
Yep. So over the course of the weekend, you guys will get to know Alicia in a little while. She's going to be coming on and speaking to you guys. You're going to get to know Michael Fomkin. They're the co-founders of VIP Ignite. They've been doing this for over 18 years. How many of you know that if they've been doing this for over 18 years, they must be doing something right? Type a yes in the comments if you know that's true. Type yes in the comments if you know that's true. So over the course of this weekend, again, we're going to check in live with our models who are in New York Fashion Week. Like literally one of our models he was supposed to be in like somewhere stationary, but he found out last night that he has a job in a showroom. So you're going to have the opportunity to hear from someone live from Fashion Week. We're going to, by the end of the weekend, one of you is going to win the opportunity to do a walk-on role in a major motion picture. How much would that change your life? Imagine, like right now, you're sitting here on Zoom with me, which is really cool. I mean, this is amazing. But how many of you are ready for a walk-on role in a major motion picture? If you are, type I'm ready. I like that. Let's go. I love that. I love the energy. That's what we're going to be doing this weekend. And for the people that are doing that, for the people that are walking Fashion Week, for the people that are doing amazing things I'm going to share with you, it all started with the decision to be on a Zoom call. It all started with Zoom. And we joke about that all the time. It all started with Zoom. And I want you guys to think about that over the course of this weekend. It all started with the Zoom. So let's talk about.
Everybody should type that, because I think by typing it, it makes you realize, oh, wow, they're walking New York Fashion Week because they decided to come on a Zoom. Hi, everybody.
It all started with Zoom.
True.
So let's talk about let's talk about today, what you can expect from us today. So in a couple of minutes, we're going to talk about what it means to be a rising star. And then we're going to talk about how many of you have crabs in your life? If you don't know what I mean by crabs, how many of you have people that, like, you know what, you are just trying your darndest to make your life better, but they're like, why are you doing that? Let's go out and have a drink today. Oh, that's so cool. How many of you have crabs in your life? How many of you know that you're only one decision away from getting rid of those crabs. There are two things that you have to overcome. And we're going to talk about that today. Everyone's like, yes, there are only two things. Awesome. Because sometimes it feels like a mountain, right? Sometimes it feels like a mountain, but you know what? It's not a mountain. There are two things that if you face them, your life will change in the snap of a finger. We're also going to talk about modeling, okay? How many of you here know what type of modeling you qualify for? Don't type it in the comments if you know already. Oh, Melanie's allergic to shellfish. Well, I guess you're not going out for a crab dinner tonight after our presentation. But how many of you know what type of modeling you qualify for? If you don't know, that's fine. We're going to go over that. We're going to lay that out for you. The industry has changed. We're going to talk about acting. We're going to have a Broadway star on today who's going to talk about from aspiring to achieving the path of a rising star. How many of you desire greatness in your life? Type 1 or 1 in the comments. If you desire greatness in your life, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you know that in order for you to achieve greatness, you have to hang out with great people? Can we all agree to that? That's what we're going to do today. Today, we're going to introduce you to great people tremendous people. Great isn't even fair, but we're going to introduce you to people that are going to help up-level you and up-level you and up-level you. We're going to discover the secret acting DNA, transform from actor to detective, seeking truth in plain sight. How many of you watch movies and you just watch them for entertainment? It's okay if you say yes. Is it okay if I destroy that for you today? Is it okay if by the end of the day, you never watch movies the same again? Because you're not watching them to be entertained. You're watching them because you are studying them, because you are going to learn. You're going to see those secret tricks. It's not going to be the same. If that's not okay with you, then I'll tell you when to skip that segment. But let me tell you something. It's transformed the way that I watch every television show, every movie, everything I do. I now see everything through a new lens. And it's actually freeing when you start. It's kind of like being in the Matrix. All of a sudden, you start seeing everything in a different way. And whoa, it's amazing. We're also going to, again, I told you, we're going to have live segment from New York Fashion Week. A couple of our models are in New York City. We're going to have a live segment direct from Fashion Week today. We're also going to give you guys the opportunity, a couple of you, to get evaluated. Model Garage, we're doing Model Garage with Alicia Kabak and Ryan Colby. So you're going to have the opportunity for Ryan Colby, who's an agent in LA, New York, has people placed internationally. You're going to have the opportunity to get evaluated, to find out where do you fit in the industry. And then at the end of the day, we're going to show you how to double or triple your income while doing something that you love. How many of you would love to double or triple your income by doing something that you love? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or a 1 in the comments. Guys, with this, and this is just foundation day. Today is foundation day. Tomorrow is transformation day. So I want you guys to understand, when I asked you this morning to be all in, when you are all in, it is going to transform your life. You are not going to be the same again. One of my mentors, Tony Robbins, says that life will never be the same again. Type that in the comments. Life will never be the same again. Type that in the comments. Life will never be the same again. But the only way that change is going to happen is if you are all in. You have to be all in on this. And let me tell you something. Over the past 18 years, we have well over 10,000 success stories. We have helped well over 10,000 people. That's when we stopped counting, honestly. Even when the pandemic hit, we had even more tremendous success. And it's because here at VIP Ignite, we know what it takes to help you be successful. Whatever that means, we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. So would it be okay if I share a couple stories? Like I'm so excited. I was up at like 5 a.m. this morning getting this ready. Is it okay if I share a couple stories with you guys about people that are some of our most successful people? Okay, awesome. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you guys see my screen? Let's see. Now you should be able to see. Can you someone give me a thumbs up? Ryan Clapham, can you see my screen? Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right. So one thing I'm going to do, we're going to kick off our day. Jemima, if you can share the Trello board in the comments, that would be great. So we're very transparent about our success. And we have literally over 10,000 success stories. They're not all on here because this Trello board, I would break Trello if I did that. But what we're going to do is we're going to give you access to Trello, to our Trello board. So if you want to go through and see, okay, you know what, like Deneen's saying this, but can I see, like, how can I see some of the success? Then I'm giving you access to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight a couple people here and I'm going to tell you their stories. And yeah, their stories are pretty amazing. And I have, in the interest of full disclosure, I have been crying a lot as I've been preparing this. So, all right, so let me go over to my presentation here and we'll share one more time.
And keep in mind, it all started with a Zoom.
Hold on, Alicia, watch this. You're going to love this.
What?
VIP Ignite Talent Success. It all started
I
with
do
a Zoom.
love it. I need to lay off the coffee. I love it.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
All right. All right. So let me share a couple of our stories with you. Okay. So this here is Brandon Hunter. Okay. So when we met Brandon Hunter, he was a student in Nevada. He was a full-time student. He's like, oh, you know, I think I want to try out being a model. I think it'll be really cool. And he was super shy when he still is kind of super shy. But when he first started working with us, the photos over here on the left are the ones where he started. This was like literally the first photo he ever had taken with us. Okay. He was a full-time student. He was in a relationship at home and he was like, you know, I want to do this, but I like want to go to school. So he came out to, I think, two of our experiences, two of our photo shoots, and he met his agent at the first shoot he went to. And he was like, he was kind of dabbling. And I was talking to his agent last night. He was like, yeah, I almost sent him home. Like he was like, there was like a whole kerfuffle going on because Brandon like wanted to do this, but like he still wanted to go to school. Like, you know what I mean? How many of you have goals outside of modeling and acting? We understand that. Okay. Because you know what? Maybe you're a teacher. Maybe you are, hold on. Sorry. Maybe you're a teacher. You know, we understand that. Maybe you have goals that are not tied yet to the entertainment industry. And that's how Brandon was. But he started off a little bit awkward. And I think, can we say he got a little comfortable in front of the camera? Can we agree to that?
I think it's comfortable in his own skin, Deneen. That's the correct terminology. Yeah. A lot of skin.
Yep. Yes. He got comfortable in his own skin. And now I just found out that he actually got booked and just did a fitting for one of the biggest shows for New York Fashion Week. He's going to be walking this week in one of the biggest shows for New York Fashion Week. Started off, and actually he took a break for about 1.5 years because he was doing his MBA and he graduated with his MBA. And then he was like, okay, you know what? Now it's time. So what I want you to understand by Brandon's story is that if you have other goals that seem like they're conflicting with this, they're not. You can still move forward with your goals and your aspirations. Here's another one of our talent who's also going to be walking I don't know if he knows, I know he's not on. I don't know if he knows this or not, but he's also going to be walking one of the biggest shows in Fashion Week. When we first met him, he literally could barely talk to us. He was so painfully shy. But look, he obviously has a tremendous look. And like, I think this one here is like the one in the sweatshirt that was one of his first photos. I was like, he's so nice, but, and so again, it all started with a Zoom call. He was actually going to school for theater and he lives in San Francisco. And again, he was kind of like doing this, but he was like, okay, you know, he was like shy. He had a lot of things holding himself back. And he had the opportunity to meet someone who radically transformed his life. Like he said yes to an opportunity and he started getting some coaching. And then the next thing I know, this shy boy, like literally the first time I saw him, I was like, can you smile? Like, do you have emotions? He was like, I was like, I couldn't hear you. Can you say that again, please? But he literally was so shy and he didn't have a lot of confidence because how many of you have had life beat you down a little bit? It's okay. Don't affirm that in the comments, but I know we've all had life beat us down a little bit, but he literally grew so much over the last 2 years. And now he was just in Miami with us. He went through some training with us, PA training. So he now is able to work on set. And he also now is in New York Fashion Week. Like he literally is shooting with some of the biggest photographers in New York City. There's international interest in him. So it's not just New York, but he went to New York not knowing if anything was going to happen. But he said, you know what, I'm going to go all in. I'm going to go all in. And again, it started with a Zoom call. He was on a boot camp just like you guys are today. And he was like, this is what I want to do. This is a different way to do it. And you know what, let's do this. Now he's all in, and like the photo on the far right, that's one of the outfits he's going to be wearing for a huge Japanese designer, an up and coming huge Japanese designer. So if you're sitting there and you're like, I'm not too confident, I don't know, it can happen for you, but are you all in? Are you willing to put in the effort to do this? Are you willing to go all in? These are some photos from New York Fashion Week. So the other night, Brandon and Masharad were at an industry party. They had the opportunity to meet Isaac Mizrahi. Does anyone know who that is? Oh my gosh. I was like, wait a second. I was asking for an invite to this party, and I was told, no, it's only for industry people. I'm like, hello, industry person here. But I was like, they got to meet Isaac Mizrahi. They also got to meet a huge casting director and producer at this party. This party that they were at was in one of those Gilded Age mansions on Fifth Avenue in New York City. How many of you love the Gilded Age? I was like, I would have just wanted to go to the party just for that. And then in the center, that is a photo that Brandon took at a fitting and a casting for New York Fashion Week. Again, let's see here. Started out here wanting to do this. Now meeting Isaac Mizrahi, a huge designer, meeting a huge casting director and producer, fittings for New York Fashion Week. These two guys here are going to be walking one of the biggest shows in New York Fashion Week. Masharad actually had the opportunity 2 weeks ago in Miami to meet the producer of the show that they're walking in. And Alicia, you don't know this, but the person who got them into that show we met when we were in Miami 2 weeks ago at a showroom. Pretty cool. So it just shows it's when you're in the right place, the right things happen, but you have to be willing to be all in. Let's go down now. Maybe you guys are like, okay, well, I'm not a hot dude. I'm a young kid. Okay, let's talk about Natasha. So Natasha is 14 years old. She lives in San Francisco, and she's represented by one of the biggest agents in the world. I mean, she's represented by a huge agent. She actually has another agent who's fighting for her contract, which is 14 years old. But she was on one of Alicia's Zoom calls, and Alicia was like, Deneen, there's something special about this girl. I was like, okay, that's awesome. And every person she's met has said the same thing. There's something really special about her. And when you meet her in person, like she's like this shy, super sweet little girl. So like when I see these photos, I'm like, hold on, what? Like what happened? Who allowed this to happen? Sometimes I tell her I did not approve these photos. But the point I'm trying to make, I know. But the point I'm trying to make is like her main focus is acting. If you hear her deliver a monologue, holy mackerel, like she will knock your socks off. But you know what else is awesome about her? She's also very coachable. Like we had the opportunity to work with her in Miami, and she actually Orlando and Miami at 2 different events. And she took notes better than probably anyone else. Like literally like she was doing a reel, she was shooting a reel, and she was told, okay, I want you to do this. And you know what? She did it, and it was amazing.
Can I add something to that?
Of course.
So when I met her on Zoom, and everybody fills out this like little application, so I know who it is that I'm talking to. She said, I'm already represented by a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. And I thought to myself, well, why do you need me? Because we're all about connections. And her mother came on and said, we've spent so much time and money. Again, she's 14. She's getting submitted out for Disney and doing self-tapes, and she's classically trained. I mean, this is what she loves to do. And her mom said, we've seen all your success stories. We feel as though if someone meets her, that's what she's missing. And we're 100% contingent upon her agent submitting her out for castings. And I said, well, what do you want me to do? She goes, I know for a fact, if you introduce her to some of the biggest names, she has what it takes. And the only people she gets to see right now are the people her agent submitting her to. Yeah. And I thought, oh, shit, that's exactly what we do. We're so good at that.
Yeah.
How many of you guys agree with that? Right?
Yeah. And
You
literally
just need to get in front of the right people. And that's exactly what she's doing.
yeah. And so like Alicia said, she's getting in front of the right people. She has another agent who's like counting down the minutes till she can till her contract's up with her one agent so she can get represented by another agent. But then she's also the photo here on the far left, that's her in Los Angeles. She got flown to Los Angeles to do voiceover work, right? These are some photos that she took here. Then she had the opportunity also to go to a showroom in Miami. Again, the guy that I was just telling you guys about, the book Brandon and Masharad on New York Fashion Week that got them into that show, that this is the fact she had the opportunity to go into a showroom and meet with someone who, this man represents designers. So she had the opportunity to go into a showroom and try on, this is actually, this little story, this isn't even a dress, this is like an outfit for a man, but like the designer was like, put this on, and like she rocked it. She walked in this. It's pretty amazing. So again, it doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, it just matters that you have the desire. And if you, how many of you know that if you get put in front of the right person, that your life will change? One in the comments. How many of you know that if you get put in front of the right person, you would be able to shine? That's what Natasha's doing right now. That's Natasha in a nutshell. That's what she's doing. All right. So this is one of our newest models also. Her name is Adi. Another person, like she's invested a lot of money in her career. Like she literally she went to New York for a month for a showcase. Like she's invested a lot of time and money in her career. And she and her mom, it was the same thing. Like if you just put us in front of the right person, then things will change. And these photos that you're looking at here have the interest of agents throughout the country. This is her first photo shoot with us. Like literally she has, when these photos were published, like there are people that are like banging down our door wanting to talk to her. And again, it's all about being in the right place, but being in front of the right people. And that's what we do. Like that's where, when we say we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success, we put you in front of people. I can't control the words that come out of your mouth, but I can control who you sit in front of. So Adi is, she's just started working with us like a month and a half ago, I believe, a month ago. And now she's like well on her rise, and she's a part of our inner circle, just like Natasha is a part of our inner circle. So if you want to accelerate your success, this is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. And finally, I'm going to tell you about this is one of my favorite stories to share. Okay. So when we met Mireya on a Zoom, just like this, literally, and I interviewed her after the Zoom, and she's like, I'll just try it out. And I was like, okay, you just want to try it out? And she's like, yeah, I'm just going to try it out. And when I met her, she was making low five figures, like she was making like about $30,000 a year. She was a church secretary, but she has like this beautiful silver hair. And she's like, you know what? I really just want to try this out. This is something I've always wanted to do my whole life. All I've ever wanted to do is model. And I was like, okay, well, and she's like, so let's just try this out. So she tried it out. And it was funny because back then we were doing a Zoom, was like, I'm like a Zoom expert because of all the Zoom we did. And she would get on the calls, but she would literally only get on the calls that had anything to do with modeling. I'm like, okay, you know what, that's fine. It's choose your own adventure. That's your adventure that you're on. So she literally would just get on the modeling calls. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And then one day we were doing a call for actors, and it was all about lighting and getting on camera and placement and different things like that. And she was on, and I was like, I almost called her and said, hey, I think you're on the wrong call. This has nothing to do with modeling. This is all about acting. But she was like, of course I didn't, because that would have been weird. But so then all of a sudden she started showing up for herself, and she started showing up on all the calls for acting. I'm like, okay, well, that's great. And we had a call just like this, and one of the agents reached out to her, and she called me immediately. She's like, Denise, this agent wants to talk to me. What do I do? I'm like, you take the call. And she was like, okay. So she took the call, and they set up a meeting. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to the meeting. I didn't put it up here, but I have like the video of her like going into the meeting. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going into the meeting. Oh my gosh. I was like, oh, it's going to be awesome. You're going to be great. You're going to love, he's going to love you. So she goes into the meeting and she comes out and she goes to her car and she has a contract. And she's like, Denise, he gave me a contract. What do I do? I'm like, you signed the contract. Why are you calling asking me crazy questions? Sign the contract. So she did. And again, this was during the height of the pandemic. And she signed the contract and she started working with him. And her husband had no desire whatsoever to be a model. Like this was, he did, I forget what he did. I think he was like a plumber or something like that, something blue collar. And he had no desire to be a model, but during the pandemic, they would call you and they're like, hey, do you have a spouse? Do you have kids? Let's do a family shoot. So next thing I know, okay, so I'm a huge football fan. You guys will learn that over the next 2 days. So I'm watching the opening game of the NFL season in 2021. And all of a sudden, I see Mireya and her husband on camera. And I was like, oh my God. And Michael's like, what's going on? And I thought the police were coming. I was like, pause. So in June, she got discovered by her agent. In September, she was on a spot for the NFL shop. I was like, what? Like, how awesome is that? Then, I mean, literally, I can't go anywhere now without seeing her. She's, she was on this is a Jardines commercial, I believe. I know I didn't put that one up here, but she does a lot of commercials for, she does a lot of photo shoots for like pharmaceuticals. She was in a Starbucks ad last year. She speaks our love language. And then we also, when we were at this, someone spotted her in New York City on a billboard. We're like, what? So she went from making $30,000 a year as a church secretary. Now she has billboards in New York City. She is on Starbucks commercials. She's on the NFL shop. And the thing about this, the reason I love telling this story is because so many times people think, oh, I'm too old. I'm too this, I'm too that. She's short. When we met her, she was 50 years old. She has this long silver hair. And honestly, when I was talking to her, I was like, okay, well, if you want to give it a try, let's give it a try. But I didn't know, like, I had no way of knowing that she would go from making $30,000 a year as a church secretary to now her agent won't book her for less than $30,000 a day.
What?
I'm going to say that again.
Mind blowing.
So I'm going to say that again to you, and I want you to process this.
I want you to type 30K a day. Now she's not working 365 days a year. She could work one day and be done.
Would that work one day?
Would that change your life, your family's life?
So how much would that change your life? And I want you guys to understand that that's what we do. That's what we do at VIP Ignite. That's the success that we can bring you. But you have to be all in.
I'm going to add something really quick. When I spoke to her, she told me that her friend, who's also at the church, is an aspiring photographer that took pictures of her. So she joined websites. And I said, that's sweet. That's what amateurs do. No one's seeing you or hitting like other than your friends and family. They can't book you. We can. We can put you face to face. You just need to get seen.
Yeah, she was literally being submitted up, like her photos were going to stock photography. So, but now she's literally, she's
anybody else in that situation, if that's you, where you spend a lot of money or time, or maybe your friends taking photos, you've joined websites or posted them on your own social media, anyone else having that issue where you're just not getting seen and you're like, damn, I know if somebody sees me, they're going to want to book me. I know I'm meant for this business. If that's you, type that's me. Because I guarantee you, Deneen, that's a pain point. A lot of people struggling to get into modeling and acting. Yeah. That's what they fear every day, that they're not getting seen by the right people. They're doing everything in their power because you are, but you're just not being proactive. You don't know the right people to get in front of. And something I want you guys to know too is you don't know what you don't know until you know it. And by the end of this weekend, you're going to know it. And that's our goal for this weekend. So what I want you to think about is this. Every one of those people that I shared with you, it all started with a Zoom call. Literally all started with a Zoom call. So now I have a question for you. What is it that you want
Like, I want you to type this in the comments. What is it that you want? Like, why are you here this weekend? What is it that you want? What is it that you want? I want to be a star. Okay. I want to be a star. Type it in the comments to change
I
my
don't like that
situation,
answer.
to
I don't
succeed.
like that answer. I
They
don't
want to
you to be a
access
star.
money. We're gonna dig deeper, Alicia. We're gonna dig deeper. Don't worry. To get in front of the right people. I want to enjoy my job and make money. Everything that life has for me. Okay. I want people to see my talent on a large scale. I want to be successful, fame and fortune. I want to be a legend. I want to learn about entertaining. I want a lifelong career as an actress and model. I want to get better at acting. I want to change my life. I want to get noticed and booked, enjoy my job and make money. I want to change my life permanently. I like that. To inspire others with disabilities to go for their dreams. I want to take action to make my dream a reality. I want a career. I'd like to better my life and be able to take care of my family better. I want my talent that I have had for a lifetime to shine. I want to learn and make connections. I want to leave a legacy. That's one of my favorite words. We'll talk about that a lot this weekend. I want to get back to my passion. I want to be a working actress regardless of roles. Awesome. So now you wrote down what you want. What do you really want? What do you really want? I would like to get to model and draw and get paid for what I do, to help others, to set up my life and my kids, for my dream, to follow my dreams and achieve them. I want to be an actress. I want to make a better difference, better income, live a better life. How many of you want to buy a new house? How many of you want a better living situation? Find my destiny, to be financially stable, to show those that doubt me I'm stronger than their words, have consistent work while doing my passion, not just work a 9 to 5. I don't have to prove anything to anyone but myself. That's great, but what do you really want? To inspire people, buy a house and have my own car, financial freedom, right? Financial freedom, to be happy and to be successful, modeling and a better life for my kids, living better living, play characters, understand them, bring them to life, a vacation. Amen to me, Tarika. I want a vacation. I like that. I want to improve as a person. What would it mean for you guys just to achieve all of those goals? What would that mean to you? What would it mean for you to achieve the goals that you're setting, the things that you're setting? Like, how would that change your life? How would it change your life to be fun and have financial freedom? How would it change your life to be able to buy a house for your family, to buy a better car, to have stability? What would that mean? It would mean the world to you. Understand who I can be at understand who I can be any age. I would really like that. Would it be life-changing for you? Would it be life-changing, or would it just keep everything the same? I wouldn't look at life knowing I achieved my goals. It will get me out of debt, help my family and parents work toward big goals. Well, it would be life-changing, right? That I answered my call. Drastically would change my life. To achieve that goal would be amazing. Hold on. Life-changing for sure. Able to make a larger impact on the lives of others. I love that. How many of you are here because you want to leave a legacy? Do you want to leave a legacy? If you're here and you want to leave a legacy, like, what legacy do you want to, how do you want people to remember you? How do you want people to remember you? I can tell you how I want people to remember me. I want everyone that I ever in contact in life, whether it's a barista at Starbucks or a huge celebrity, anywhere in between, I want everyone to say that I left their life a little bit better, that after being in my presence, their life was a little bit better. Positive, godly influence. I want to make a difference in the world, right? Help the homeless, believe back in themselves. I never gave up and stayed positive as a strong, independent person. Awesome. Definitely want to leave a legacy passed down. What I want you guys to think about is this, like, you have the opportunity to leave a legacy. That's one of the things you have the opportunity to do. But leaving a legacy means that you have to take action. You have to take action because you know what the thing is that you have to be willing to be all in. You have to be, the one thing I've learned in life, in my 48 years of experience of living life, is you can't do anything. I'm going to say one little quick swear word. You can't do anything half-assed and expect great results. You have to be all in. Like, so when we're asking you to commit to 2 days, how much would it change your life to get a walk-on role in a major motion picture? Would that change your life a little or a lot? Type it in the comments. A little or a lot? Change your life a lot. Having the opportunity to maybe walk New York Fashion Week. Would that change your life a little bit or a lot? Having the opportunity to triple your income by doing something you love. Would that change your life a little bit or a lot? Change your life a lot. Like, I want you to imagine, what would it be like to wake up and do something that you love every single day? Not have to worry about, oh my gosh, how am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? That's what we're talking about this weekend. So when I ask you to be all in, I want you to be all in. I want you to be here both days. Because you know what? It's the people that are going to be here both days, their lives are going to change. It's the people that are taking notes. How many of you have a notebook? If you have a notebook, show me your notebooks. Good. Everyone should have a notebook. If you don't have a notebook, go find yourself a piece of paper and a pen. I don't care. I want you to take notes all weekend long. Because when you're taking notes, what it's going to do is it's going to sear the information in your head. You're not here just to gather information. You're here to implement. You're here to take action. Everyone here said they wanted to leave a legacy. People who leave legacies, they show up. They take action. Okay. And I want you to think about this too. Here in this community over the next 2 days, you are going to have the opportunity to find unlimited success. But there are going to be a percentage of you who don't have the right mindset. There are going to be a percentage of you who go, oh, I believed it in the moment, but I don't believe it now. There are a percentage of you that are you're going to give up on yourself before you even give yourself a chance to succeed. And the reason that you're going to do that is because you don't have the right mindset. So let me ask you a question. Who here would like to have a millionaire mindset and overcome the 2 things that are holding you back? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. Diamond Peoples is like 111. I'm not just typing a 1 or 1. I'm typing all the ones. Awesome. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our first speaker to you. And I want you guys to take notes. I want you to come in with an open mind. And I want you guys to be ready. Are you guys ready to hear from our first speaker of the day? Yes. Okay, awesome. So our first speaker is Michael Fomkin. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fomkin.
What's up, everybody? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Hey, guys, we got such an exciting weekend. Thank you to Deneen. Such a great presentation. That was really awesome. Thank you for everybody who's here today. You guys really made a great decision. So congratulations on that. There are so many people who had this opportunity to be here this weekend and for whatever reasons chose not to be. And you guys chose to be here and invest your time with us and in yourselves. So with that thought in mind, I'm going to get started because I want to respect your time and all of our speakers. This is going to be one of the most incredible weekends we have ever done. This is by far. We are literally raised the bar so high with the speakers, the content, the opportunities that you guys are going to have presented over the next 2 days. This is going to be the life-changing event. So let me see if I can share my screen and we will get started. All right. Can everybody see my screen? Yes. Okay, awesome. All right, so this is the Rising Star Academy Millionaire Mindset Series, Modeling and Acting Made Easy, the millionaire mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. So the way these weekends are broken down is we do foundational trainings and then we do transformational training. So we try to break it down because all the content, all the information that we're giving to you guys is selected and presented in a very specific way to really help you unlock everything that could be holding you back, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, having the opportunity to get an agent, to get signed, to book work, those are all just frameworks. They're just systems that you follow. At the end of the day, what really holds you back is really two things. And we're going to talk about those two things that literally hold you back in your life, no matter where you are, what you're trying to do, and where you're trying to go. So what gets in the way, right? So if you think about what gets in the way of success, and if you guys want to put any comments or what you think, like what your guess is what do you feel in the comments holds people back from getting success? So it may not just be modeling or acting, but just anything in life, right? Everyone has a dream. Everybody wants to live a certain level. Everybody wants to have, you know, abundance in their life, to help their family, right? We all know the goals, but what's preventing people from reaching those goals? What do you think? Let me see some comments here. Let me see what you guys think. All right, mindset, yeah, themselves, right? Getting in their own way, fear, procrastination, fear, mindset, themselves, money, okay. Mindset, okay. Lack of self-worth, right? Okay. Fear and unease, okay, good. All right, so I see a lot of comments there, right? I see a lot of comment. I see all the people, not enough money. You're in the right place right now, if that's what you feel. We're in the millionaire mindset training, so you're definitely in the right place here. All right. So, all right, so let's talk about that. So what gets in the way to success? So I see lots and lots of great comments here. So if I was to take all of those comments and I was to kind of just break them down, they're really only going to fall under two different categories, right? So it comes down to just two emotions. So everybody's answer was correct, but within those answers, it falls under just two categories. And the two categories are going to be uncertainty or fear. That is literally, if you think about every single situation, it always comes down to fear of loss, fear of, you know, looking bad, fear of whatever it may be, right? The situation that you're in at that time, right? That's uncertainty, right? So every single one will fall under those two categories. People just, you know, they're uncertain. They don't know the answers. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle the situation. And that automatically puts them back into fear, okay? So has anyone ever heard the saying crabs in a bucket? Okay, this was brand new for me. I heard this is a very common phrase, but I never knew this till the other day. And I was so excited to share this. All right. So if you never heard the saying crabs in a bucket, like me, okay, crabs in a bucket means that, did you know that fishermen can leave a bucket of crabs completely unattended without any of them escaping? So they can literally take a bucket of crabs, put them down, and none of them will escape. And here's the reason why. It turns out that when one crab tries to escape, the other crabs will pull the escaping crab back into captivity. Sound familiar? Well, let's apply this to humans and their interactions. When their peers try to climb out of the bucket, quote unquote, by improving themselves or striving for greater things, people with the crab mentality will try to pull them back and prevent them from reaching their goals. As you can tell, it's incredibly toxic with the crab mentality. No one wins and no one can become better versions of themselves. So how to overcome crabs in a bucket mentality, right? So the two topics that we're talking about is uncertainty or fear. So when we talk about the crabs pulling people down, I want you to think about not only the people that are in your life that may be holding you back, but at the same time, kind of looking in the mirror and seeing, are you the crab, right? Are you the person who lives in uncertainty consistently? Are you the person who's consistently living in fear, right? Because a lot of times you'll discover the emotions that you have. You control your own emotions. You control, people can't control you, right? The only thing they control is how they make you feel, right? And you control that, right? So it's really important to start understanding that, to being able to separate that and start looking in the mirror and seeing, well, how do I improve my life, right? I don't want to surround myself with crabs. I want to be the better person. I want to be able to figure things out, ask better questions, get better answers. I want to learn how to overcome fear. And we're going to talk all about that today. So first thing is pick your people wisely. Okay, that's the first thing. You need to surround yourself with the right people. Crabs will pull each other down. Okay. And it doesn't mean that, if it's the people that are closest in your life that you say, okay, Mike, what am I supposed to do? Like move out today? No, it doesn't mean that. It means surround yourself with a positive group. You have two hands. In one hand, have the people that believe in you, the people that support you. And in the other hand, you have your family, you have your friends, but you control your mindset. You control how you think and understand situations to realize there's a difference, right? So by picking your people, pick your people wisely, you start understanding that and you start elevating your life. Now, taking action is freedom of fear. Okay, at the end of the day, if you want to have a successful life, you have to take action. Okay, you have to be willing to take a step forward. Once you're willing to take action, that will give you freedom from fear. Whenever you say, you know what, no matter what happens, I'm going to take action. I'm going to move forward. Whether I fail or I succeed, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to take action. Doesn't matter what it is. Deneen asks you, hey, if you didn't have a notebook and a pen, find something to write down. Find a piece of paper, find a pen, because she knows how the human mind works. When you're writing things down, even if you never go back to those notes, what it does is it triggered a different part of your brain to remember this information. Just by writing it down, you're going to have a much higher chance of being able to recall this and this actually becoming a part of who you are. So right there, and even that small step, you took action, right? You started moving away from fear. So the more action you can take in your life, the more you'll give yourself freedom of fear. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be days that are hard to overcome, right? This is life. See, accepting that everything ends and everything changes. There are going to be obstacles. There are going to be days that are not great days, but you need to be able to move forward. You need to realize that every single day I expect 20 problems, 18 little ones and 2 big ones. Okay, I expect them. I expect this morning. I had a few of them hit me this morning. Okay, Zoom wanted to do an update. One of the cameras wasn't working. One of the computers decided it was going to do one of these massive updates that took like 15 minutes before the computer restarted. I didn't allow me to affect me because I expected that. I expected 20 problems, 18 little ones and 2 big ones, because that way when the problem comes in my door, I go, there you go. I was expecting you, problem. Let's do this. We're ready to dance, right? So when you start shifting your mindset and understanding this, right? I'm going to move forward. Okay. I'm going to face my fear. I could have been a babbling person on the floor, like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. We got the event in 20 minutes. Ah. No, I said, no. I stayed calm, relaxed, and I got through it. And here we are all together live. So understand there will be days that are hard to overcome. Okay. There are going to be people, for most people, they will always look for an excuse. Okay. Water will always find the path of least resistance. Okay. Remember that. Water will try to always find a path of least resistance. If you've never been to the Grand Canyon or you've never seen the Grand Canyon, that was created by a river. Okay. Water is a beautiful, beautiful thing. It creates life. It all gives us life, but at the same time, it's very destructive. Okay. People always will look for an excuse as very destructive, right? You have to not be the person, well, why, I can't do this. Oh, God, I don't know, right? Catch yourself. Boom. You're going back into uncertainty. Uncertainty immediately looks for fear. How do you solve that? Look for a reason why it will. Wait a second. Why? Let me think. If I did this, why could it work? What are the reasons? Always lean into the positive. When you lean into the positive, You overcome uncertainty, you face your fears, and you're taking action. Now, it doesn't mean every decision needs to be made by this, but it means that you, by looking into the reasons why it will, you now have something to balance off of, right? You can say, okay, well, here's the reason why it will work. Okay, well, maybe will this happen? Okay, well, no, let me see if I did this, then this would work for me, right? I'm not going to kind of give you examples. I'll give you some in a little bit, but I want you to really shift from making excuses to looking for a reason why it will. Because most people are like water. They're going to take the path of least resistance, and they're always going to find an excuse why something won't work. And those are crabs. Those are the crabs pulling you down, okay? You must focus on only moving forward. Okay, if you want to be successful in life, whether it's the modeling industry, the acting industry, the music industry, being an entrepreneur, being successful at your company. I don't care if you work at Starbucks and you're a barista. Okay, you have to look for a reason why that's going to be successful. How do I move forward? How do I get to where I want to be in life? Right? Understanding your why, understanding your direction. It's not just about I want to be famous. That's meaningless. Okay, there are lots of people that are famous for the wrong reasons, right? So you have to break things down and start asking yourself better questions. When you're doing all of these things, you're asking yourself better questions. That's moving forward. Being here on this call right now, you're moving forward. You're focused. Okay, there is only one way, right? There is only this is the only way. You just keep moving forward. There is nothing else. You want the secret to life? This is it. Right here. There is the only way. You just keep moving forward. It doesn't matter the obstacles. It doesn't matter. You no longer allow excuses in your life. You overcome, you adapt, you ask better questions, you face uncertainty, you overcome your fears, and your life will change in ways you can't even ever possibly imagine. Always remember, you look in that mirror. Are you the crab? Who are the crabs holding you back? You start shifting that. You start seeing things in a different perspective. You start shifting your mindset, and your life will change. Your life, because life has to move forward. And when you take that energy and you apply it to your life, amazing things will happen. I can guarantee you that. Again, it's about having a new mindset. You're going to get new results. Okay, so what we're going to talk about next is what kind of mindset do you currently have right now? Do you have a poor mindset or do you have a rich mindset? Okay, and I love this presentation because each time I do this presentation, I have definitely a very successful mindset. You guys know that. For those of you who know me, even those of you who are probably brand new, like, oh, Mike's a positive guy, right? But at the same time, there are little things that I will catch in this presentation because guess what? I'm a human, just like everybody here. And we're all evolving, we're all improving, right? You know, the way I listen to this presentation the first time is a lot different than I may listen to it or say it 6 months from now because I become a better person. I keep elevating my life. So I want you guys just to kind of go into this with that thought process. Where are you right now? A rich mindset or a poor mindset? And by the end, kind of reevaluate and then ask yourself, oh, wait a second. There are a couple of things that I could improve upon or I actually did improve upon by catching my thoughts. So what are your chances of becoming rich, right? We saw a lot of people were talking about money. They wanted to be rich or money was holding them back, right? They had were leaning into a not being resourceful, right? They were leaning into a scarcity mindset, right? That's called a scarcity mindset. When you say that, I don't have enough money, right? That's an excuse based upon scarcity. You're living in fear. You're living in uncertainty, right? We're learning now how to overcome that, right? So, but let's just dive in, right? I love science and I love breaking things down, frameworks and so forth. So what are your chances of becoming rich? Well, here are the statistics. Of 100 people working from age 20 to age 65, a 45-year time period, 1 becomes rich, 4 become financially independent, 5 are still working, 28 are dead, and 62 are dead broke. Let's look at this according to percentages. What that means is this. In America, 5% of the people make it financially and 95% don't. That's an amazing statistic. Hold on, let me move my screens here. This is definite. There's definitely a line that separates the haves from the have-nots when it comes to making it financially in America. 5% make it, 95% don't. That's scary when you think about it. It's even scary when you read those numbers in a little different way. In the wealthiest country that has ever existed in the history of the world, you have a 95% chance of not making it and only a 5% shot at making it. Okay, I'll assume, all right, I'm going to assume that if you're on this call and you're here, you're a person who has a desire to end up in the top 5% instead of the bottom 95%. If I have you pegged right and you're one of those people who want to be in the 5%, I can tell you how to do it in 2 sentences. In fact, these 2 sentences are so simple and so powerful that if you follow them, they will make you rich. Before we get into that, however, I want to make sure you're ready for your life change and that you're open to ideas that will challenge your thinking. So the 2-sentence wealth formula is this. If you want to become wealthy, then you have to find out what the top 5% of people do financially and do the same thing. That is sentence number 1. The second sentence in the 2-sentence wealth formula is even more important than the first. You've got to find out what the bottom 95% are doing financially, and whatever else you do, don't do what they're doing, okay? So the question then, right, ask a better question, get a better answer. The questions we ask then are, what do the top 5% do that those in the bottom 95% don't do? What do the bottom 95% do that the top 5% don't do? You need to study these 2 things in great detail. I would recommend that you become fanatical about finding out the differences between the habits of the rich and the habits of the poor. If you study both wealth and poverty, you can learn how to become wealthy. Write down what you learn and follow it to the letter. So the difference between the rich and the poor, right, comes down to simplicity. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. A poor mindset is all about the short-term returns, hours for dollars, right? So a rich mindset, that what that means is they're placing themselves no matter where they are financially. If I invest in something, right? Imagine I told you guy here, I'm reading books by Zig Ziglar, right? Or I'm reading books by Napoleon Hill, or even one of my mentors, Mark Victor Hansen. He's one of our partners. He's actually the publisher for our book, okay? Which is, we have our updated version of our book coming out. I'll send you guys all a copy later. Actually, if we could drop the link for Mark Victor Hansen's books in the chat right now. Would you guys mind if I gave everybody a couple of gifts right now? For those of you that are brand new, I know for those of you that have been here before should have these copies. But just because you have the copies of the books, did you actually read them yet? See, right? So many people got that. Leah's on point, right? There we go. I love that. Right. So we're going to drop the copy. So these are 2 books written by Mark Victor Hansen. He is phenomenal. He wrote the books Chicken Soup for the Soul. They've sold over 500 million copies worldwide. He's considered one of the greatest living authors. He is absolutely phenomenal. And he obviously has a rich mindset. So those are 2 books that are really kind of help open the doors to finding your why, to learning a lot about life and about business. They're phenomenal books. Like the one Ask, I highly recommend you guys start with that one. It is phenomenal. So there's the link. Those are the full copies. Okay, those are our gifts for you here, not only for myself, but Mark Victor Hansen. Wanted to make sure you guys have that. So, and then again, so a rich mindset is like, so now you have those books, right? I've invested giving you those books, right? So that investment means that long-term, I'm putting energy into the universe. I'm now helping elevate your life. I may not know you. May not have met all of you, but yet I did something that I know will pay off long-term, right? Maybe you'll read that, you'll be inspired, you'll change your life, you'll do something that creates something for somebody else, and I created a ripple effect into the universe. Okay, that's a rich mindset. A poor mindset would have been like, hey, click this link, and do this or do that, or for $2 or $5 or $20, because I know I got 5 minutes, I need to see what I can get out of this, right? Kind of that hustle mentality a little bit, right? So poor mindset gets always stuck in, how much do I get paid? How much do I make per hour? right? Everything I do is based upon results, right? I don't think like that. I've learned to not think like that. I had to train myself to condition myself. Okay. Don't work for money. Have money work for you. Okay. Very important. Poor people only understand how to work for money. What do I mean? Many poor people are hardworking individuals who have a job that they either classify as a good job or a bad job. Let me tell you, a job is a job. Some jobs pay more money than others, but it doesn't change the fact that you are trading time for money. The reason people work for money is that they believe that time is money. Rich people know that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. To prove it, think about this. If you run out of money, you can always get more money. You can always get another job. You'll always find another way, right? But if you run out of time, it's over. You can't get more time. That's why when you come to these events, I understand the value of time. I understand that I over deliver, right? If you're willing to invest your most valuable resource, 2 full days with us on a boot camp, it doesn't matter that it's free, right? Because that's a poverty mindset. Oh, well, it's a free event, so let's not give them a good show. No, I'm going to over deliver, right? Because I know that you're investing your most valuable resource to be here with us. So you have to start looking at life that way, right? What can I do? Where is my time being spent? Where can I improve upon that? Am I watching too much TV, right? Am I playing too many video games? Am I lost being distracted all the time? Am I on TikTok all day, scrolling, right? Multi-billion-dollar company, they love for you to stay on there all day, right? They love for you to invest your time. But how is that helping you? Now, if you're a creator, you're an influencer, right? You're in that top 1%, you're Mr. Beast, right? Making over $1 billion, great. That's your business. But if that's not your business, then you're wasting your time on something. You're investing your time into the wrong resources. Okay? Realize that. Understand that. Start having that rich mindset and not that poverty mindset. Okay, don't entertain yourself, educate yourself. Another difference between the wealthy and the poor is that the poor people entertain themselves, but rich people educate themselves. Poor people collect DVDs, movies, video games. Rich people collect books, seminar experiences, audio programs that teach them how to do something they want to learn how to do. Let me repeat. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. Poor people stop learning as soon as they get out of school. Rich people continue their education long after they graduate. In fact, most rich people will tell you that the most valuable things they've ever learned, they didn't learn from school anyway. They've learned them from mentors. They learned them from seminars. They learned them from books. They've learned them from audio programs. They learn the things they want to learn from people who know what they want to learn. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. So stop entertaining yourself and start educating yourself, right? The average American spends 4 to 7 hours a day watching television. If we included TikTok and social media, it might be close to half your day. Right? If you're on Instagram or TikTok, there's a little setting. You can see how many hours you're on these services. Believe me, I love movies, right? I'm in the entertainment industry. I'm in the TV, film, and fashion industry. I love entertainment, but I also know how to control it. I know how to watch it at the right times. I set limits, right? At the end of the day, right, if you work with me, there's no TV running in the background. There's no TV at the office. There's none of that. At the end of the day, I set a certain amount of time. Great. I got everything I needed to do. I create my to-do list. Okay. Everything's done. It's 9 o'clock. Great. I'll watch an hour of television. Okay. I'll catch up on certain shows, right? The new Power just came out, Force, right? With Tommy. Love that show. Love all those series there. And we've had a lot of talent on those shows. So it's kind of great. I get the benefit of seeing shows and then spotting people on the shows that we work with, right? But it's done in a way where I control and I make the decision versus somebody else making the decision. And it's really important to understand this, right? Why getting rid of your television is so important or extremely limiting it? There are actually many reasons, right? So let's examine some of them. The television is a cultural hypnotic device. It's used to influence and control society, right? When you watch TV, what are they called? They're called programs, right? Programs. Who are they programming? They're programming you. The news, media, commercials have a profound effect on the financial situation of most people. The television creates a victim mentality as people watch the rapes, robberies, and murders on the evening news or on violent TV dramas. People become more and more fearful. The commercials create a consumer mentality that keeps people trapped into thinking they're powerless and that changing their financial situation is impossible. The exact opposite is true. You are the one who has the best chance of changing your financial life, not the government, not a social program. Another problem with television is that promotes the philosophy that the main purpose of money is consumption or buying things. But the truth that's more important, the more important function of money is that it's for creating wealth, right? Here's, all weekend there's little golden nuggets, and you guys should kind of pick up on them. They're little clues, right? Like creating a roadmap to success. And here's one I'll give you, right? Money should never be your goal. You should never say that money is my goal in life. Here's the reason why. Money is the result of success. Money is a tool. It's a resource, okay? You should always strive for financial abundance. Financial abundance means that you've created a life where financially you have abundance, where you can make an impact in the world. Always remember, the first person you have to take care of is yourself, right? You have to build the wealth up, right? You have to build the wealth up. You have to build your career up. You have to build your opportunities up, right? Once you do that, you reach a point. It becomes a tipping point where you reach abundance. Once you reach abundance, it means you can write a check for $1 million to your charity. You can decide to build. I had an opportunity to travel to South America and help build a school in Costa Rica. It was one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life. Okay. I couldn't put a price on that opportunity to spend a week with these kids, building a school for them, seeing how much it meant to them, realizing that ripple effect that was there. That should be a goal. That should be your goal. Because when you start focusing on how I can make an impact on others, you're going to lead such a wonderful life. But you need to have that rich mindset. You need to start shifting. You need to understand how to always come out of uncertainty, how to overcome your fears, how to always consistently move forward. Most rich people don't have jobs, right? Another difference between poor people and rich people is that poor people have jobs, where rich people own businesses. More than 80% of rich people became rich by owning their own business. Poor people seek to get a job. Rich people look to give someone else a job. Think about it. Rich people value their time so much that they hire people to do the things they don't want to do. But poor people will gladly get paid to do what those of us who are rich really don't want to do. Understand that the word job, J-O-B, is the most perfectly spelled word in the dictionary. It's an acronym that stands for jump out of bed, get on the journey of the broke, so you can remain just over broke, okay? This is how society is designed. When you start realizing this, that's when you shift your mindset. You start realizing, wait a second, hold on there. And I understand this. I grew up, my family was so poor. Like, I didn't even know, when I was young, I didn't even understand how poor we were. I didn't understand the games my mom used to play to stretch out food. I thought it was a game. I didn't realize it was because we didn't have enough money to be able to eat every day. Things like that, right? Keeping the lights on. I understand that. I totally relate to that. That's why I'm able to teach on this, because then when I learn this, I'm now able to pass this on to others. Okay, broke is not a dollar amount. It's your lack of ambition and vision, right? When you have a passion, when you want to do something, when you want to get something accomplished, there is nothing in this world that will stop you, right? Other than you fall back into fear or uncertainty. Rich people don't set limits for themselves. Poor people think either or. Rich people think both and, okay? What this means is that poor people look at every choice as a process of elimination. For instance, a person might think, I'd like to do what I love, but I have to pay my bills. That statement implies that you can't have both. We buy into truisms that aren't true. Like the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Of course you can have your cake and eat it too. How else would you eat your cake if you didn't have it first? The actual quote is, you can't eat your cake and save it too. Ironically, the later statement is why poor people get poorer and rich people get richer. Rich people don't try to eat their cake and have it too. Choose your advisors wisely. The difference that I'm about to show you is one of the most iconic of all the difference between the rich and poor. Rich people only take financial advice from people who are as rich as they are or richer. Poor people only take financial advice from people who are as poor as they are or poorer. This is one of the most amazing things that I've seen since I began studying the subject. It's really sad because most people will go to the grave and never realize that if what they are currently doing is not giving them the results they desire, then they should start looking to some different sources for advice. One of the best definitions of insanity I've ever heard is continuing to do the same thing and expecting a different result. If you continue to do what you've always done, then you will continue to get what you've always gotten. Gaining momentum. A rich mindset speaks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort's been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning, building momentum, creating systems that continue to generate value on their own. Poor mindset, again, is all about short-term returns, hours for dollars. Meaningful relationships. Successful models and actors build meaningful relationships in the industry. They connect with others based on genuine liking, not just how useful the relationship may be. Nurture real friendships with photographers, designers, fellow models. Support each other both personally and professionally. Avoid networking purely out of self-interest. Don't just schmooze with influential people in hopes they can advance your career. Build relationships founded on mutual respect and care. Surround yourself with people who have your back through ups and downs. Share your true selves, hopes, and struggles. Success is sweeter when shared with people you truly connect with. Foster sincere relationships, and you'll thrive both in work and in life. Successful models build relationships based on trust, connect authentically without expecting anything in return. Okay. My number one thing is, how can I help you? What can I do to serve you? What can I do to make your life better? Okay. Avoid networking only to get something out of people. Don't befriend photographers just to be considered for jobs. Don't ignore old model friends who are now less connected. Success in modeling is precarious. Nurture sincere relationships to weather ups and downs. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your accomplishments, not resent them. Bond over shared passions, not status. Real relationships sustain you, lift others up, and they'll lift you higher in return. Mutual generosity and care create bonds that support you through any storm, right? I put up a ton of success stories, right? I put up success stories every day, 3 times a day. I have my team. I'm like, I want 3 success stories every day, right? I want to track everything. I want people to realize I'm celebrating them. I'm celebrating them. No matter how small that success is, I celebrate them. One of our talent, Addie, last night, 11:58, she put up this video. She just came home from work. She literally was working. She had to clean vomit out of a sink. But yet she told this story about, I had put her photo up as the profile picture on Instagram. And she did this whole video about that, how much it meant to her, how much she appreciated such a small little gesture. And then she shared the story with the world. I shared that story, right? I'm sharing it right now. I know she's on this call, okay? Because I want to celebrate her. I celebrate everyone. You have to have that mentality to celebrate others, inspire others. Even if you are not where you want to be at this point in life, do not let fear hold you back from celebrating others. People see that, right? If I put up a post and I see crickets on it, I'm like, oh, okay, I see this was a pretty good success story, but nobody clicked on it because I see that, oh, whoever Instagram was showing this to, they're not. I put up a picture of my kitten, all of a sudden I'm getting clicks on it, right? Realize that people pay attention to that. People see when you celebrate them, right? And have that joy to know you're connected with those people, right? So realize that no matter how small the victory is, celebrated. It means a lot. And guess what it cost you? It cost you absolutely nothing. It's free, right? Successful models and actors celebrate each other's accomplishments. They see the industry not as a competition, but a community where everyone can thrive. Support your fellow models and actors. Applaud when they book big jobs or land magazine covers. Share their excitement when they get nominated for awards. Their success does not diminish your own. It lifts the entire field. Jealousy and bitterness towards other models and actors only hurt you in the end. Avoid gossiping or trying to undermine others. There are enough jobs and opportunities for everyone. Focus on bettering yourself rather than tearing others down. Build each other up, and the modeling acting world will be better for it. We all do better when we support one another. There are more opportunities in the next 2 to 3 years than there have been in the past 10. Okay. Even with the strike now finally coming to the end, I see all the, for those of you who follow that, guys will get to learn more about that. They're finally making some great leeway with everything. There's such a backup of opportunities. There's literally unlimited opportunities, but you need an agent, you need a manager. For people who are out there and they're like, I can't find any opportunities, everything's like not real, I never hear back. Yeah, because like real castings, real productions, they're not advertised on the internet, right? I don't expect you to know that yet. We're going to go over that. This is all, we're only on the first presentation of the weekend, guys. How good is this so far? You guys learning a lot? If you're learning a lot, type a 101 in the comments. Okay. Successful models and actors have a mentor mindset. They know there is always more to learn, even from those earlier in their careers. Offer advice to up-and-coming models. Share your knowledge and experiences openly. By lifting others up, you expand opportunities for everyone. Avoid thinking you know everything just because you're more established. Young models or actors may offer fresh perspectives. Listen and be open to new ideas. Seek out mentors. Yourself, whether it's photographers, stylists, fellow models, people in the industry, but get the best. If you're going to do this, surround yourself with the best. That's another great nugget. The thing I wish I learned earlier in life is I always try to sometimes take shortcuts. Don't try to take shortcuts. Find whatever it is you want to do. Find the best person in the world who does what you're doing and work with that person or follow their advice. It will get you there so much faster. You will get decades of knowledge in days or hours from somebody like that because they've already overcame the obstacles you may not even know that exist. There are lessons to be learned from anyone willing to teach, right? Whether it's what to do or what not to do. Realize that. I've heard people, poverty mindset, well, that person's kind of like a train wreck. Great. I learned something from them. I learned what not to do. Right? It took a lot of wrong turns to get them to this point. So there's value in that. There's a breakthrough. There's inspiration in that. You have to have that mindset. You have to have that elevated mindset. Remaining humble and curious, though, throughout your modeling career is key. The industry is constantly evolving. Be a lifelong student. Connect with and learn from all kinds of people. A mentor mindset will keep you growing as a model and expand possibilities for the future. Successful models know they can't do it all alone, though you may be talented. Relying on a strong team elevates your career. Surround yourself with agents, managers, stylists, photographers, other professionals who complement your skills. Focus on modeling while your team handles networking, branding, finances, and other crucial details. Okay. Avoid thinking you must self-manage every aspect of your career. That road leads to burnout. The modeling world is complex. Get support from those with expertise you lack. Trust your team to handle tasks outside your sweet spot so you can deliver your best work. And by the end of this weekend, we will show you how to have a team. We will show you how to get signed with our management company. We will go through all of that, okay? Understand the power of collaboration. Bring together the right people, and the end result will exceed your individual efforts. You have gifts, but so do others. Build a stellar team that allows you to shine while helping manage the rest. The top models don't go it alone, or actors. They know success comes from leveraging their team's strengths, right? So here's 17 ways to sum everything up. Rich people believe I create my life. Rich people play the money game to win. Rich people are committed to being rich. Poor people believe life happens to me. Life doesn't happen to you. Life happens for you. Whether it was good or bad, think about a movie, right? If a movie started and everybody was happy, and then they were still happy, and then it ended happy, that would be a pretty short movie, right? But what makes life interesting is the ups and the downs. The challenges is what makes you grow. Every person, the harder your life is right now, or the harder your life has been, the tragedies, the things that keep you awake at night, guess what? Congratulations. That's going to make you a great person one day, because that is what's making you become unstoppable, because you've been through that, right? So life doesn't happen to you, life happens for you. Poor people play the money game to not lose. They live in fear, right? You have to be willing to invest in yourself. Poor people just want to be rich, right? Rich people think big. Poor people think small. Rich people focus on opportunities. Poor people focus on obstacles, right? Rich people admire other rich and successful people. Poor people resent rich and successful people. Rich people associate with positive, successful people. Poor people associate with negative or unsuccessful people, right? Negativity loves company. There are those crabs again, right? Rich people are willing to promote others, right? Put others in the spotlight. Poor people think negatively about selling and promotion. Rich people are bigger than their problems. Poor people are smaller than their problems. Rich people are excellent receivers. And this is one I always have to remember. Whenever, people would give me a gift or things that, oh, no, why did you not do that? Right? How many of you guys have ever done that? Right? Oh, no, you didn't have to do that. Oh my God, I learned this, and it made me realize that it was a poverty mindset. And here's the reason why. Somebody went through the trouble to get you a gift. Somebody went through the trouble to do something to help you. That was their internal blessing, to want to give, to want to help. And then you're like, no, you shouldn't have. Instead of saying, oh my God, thank you so much. This means so much to me. Receive it, appreciate it, show gratitude, right? Poor people are poor receivers, okay? Very small little tweak there. But again, rich people choose to get paid based on results. Poor people choose to get paid based on time. Rich people think both. Poor people think either or. Rich people focus on their net worth. Poor people just focus on their working income. Rich people manage their money well. Poor people mismanage their money well. It's proven over and over again. Somebody who's couldn't manage their money wins the lottery. Within 5 years, they're back to zero. Okay, rich people have their money work hard for them, right? Whether it's investing, learning, improving yourself. Poor people work hard for their money. I understand this. That's how my family was. My dad worked so hard. My uncle worked his entire life. It's 87 years now. His hands are gnarled up, could barely walk. Okay. At the end of the road, he worked so hard. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that, but he didn't work smart. Okay. Rich people act in spite of fear. Poor people let fear stop them. Rich people consistently learn and grow. Poor people think they already know. Okay. So what I want to ask you now is, from where we started to where we are, there's a little bit of a shift. Did you catch some things, right? Maybe you saw some thing that maybe, I can improve upon, right? So I want you to ask yourself again, how do I always live in a rich mindset? Okay. How do I overcome? How do I improve every day? All you have to do is improve by 1%. You improve by 1% every week. In 100 weeks, you've doubled your output, right? Look at things. Small changes can make all the difference. Small changes make big impacts, right? Something to think about. Now that we're here, we can have a crab feast, right? Started with crabs, let's end with a crab feast. Uncertainty or fear. And when I was doing this presentation, I reached out to Alicia and I asked her if she can give me a quote. We were talking about this, and she said, uncertainty is the compass that points you to growth. Let go of the known to discover all that's possible. Okay. And this is another one. I love quotes because they're so important to write these types of things down. And in those moments when you're facing obstacles, it kind of shifts your perspective. And this one is unknown, but I just loved it. I felt it was so perfect. Fear is a natural reaction, but it doesn't have to be your destination. Keep moving forward through the fog. Clarity and courage awaits. And the best investment you will ever make is in yourself. And that, of course, is Warren Buffett, who's one of the richest men in the world. So if I want to take advice from somebody, right, you should take advice from people, like we said, that are very successful or way more successful because they've been through this. They understand things. Okay. So my name is Michael Fompkin. This was the Rising Star Academy Millionaire Mindset series, Modeling and Acting Made Easy, the millionaire mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. And here is my quote for you guys. Yesterday has passed. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. Embrace it fully and move forward with grace. And I will turn this back over to Miss Deneen White, our beautiful host. And I will be back in a little bit with another presentation for you guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? Like, how many of you now are, first of all, craving some crabs? Because, you know, that's I was like, we have to go out to dinner. We need a crab dinner. But seriously, this is what I want to ask you guys. Like, how many of you are a little bit like shocked by the fact that there are only two things that are really holding you back: fear and uncertainty? And how many of you now know when you see them, you're gonna be like, oh, hold on, I know what you are. Nope, nope, nope. Because what we want to do over the course of the weekend is we want to give you the tools that you need to keep forging forward. How many of you want to move forward? If you want to move forward, type 1 or 1 in the comments. And how many of you now know that you have more tools than you did when you started? Because you know what, like, I once had a pastor who talked to me, and I would go into him, and I had a lot of trouble with the way I thought. My thoughts were always racing. My thoughts were never in the direction that I needed them to go. And he told me a story, and it radically changed my life. And I think it's going to help you guys too. So he told me, he was like, Deneen, you know, like, you keep coming in and like you have to control your thoughts, because in the Bible it says, as a man thinketh, so is he. Right. And I was like, that's so easy for you to say, like, like, how do you do that? And he told me a story that really helped tremendously. He said, okay, Deneen, let's think about this. You can't control the thoughts that go through your head. How many of you know, like, sometimes thoughts go through your head and you can't control the thoughts, right? But he said, think about it like this. Think about it like a bird. Okay, so imagine you're walking and you're standing, and then all of a sudden a bird lands on your head. You may not be able to control the bird landing on your head, but you can control whether or not you let it build a nest and roost in your hair. And I was like, oh, and he's like, that's just like your thoughts too. When you have a thought that comes into your head, you can entertain it, or you can say, nope, that is not who I am anymore. So what I want you guys to do is give yourself permission to say, nope, that is not who I am. Because you know what, this is a shift. Shifts happen, right? But they don't happen, like, it's not like if you're in a ship, right? And you're going forward, it can't just turn around and do like a 180 turn in 2 seconds, right? It's a process. And I want you to understand now, now you can recognize. How many of you, even as I'm talking, you're recognizing, oh, that maybe that's a little stinking thinking. That's something else you always said. That's some stinking thinking. Like, I want you guys to really give yourselves permission to control your thoughts, because the way that you think is who you're going to become. And the thing I love about Mike's presentation is that it hit every one of them. Every time I've heard that presentation a lot. Okay, not with the millionaire mindset. And every time he gives that presentation, it changes something in me too. So this is what I want to know in the comments. What was your biggest takeaway from what he said? What was his biggest takeaway from what he talked about? And what was your biggest shift? The crabs, right? Everyone wants crabs now. But what was your biggest shift? How many of you are like, not having fear, poor mindset and rich mindset? What, like, crabs in the bucket mindset, right? Hold on. Spiritual awakening, keep moving forward, success, all of it. Though your whole ship just shifted. Shelton did a 180 immediately. I love that. Mindset, the rich people, that all rich people think to help the rich. I don't understand that. I just have to trust my process. That is so true. You have to trust your process. Rich, we're throwing up dollar signs. I need to be a better receiver. Totally heard on that one. I'm like, no, why did you do that? Oh, because I want to bless you, right? You are who you hang with, right? Yeah, mindset and crabs. It's up to you to make right choices in your daily life for long-term goals. That is true. Every day, you have a choice of what you're going to do to achieve your goals. The more important function of money is creating wealth, not for consumption, to build a legacy. That is so true. It's about building wealth. It's about creating a legacy. Richard, staying focused, working hours for dollars, right? How many of you work, oh, you know what, I want to get paid for my time. You know, I've been here for 5 hours. I want to get paid. How many of you now are like, oh, wow, you know, I want to be that person who gets paid for results, right? That's a huge shift, right? How many of you would prefer to get paid for results? The tips to control fear. I love that. That's great. Habits and consistency, mindset to keep forward, all of the above, that we're in control of everything. How awesome is it to have the knowledge that you are in control? How many of you always have been taught, oh, you can't control your personality. That's just who you are. How many of you have ever been told that? My mom used to, that's just who you are. Okay, well, that's not true. I mean, it can be if you want, like, look down at your feet for a moment. Do you see roots? No, because you're a human. You can keep moving. You can always go. Always think about that too. Like, you're not stuck where you are. Unless you're a tree. Like, I have trees outside of my window. They literally can't get up and walk. But you're a human being. You have the ability to change. The saying about yesterday and today, right? Keep a piece of moving forward. I think finding out what the 95% is doing and do not do that, but find out what the 5% is doing and do that. I love that, Maricela. That's a great point. Like, you have to study when you're studying, you want to study people that are more successful. You want to study people who are where you want to be. So do you want to study someone who has reached a point where they're leaving a legacy? Or do you want to like keep studying the people around you? You're only competing against your future self. I'll never forget that. Don't work for money, have money work for you. Yeah, how many of you want your money to work for you? You want to earn that compounding interest. Keep moving forward. Don't entertain yourself, educate yourself, right? I want all of you to take, not right now, but throughout the day, I want you to take stock of how many hours do you spend on TikTok? How many hours do you spend on watching TV? And are you watching it productively, or are you just doing it because you don't want to think? Or you know what, let me shift that a little bit too. What are you watching when you're watching TikTok? Like, I'll admit, I have a horse farm that I watch, and I'm really enjoying watching the horses grow up, okay? We all have our little moments. But the more of what I spend my time doing is I'm watching Tony Robbins, I'm watching Simon Sinek, I'm watching people on TikTok who are giving me nuggets that I can start applying to my life, right? Yeah, water will take the path of least resistance. We talk about that all the time. The best investment you can make is in yourself. How many of you have invested in yourselves? Raise your hands. Guess what? You're doing that right now. By being on this call, you're investing time. But how many of you have actually made an investment in yourself? I want you to think about that. Today is a gift and tomorrow is a mystery. I love that. Work smarter, not harder, right? Yeah, Mike was talking about his dad being a hard worker. My dad was one of the hardest workers I've ever known. I mean, to this day, he'll be 70 in a couple of weeks. He's still out there mowing the lawn. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop. Get people to help you with these things, right? Don't entertain yourself, educate yourself, be a better receiver. Yep, be a better receiver. You guys took a lot of ways. So let me ask you a question. I love all of the takeaways. I'm too hyper to stay in one spot. Me too. That's why it's crazy that I like stand up. I'm normally like all over, like I'm walking around pacing. That's who I am too. Said I couldn't accomplish anything because of my illness. Nope, that isn't true. You can. Working hard on yourself and what you want, not what everyone else wants. Let me ask you guys a question now. You've all had a shift. You've all had aha moments with the last presentation. What are you going to start applying? How are you going to start applying the information that you've gotten? Write that in the comments. Like, what is one thing you're going to start doing today that maybe you didn't do yesterday? Maybe you're going to start reading. Catch My Poor Mindset. Education over entertainment, right? Reading books. How many of you live in a town with a library? Even if you don't want to buy the books, you can go borrow books. Read more, invest in myself, continue to keep learning, which I enjoy. Daily affirmations, that's a good one. Who reads anymore? That's silly, I know. Crazy town. Building a legacy, right? How are you going to start building that legacy? Celebrate others. Thank you. Who said that? Christina Daly. Thank you. This is something that I don't understand. How much does it cost you to celebrate someone else? Cost you buckus. But let's talk about this. It costs you absolutely nothing to celebrate someone else. It costs you nothing to click like on a post or just to call someone and say, oh my God, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. But think about the return on the investment that you get when you celebrate someone else. And have you guys ever thought about that? What do you get back by celebrating others? You know what you get back? Put it in the comments. What do you get back from celebrating others? Love, you get joy. You have other people celebrating you. Reciprocity. Thank you, Tarika. I love that. Yeah, you get reciprocity. Because this is what I want you guys to think about. And I'm going to be introducing speakers throughout the course of the rest of the weekend. I want you to think about this. If you were one of the speakers here on this call, and I were going to introduce you, how would you want people to receive you? I'm going to say that again. If I were introducing you, Ada Cruz, if I were introducing you as our next speaker, would you want people to be like, oh, turning off my camera now? Or would you want people to like, yeah, we're so excited to see you. How do you want to be received? So now, through the course of the rest of the weekend, now that can we all agree we're going to celebrate one another? Put a 1 or 1 in the comments. 1 or 1 in the comments. So what I want you to think about is when I introduce the next speaker, how are you going to receive them? I want you to receive them the way that you want to be received. Okay? Let's practice. Everyone, we're going to introduce a new speaker. Let's celebrate. Oh, Maricel, your faces, that was awesome. All right, but that's what I want you guys, you're like, that's how I celebrate too. Oh, by the way, we have to talk about Zoom pictures. We'll talk about that later. But no, I want you guys to think about that. What I want you to do is I want you to, as we're going into our next presentation, which I see Michael Flanagan back on here. I think he's about ready to start his next presentation. But what I want you guys to do is I want you to receive him and every one of our speakers on a go forward basis with the enthusiasm that you want to receive back. You're not doing it for that return, but one day you'll get that return. Okay. So are you guys ready to, let's see here. Are you guys ready to talk about some modeling? I need to see some excited faces. Hold on. I'm going to put you on gallery. Are you guys ready to hear from Michael Funkin and learn some more about modeling? Yes or yes? Come on now. Let me see the excitement. All right, guys. Give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Funkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I missed you guys. See, I haven't been gone that long and I'm back. Boy, oh boy. So I was just looking at the schedule for today. You guys, I'm gonna go over what type of model you qualify for, especially for everybody who's brand new. It's an important presentation because there's always a lot of misconceptions about the industry. And for those of you who've heard it before, it's great to really understand it because it just elevates your knowledge on how the industry works, and it just makes you such a better mentor for people who are new to the industry. After I'm speaking, Haviland's going to be up, Stillwell. Whew, you guys are going to be in for a super treat. Haviland, for those of you who are in our RSA program and get to work with her every week and just started working with her, give me a 101 how much you guys love Haviland. Like she is phenomenal. I know some of our talent had the opportunity to actually get to work with her live in person. We did a power lunch in Hollywood just a few weeks ago. We were in Miami, and right before that, our talent were in Hollywood, and they had a power lunch, and Haviland was one of the guests there, and it was really great. Like there's nothing cool. I couldn't make it, unfortunately. But I'm so looking forward to the one we have. We have one coming up in New York just in a few months. But she's going to blow you guys. I don't want to ruin anything or take anything away, but you guys, you're in for such a treat with her. Then from there, we're doing Discover the Secret, Acting DNA, Transform from Actor to Detective, Seeking Truths, Hiding in Plain Sight. That's actually going to be a breakdown. We're going to learn how to do script analysis today. So for those of you who are pursuing a career in acting, I'm going to go through script analysis. That's really a powerful learning thing for whether even from a model to really understand how scripts are done. I can guarantee you after this training, you're going to look at TV, movies, books completely differently. Like you're really going to have an understanding of how storylines are created. Phenomenal presentation. Then at 3:30, we have the VIP Pass Experience Fashion Week front row live from New York City with Ryan Colby and special guest. For those of you who don't know who Ryan is, he has over a 40-year career in the industry. He's one of the most powerful, influential agents in New York and Hollywood. I've known him now for over 20 years. Former art director of Vogue magazine, but he's like a character. Like he should have his own reality TV show. So you guys, for those of you who haven't gotten a chance to meet Ryan Colby yet, get prepared. Here's literally like a television reality show character. He's really cool. You never know what to expect. It's a completely unexpected. But the one thing we will know is he will have great skin. So be prepared for that. And he will have great skin. And if we are lucky, he might be willing to share how he got such fabulous skin today. Can't guarantee it, but he might be willing to share it. Right. And then from there, this is going to be a really, then we're going to do Model Garage, which is going to be, it's a really fun experience. For those of you who've never been through it, Ryan and Alicia kind of pull people from the audience. You get the volunteers, so don't get scared. Like, oh, we're going to get picked on. No. We're not, that's tomorrow. Today's nice and easy. Today, you don't have to perform from stage. Tomorrow might be a little bit different. But he'll go through like where he sees you qualify in the industry and so forth. So it's a really great experience to really get like a perspective of somebody who's done this for, decades of their life. And then after that, we're doing something really special. It's called Cash Flow on Set, Income Ideas to Support Your Acting and Modeling Career. This one here, I guarantee, is going to change your life. Like this, wherever you have to do today, whatever it is, okay? Do not miss this one. If your house is on fire, like literally call the fire department, go outside, wait for them and watch this on your phone. Like literally do not miss this whatsoever. And then of course, we'll wrap up the day with Unstoppable Momentum, Destined to Greatness. And we're having a big surprise reveal at the end of the day. Alicia and Deneen will be going over that with you guys. You do not want to miss that also. And this is just day one. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of go over that with you for those of you who might have just jumped on the call. And then tomorrow, of course, we'll go over tomorrow a little bit later today. But everything we're doing today, tomorrow we 10x it. Like when I tell you this is going to be the best boot camp weekend ever, this is going to be the best boot camp weekend ever. But I'm in a great mood today. So let me get started with my presentation just because I want to respect your time and everyone's time. Plus, Haviland will be coming on shortly. So I want to make sure that we keep everything running according to schedule. Live events, you got to stay on the clock, right? You got to stay on the clock. So let me share my screen here. All right, here we go. Okay, everyone should be able to see my screen. Okay, good. Diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Okay, obviously the world has changed. We can all agree with that. The world's always consistently changing with trends, perspectives, how people interact with each other. And we spoke about this earlier. And obviously you have to have a new mindset, right? You have to have a new mindset to be able to get new results. In today's modeling industry, TV and film, it's all about diversity, okay? In today's industry, it's about diversity. It's about different types, different looks, different ages, different demographics, different ethnicities, different religious backgrounds, right? If you went back 5-10 years ago, the industry was very one-sided. But in today's world, it's like unlimited opportunities because of the growth of the different media outlets. There's so many streaming networks and the internet and social media, online commerce, e-commerce. I want you guys to understand and take a step back and, kind of take off your talent hat and put on your business hat and realize you're a part of a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar industry for advertising and commerce. Okay. And it all begins with appealing to that person, right? Ads are designed to appeal to a person, right? If I'm selling for a bank, right? A bank wants to do a commercial. They're not going to have a kid right? Being the president of the bank. They're going to have somebody with maturity, somebody who's older, right? So realize, like, I want you by the end of this presentation to start seeing advertising differently. I want you to look past the ad and start thinking to yourself, whoa, here, there's all these different ads, all these different people and ages. Location doesn't matter, guys. Age doesn't matter, right? The world's changed. Okay, we're here today. This 3 years ago would have been like an impossible thought, having people from all over the world streaming in from Fashion Week, right? It wouldn't have been something we were doing, but the world's changed how things are done now. It's all about what makes you unique. Okay, we have a mother agency that we represent. We started this about going to be now 3 years. But we represent talent. You guys will learn about this. You'll learn for the people we work with. We become their mother agent. What that means is we help develop them. We get them placed with larger agencies. We get them out there working, right? We show them the right direction. We work with a variety of talent. You know, there are lots of agencies. You know, the first thing is asking yourself, it's not so much about finding an agent, but how do you become the person an agency wants to work with, right? And then understanding what type of agencies there are. There are boutique agencies, some that just specialize in high fashion, some that specialize in commercial print, some that specialize in voiceover. There's so many little nuances to this industry, understanding rights of usage, understanding how contracts are done. Like, clients don't work with talent. Clients work with agents and managers because they handle all the negotiations. They handle all that. And our goal for Truth Management is not only to be recognized and being able to represent a wide variety of talent, but it's also to protect and nurture careers, right? We call ourselves the fearless rebels. You'll learn about that tomorrow, what that actually means to be a fearless rebel, right? And we handle all different types of talent. Not only do we represent models and actors and commercial and so forth, children, right? We also represent speakers. We have a phenomenal speakers bureau. We currently represent some of the biggest speakers in the world. So we're moving into representing people as production assistants, people representing people that are writing books. Okay, there's so much opportunity out there, right? We always look forward. We always say, what more can we do? How more can we serve? How can we better the people we work with? How can we give them more opportunities? Okay. So, but let's go back to what we're supposed to be talking about. Let's stay on track here. Now, here's an interesting thing. Most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong answer. So if I go up to a person who's outside of the industry, okay, and I say, describe to me what the average model looks like, this is always the answer I get. They always will say, well, they're tall, they're thin. They usually always say female, and they always say they walk the runways of Paris and Milan, New York City. They live this glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. And what they're talking about is one segment of the industry called high fashion, okay? So let's talk about the definition of high fashion. So for high fashion models, so for females, so we're talking about New York Fashion Week. We're talking about Paris, Milan, the recognized brands and designers. We're not talking about like a small little show in Ohio, right? That's not high fashion. We're talking about high fashion. So tall, slender, and unique-looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement, okay? And we're going to discuss this in a moment, why this is. Why are there exact measurements? I don't get it, right? I'm going to explain to you. For males, on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11", 6'2", and fit into a 40R jacket, okay? Here's the interesting thing. Even though I ask people describe the average model, people will always talk about high fashion, right? That's what comes to their mind, right? From the media, from TV, from the shows. In reality, high fashion is the smallest segment of the industry. It actually accounts for a little less than 10% of the entire industry, okay? Now, the reason why high fashion models have very specific measurements is when you're a designer and you're producing clothing, the clothing you're producing for a show, they're normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor-intensive to produce, which means they're very expensive, Okay. So by having a set standard, I can make the clothing. I can produce the clothing without the model being there. Call up an agency in New York, right? New York Fashion Week's going on right now as we speak, right? And I can say, I need 10 girls and 10 guys for my show. When the models show up, because the agency already knows the measurements, these are the models that are in that category, the clothing will fit the clothing will fit the models with very little alterations. Okay. So now when that show, which will be done next week in New York, is done, the designers, they take the clothing, they fold them up, and now they ship the clothing to Paris, right? Because now we start moving forward towards Paris Fashion Week. In Paris, now when the designer arrives and he shows up and he calls an agency in Paris or London, let's say Storm, and London's a great agency that we work with, and they say, okay, great, we need 10 guys and 10 girls. When the models show up in Paris, the clothing will fit the models in Paris the same way it fits the models in New York, the same way it will fit the models in London, New York, Paris, Milan, so forth and so forth around the globe. So at the end of the day, when you take out the glitz and the glamour, the models are just walking hangers, okay? Here's another interesting fact. Less than 2% of the world's population will qualify to be a high fashion model. Okay, that means 98% of the world does not qualify. They don't have these measurements. And here's another interesting fact. In order to be a high fashion model, you have to have what's called unique and striking looking features. What that really means, the definition of that from an agent standpoint or from a client is they want the model to not be overly good looking. They don't want, here's the reason why. The reason they're tall and thin is because usually the runway is elevated, or even if it's at eye level, the clothing just fits perfectly. It's like a hanger, and you're just seeing the clothing. You want the buyers. When you go to a show, it's buyers. Like there are not tickets for sale for fashion shows, right? They're by invitation only, because a show could be 10 minutes long and it costs $1 million. Designers, they're investing millions and millions of dollars into fashion shows because they want the press and the media for the world to see their clothing. They don't want the world to see the model. Very important. Now, yes, there are models that rise out, become a Tyson Beckford, become a Claudia Schiffer, a Cindy Crawford, right? Tyra Banks. Here's an interesting thing. When I say people name some high fashion models, they'll always say those names: Tyson Beckford, Claudia Schiffer, Tyson Beckford, Tyra Banks. I'm like, when were those models around? They're like, oh, I don't know. Well, like try like the 80s and the 90s. They're like 30 years ago. So in today's market, you don't say, I say, well, name some top models from today, right? Maybe you can name the Kardashians or people like that. But again, they become brands. So do understand the average model. It's a very short-lived career for high fashion, okay? Usually by the age of 21, they're retiring, okay? It's less than 2% of the world's population qualify. And they're not really you can't be overly good looking, okay? This is how the high fashion industry works. Like, so at the end of the day, and there's not a lot of money to be made in it. Like designers do not pay a lot. Like they really do not. It's a very hard industry to be in. Now, so that's high fashion editorial. Let's talk about another segment. So that's what the average person. Now, this is what most people, now, if you ask me, well, Mike, what do you think the average model looks like? I'm going to like, I don't know. It depends upon the client. Who's the client, right? Is it Coca-Cola? Is it Burger King? So the concept is what's called commercial print. So this is now the second area of modeling. Commercial print is like magazines, billboards, catalogs. So when you see an ad like this, right, that you're looking at, this is like a stock photo. You see the mom, the baby, the dad. This can be used for a paternity ward, for a maternity ward, for a hospital. Maybe this is being used for some type of prenatal care, right? They can slap a logo on this, or about family, whatever. It could be even for religion, right? It could be for lots of things. It could be a dozen products can be put onto this, right? So commercial print is going to be your largest segment of the industry. This is 80% of the industry, okay? As I was when Deneen was talking before, and I was going through the people that were on camera, because I always do this for Ryan too. Ryan will do this. When they ask you to be on camera, that's one of the reasons you should keep your camera on. We do have agents and so forth and casting people coming on here, and they go through it. They literally, they scroll through, right? I can see Salon's looking very devastating today, right? I see Marissa, right? Is that how I say it? Did I say that right? There we go. Good. I see Ada's on, right? And Ryan Clapman's on. Hey, Ryan, how are you? So again, we were seeing Leah just was disappeared, but now she's back, right? And I will call everybody out during the day, but these are the people that just are in front of me. So, but for everyone that was on camera, you guys would all qualify for commercial print. So this is going to be the area of the industry that's going to be your strongest point. The great news is you're in the largest segment of the industry. This means whether there's the most work that's going to be available. So the textbook definition of commercial models work many different jobs, right? Print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, much more. You guys recommend this from the Zesty guy from the ads. Remember the craft Zesty, and his shirt would catch on fire. He's one of Ryan's models. I went to a Yankee game with him. He's really cool to hang out. Me and Allie was there. We all went to see a Yankee game together. Really cool guy, really nice guy. So there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile, right? So when you see these ads, you see these, you come home and you got that big pile of catalogs and all those mailers that are sent to you. The people you see on those are commercial print models, right? You could have somebody who was so excited. They're like, I just landed my big job. It's going out to like 1 million homes. I'm so excited. Everyone in the world's going to see me. You come home, you pick up the mail. You're like, oh, junk mail. You throw it in the garbage. You just threw somebody's dreams in the garbage. How dare you, right? Okay. No, it's understandable. So again, right, catalogs, these are commercial print models. So you can see different age ranges, different looks, different ethnicities, and so forth. Okay. In today's world, different backgrounds, right? Different types of relationships. It's no longer just a husband and wife, but it can be a husband and a husband, a wife and a wife, mixed ethnicities. Now you see that 10 years ago, the industry wasn't this way. Okay. This is great news because now there's so much opportunity for kids. There's always opportunity for kids. The most important thing for kids is the parents. Right? Because when a child's working in the industry, there are things that the parent will have to do. They'll have to be on set with them. They have to set up a trust fund. They have to set up what's called a Coogan account, right? A trust fund. So when a child's on an episode, I'll do Stranger Things, right? The kids on Stranger Things, they get $350,000 an episode. So each episode, those kids are getting $350,000. The money's not actually going to the child, right? Child can't set up a bank account. And it's actually not going quite to the parents. It's going to a trust fund for the child when they turn 18. Now, does that mean that you're locking the money away and you can't spend it? No, you can spend it, but it has to be spent towards a child's career or things that would better the career. So if dad decided, well, I think my son, he's 7 years old. I think he needs a new yacht. No, that's not, no. So that's why they have trust funds set up. So when a child turns 18, I thought that was funny. I'm preparing for the big improv comedy weekend we have coming up next week. So oh my God, for those of you who are going to be a part of that next weekend, if you get the offer or you're already on the list, do not miss it. We have some of the best, funniest comedians. Oh my God, it is going to be beyond amazing weekend. So it's not open to the public. So if you're on that list, if you're interested in how to get on that list, we'll talk about that tomorrow, but it's going to be really funny. So, and again, commercial print, this is Christine H, right? She's actually a production assistant. She's a certified production assistant with our company. She also does yoga. She's an international speaker. She's a model. She's an actress. She's currently working with the NFL, setting up a foundation. Her husband died early. He was a former professional NFL player. She's a powerful, amazing woman with the kindest heart, right? She's a commercial print, right? That's a part of her life. That's a part of who she is. Okay, so she can play the mom, she can play the aunt, the sister, she can play the military person, the yoga instructor, the international speaker, the doctor, the lawyer. Okay, so it's about versatility. It's recognizing not only what the person can play, the different types of roles. So when you're doing this and you're trying to get an agent, you're breaking into the industry, you got to think about what are the roles I can play? What are the what kind of versatility do I have? Because in this world, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. The world's changed, right? It's all about what makes you unique. Okay, here's an ad, Australian company. Here's a person in her 70s, right? Holding a shotgun. She has an agent. She has a manager. She has a portfolio. She's being submitted out on castings or auditions, right? This is the client hired the casting company to hire the talent for this ad. This is what they felt appealed to their demographic market, right? Is your property manager a grumpy cow? Relax. Nice ones do exist. Obviously, some type of rental company. Here's AARP. Gorgeous African-American woman, middle-aged, right? She's got the gray in her hairs, right? She's just at that point where she may be turning 55 or she's 50 and over. So AARP, this is like they're now advertising, right? For people to join their memberships, for people who are retired, okay? So again, but she could play. So for this ad, she's appealing to that demographic. She's appealing to that woman who's turning 50, who's thinking about her future, but she's still young and vibrant and happy, right? That's what they wanted. That was probably the breakdown that the agency got, okay? So the agency went to their database and they found the people who matched this client's request, submitted it over, she got chosen, and here she is. Her ad is running worldwide, or at least nationally here in the United States. But she can be, tomorrow, she can play a mom, a grandmother. She can play a military captain. She can play a doctor, a lawyer, a housewife, right? There's lots of roles she can play. She has very good versatility in her look. Again, commercial print. Here's for e-commerce, right? So e-commerce is going to be negotiated differently by your agency versus a print publication. It's going to be negotiated for a print publication differently. Is it just showing in your local market, or is it being shown internationally? Is it being shown nationally? We've had talent that have done Super Bowl ads. We've had talent that have done Pepsi, ads for Pepsi shown during the World Series. So your agency negotiates different rates based upon that. E-commerce it's going to just be shown online. So this is why having an agent or a manager is very important. Clients aren't going to negotiate with talent. If you're struggling, I can tell you that's the reason why. You're not signed and you're not seeing the opportunities because they're not being offered to you. It's like there are literally hundreds of them, but they're on the other side of that invisible wall that you may not even know exists. And you can see here again, multiple ethnicities inside the ad, okay? And this is here you can see for Gap, okay? Here's Sid. Sid is phenomenal. She's a part of our inner circle. So was Christine that I just showed you earlier. She's part of our inner circle. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent that we represent. Sid worked for the city of Philadelphia her entire life. The age of 60, she decided to retire, and she decided at that point to pursue her dreams. She's now been in probably over a dozen movies, television shows. She works consistently. She's shot and worked in cities such as New York, LA, Phoenix, Miami, Orlando. She is such a beautiful soul to work with. Like you can see it in her pictures, but you can also see by her headdress, she has a different religious background. Okay. That appeal, clients love that, right? She's always the first one on set. She's always willing to help. She's always willing to be involved. With things like she's only 5'3", right? But yet she's working, she's doing this. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. And there's so many different roles she can play, and she leans into that, right? She's the one who always gets those calls because one job turns into 2, turns into 4, turns into 8. Because when you make a great impression, everyone talks about it, right? When you're on set and you're working with the photographer, the makeup artist, the casting director, the production assistant, the grip, all these different people, they're like, oh my God, I love Sid. Like everyone always says they love Sid, right? If you've worked with Sid, you're a part of our company. Type a 1 and a 1 in the comments. I want everyone else that's new here to see how great is Sid to work with, okay? Let me see, let me check. Boom, right? Boom, 1, 1, 1, right? See, there you go, okay? So again, having a great personality, leaning into being positive. Sid she always never makes excuses. She always overcomes any obstacle. And she lives in Philadelphia, and she's always consistently working in New York. So she's up at the crack of dawn, right? To make sure she's on set on time. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, catalogs. I want you guys tonight
when you're watching TV and you're seeing commercials, or, you know, those magazines lying about your house, or if you're going out tonight and you see a billboard, start seeing the person in the ad. Look past that. Start seeing the diversity that's actually out there. Okay. The reason why I know this, we've been doing this now for 17 plus years. We started with a small little tiny office in Philadelphia. We used to do local events. Our whole goal was to help aspiring and up and coming talent meet with the decision makers. People could snap their fingers, change their life in 30 seconds or less. And that one pure idea has turned into us now winning 38 awards. We've won 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. So we put our money where our mouth is. We invest consistently. We invest in software. We invest in Broadway shows. We currently have a movie we've invested in, executive producers of a movie called Target. It's available on Apple iTunes and Apple Streaming and Amazon and all the streaming services and so forth. It'll be coming to Netflix next year, so it'll be available everywhere. You know, but we've done amazing things, and we've learned very early on to be able to work with the best people is what changes your life the fastest. Right at the very, very beginning, we made mistakes. We made decisions that we worked with the wrong people, and it cost us time. Right, the money doesn't matter; it cost us time. But you know what? We've always faced into being positive. We've always overcome. Right? You know, people always say, "Oh my God, you guys are so lucky." It's nothing to do with luck, right? Or you guys are like an overnight success story. Yeah, it took us 17 years to become an overnight success story. Remember that. And here's a great thing: the people you'll meet in the industry, they will all tell you that same story. They'll all tell you the obstacles, the things they've overcome. So if you're going through that right now, okay, congratulations, because that means you're on the right track. That means you're in the right place. Okay, again, billboards. Okay. Here's some shots. It's for a Korean clothing company. This is some of Ryan's models that he works with. This was shot in New York. So these ads didn't run in the United States. They ran in Korea. Okay, for a clothing line based in Korea. Okay, again, some more examples. These were shot in New York. Okay, here's a great example. This is James Johnson. He actually started with us a few years ago. He lived in a town in South Dakota. South Dakota. He lived in a small town in South Dakota. Like this, I've never been there, but when he tells the story, it's so funny. He worked as a barista, and he's like, my town is so small. There's only one traffic light in the entire town. Okay. He came to New York City, met with Ryan. Ryan wound up signing him. He wound up walking for some of the biggest designers in the world. This is a few years ago. From there, he transitioned. He went from living in a small town to then moving to New York. From New York, built up a career as a model, a top model, did international work. And then from there, he transitioned because he kind of started getting a little bit older, transitioned to Hollywood. He's now a writer, an actor. He's working on his own screenplays. Like his whole world changed. And like he came from a very hard background. Like his father was like imprisoned for like 30 years. Like he had to struggle. Like this is not somebody who had it easy. Like everything in the world that you can think of why he wouldn't be successful, he was labeled with a loser, nobody, not known. People made fun of him. His father was in prison. Like, you know, his mother was gone out of his life. Like every excuse in the world, he overcame it and he changed his life. Okay. Here's Mike Trash. He's also one of our inner circle. He is a filmmaker, a producer, a writer, an actor, comedian, a podcast host, formerly with the WWE, professional wrestler. Okay. He is phenomenal. He has the personality of such energy, enthusiasm. He's funny, well-spoken, and he leans into his character. He's done everything from playing the monster in films and doing short films to playing like the murderer, to playing the guy getting killed, right? He's that character. He can play all those roles, the uncle, the dad, you know, the neighbor who's coming to get you, right? The police sergeant, right? You can play the criminal boss, you know, underworld boss. Like there's all these different characters and he leans into that. right? And it's hard for me to kind of describe all his characters because I love him so much. He's such a beautiful soul, such a beautiful person. For those of you, again, if you got to work with Mike Trash on set anywhere, type a 1-on-1 in the comment if he's not so helpful. He's like such a mentor to our talent. He's always giving advice and being inspiring. He's always sharing and celebrating other people's successes. Okay. Tony. Okay. Tony Aguilera, phenomenal success story. Just again, also our inner circle. Started with us just probably over a year ago. Came out to Hollywood, got signed with one of the biggest agencies in Hollywood. He was just with us in Miami. Phenomenal. He's a nurse. His background's a nurse, right? Just to let you know. He looks like James Bond, right? Background is in nursing, okay? But yet he could play those roles. He can play that Latino gang member or that Italian capo, right? But he can also play a lawyer, a doctor, a politician, right? He can play the henchman. There's so many roles, so many opportunities for him. He's, again, a super success story. He's a musician. He writes his own music. We did a private after party at our event. We rented out a whole rooftop in Miami, right at sunset, right? We had one of the founding members of Public Enemy was there. We had a living legend as a DJ. I'm not, for those of you that were at that party, that DJ, just so you guys know, she is a legend in the Miami area. It was just so magical, right? And, Tony was there. We got to talk and spend time with each other. And again, it's about family. It's about getting to know the people you want to work with, enjoying their company, being inspired by them. It's not just about inspiring people, but being inspired in their success. One of the things we always live by is we want people to be our next success story, right? That's one of our strong whys as a company. You guys should recognize that one gentleman, that voice, right, from the insurance commercials. But again, age doesn't matter. 2 different levels, 2 different ages, right? But still successful. Right? Geico ads, right? Commercial print again. The mom, the dad, the kid, the dog, right? The star of the ads, the insurance company, right? Here's Flo, right? From Progressive. You guys should all recognize Flo, but do you know who Flo is? Right? How many guys want to be in the industry? And you're like, who's Flo? I don't know. Doesn't she Flo? No, she's not Flo. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. She actually has started her career as wanting to be stand-up comedy. She actually went to one of the finest comedy schools in Chicago. She invested in her career. She invested in her training, her mentoring. Okay. And we'll talk about her in a moment, but that's her without her makeup and her hair, right? Probably, I would say if she walked past you anywhere, you probably wouldn't even recognize her without her little flow hat going on and her little outfit. She would walk right past you. She would just blend right in, right? Here's Jesse Hyman, one of our speakers, one of our talent we work with. He's considered the world's greatest actor. He's been in over 100 movies. Several of them have won Academy Awards. He was in the Super Bowl ad with Bar Raphael, the supermodel. He got to kiss her in the ad, right? But most people would consider him the geek, the nerd, the kid that got beat up in school. But he leaned into that character. He leaned into that, being that personality. And now he's consistently working every day. He's been in multiple Academy Award winning movies. He was in The Social Network. He was one of the Bootcamp members in oh my God, I forget the name of the movie. Oh yeah, American Pie. Like literally we see him like every day. Like there's not a single TV show on like HBO or NBC. Dozens and dozens of TV shows and films consistently working because he leaned into that character. And now every time they need that geeky, nerdy guy, he gets the role, hands down. He has a documentary on him called The World's Greatest Extra. He's got his own documentary. Okay. Again, it's mindset. Mindset is everything. I can teach you the tools, the techniques. I can sign you to the agency, but at the end of the day, you have to have the mindset to understand how the industry works. Let's talk about Flo. Right? I couldn't even cut and paste her entire resume. It just went on and on. This is all the work she's done before she became Flo. Okay. Consistently. She was on Mad Men for 5 episodes, Caveman, Mike Tyson's Mystery, the Goldbergs, one of our talent that we work with. She's also one of the stars of the Goldbergs. Right. So she's done all these things. Right. And look at this, like Flo's Progressive Salary. Stephanie Courtney earns $1 million per year playing Flo from Progressive in the commercials. Typically, when an actor portrays a character for a long time, they end up negotiating a direct deal with the brand outside of the typical SAG-AFTRA union pay scales. They also get a pay bump for being the official spokesperson. Residuals, which means she gets paid every time the commercial runs for current commercial airings, and an exclusive buyout. That means that they'll pay her a lump sum, so she gets paid up front, right, from taking other jobs. So that means she can't work for another insurance company, but they'll pay her for that privilege because she kind of represents the brand now. When you add it all up, someone like Stephanie Courtney likely earns at least $2 million per year. Her new contract is up to $5 million. So this is outdated now. She's making $5 million per year with everything. Okay. Her agent just called her one day. She was, like I said, she was studying to be a stand-up comic. She was doing comedy. Obviously she's doing all kinds of guest roles on TV shows and building her career. And they said, hey, do you want to do a commercial for an insurance company? She could have said, no, you know what? I'm too good for that. I don't want to be an insurance. No, she didn't. What did she say? She said yes. She looked at the reasons why this was good at her career. She didn't make excuses. Well, I'm tired. I'm this or that. No. And it changed her whole life, right? It just takes one person, one opportunity, one snap of a finger for your whole life to change. But guess what? She's always moving forward. You can see that. She was always moving. Now, do you think that she had bad days? Do you think she had things she had to overcome? Of course she did. How do I know that? Because we all do. It's a part of life, okay? Promotional modeling, another category. Promotional modeling is live modeling, trade shows, boat shows, events, right? So it's like doing hair shows, sporting events. We work with one of the largest companies for promotional modeling. They handle all the NFL games, all the MLB games, NHL games, right? It's promoting products. It's just not about always being the Budweiser girl, but it's like working at trade shows. Actually, one of the girls he works with, she's an official promotional model for Porsche. She earns over $100,000 a year, part-time, as a promotional model for Porsche. And every year she's flown out to like Italy and she gets to test drive and learn all about the cars. So when she's at events, she's a walking encyclopedia of knowledge on Porsche. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like if I could be flown out to Italy and spend 2 months living in Italy, learning about Porsche and driving on their test track and then coming back and like being an expert. I used to work in the watch industry. I'm like a walking encyclopedia on watches. Okay. So like, it's really cool. And it's so interesting to learn the history. So when you're a promotional model, you get to learn the history of products about the company because you're the representative of that company. Okay. Fitness, right? Another subdivision of commercial print. Fitness is huge business. Okay. Nike, right, will come to mind. But what I want you to think about is all the online brands you see, supplements, clothing lines, the Lululemons, right? It's a $1 trillion worldwide industry. Everyone knows the top brands, but there is so much competition in this area. Competition is great because competition means they need more talent. So if you're fit or this is something you love, exercise and health, huge opportunity. 3 biggest businesses in the world fall under health, wealth, or relationships. If you think about every business kind of falls under that, right? Even food industry will fall under health to some degree because if you're not eating, you're not going to be around for too long. So these are huge industries, huge industries. Perv, plus size, huge multi-billion-dollar industry, whether it's TV, film, print, acting. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Commercial print is so much, and these are subdivisions of commercial print. Okay, kids are always going to work. Again, it's understanding the aspect of the relationship with the parent. Are both parents on board? Do the parents have trust funds set up? Is mom or dad able to be on set? Right? There's lots of little moving parts there, but they're easily solvable. And does a kid want to do it? Right? There are times where mom really wants it, but the child doesn't so much. Right? Is the child doing good in school? Right? Because if you're going to be on set and you're signed to a $350,000 an episode, show like Stranger Things, you still have to go to school, right? But you're going to have a private tutor on set. Most kids who work in the industry, actually, when you sit down with them, they're actually way ahead of kids in school. Like, and I think a lot of it has to do with they're getting private tutoring on set. They're being surrounded by very professional people, so they wind up becoming very well spoken. But again, it's a choice a parent has to make. Does a child enjoy doing this? Right? There's a lot of long hours, a lot of hard work. Right? It's fun, it's exciting, but there's a lot of downtime. When you watch a 30-second commercial, that could be like 18, 19 hours of filming time to get something down to a 30-second commercial. So a lot of that time is downtime, placing lighting, setting up the sets, right? We just did a certification for production assistants in Miami. One of the main focuses was learning just how to set up lighting. Ada was there, right? That was fun. Right? Got to learn that. And it was helpful for the models and the actors too, to be able to see behind the scenes, to be able to learn about how sets are created, how productions are run, right? We had models on there and photographers and makeup artists, and learning the whole 360 degrees about the industry. The more you can know about the industry you want to be in, you want to like just be ravageous with learning and knowledge and just absorbing everything you can. Be that sponge, right? Absorb as much as you can. Again, commercial print, different ethnicities. See the lady on the right, right? Could be for receptionists. You could be playing a role of President of the United States. You could play president of a CEO of a company, vice president, right? Again, commercial print. Again, it's different looks, different ethnicities, and so forth. It's 2023, right? Year's almost over. It's September. We're heading into October. There's only a few months left. Pretty soon it's going to be 2024. The world's changed, and it's going to keep changing. Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique, right? And, one of the people we work with, one of our partners is Tony Robbins. Some of you guys might be familiar with him. We've had the opportunity to work with him very closely together for events, travel the world with him. And people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're just doing something differently than everyone else. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And over the next 2 days, you guys are going to have the opportunity to work with us, right? For us to be able to work with you. This whole 2 days is about us learning about you, seeing who's here, who's paying attention, who's on time, who's interactive, right? And it starts off as a dream, right? But when you schedule something, you're taking action. And taking action is what pushes you forward. Okay? Again. My name is Michael Fompkin. This was Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, the framework. What type of model are you? From where we started a few minutes ago, 30, 40 minutes ago, do you see yourself now? Do you fit into high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child? Put it in the comments, right? Maybe you fit into more than one category, and that's great. But what I want you guys to realize, you're going through a transformation already because you're learning about the industry. You're seeing things from a different perspective. You're leaning into that rich mindset. My name is Michael Fompkin, and I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen White. And I will see you guys later today. Stay tuned. We got a full packed day today for you guys. All right, guys. Thank you. Bye.
How awesome was that presentation? How many of you guys now know what type of modeling you qualify for? At the beginning, some of you are like, I have no idea, Deneen. What are you even talking? Modeling? I don't want to be a model. So talk to me. How many of you, what type of modeling do you qualify for? And how awesome was that presentation, by the way? Let's start with curve modeling. Gets better. I know it gets better every time. Awesome presentation. Okay, so what type of modeling do you qualify for? Commercial print, strictly amazing. Commercial print, fitness, high fashion. Awesome. All right, commercial print, athletic. This workshop will be until it's done. So it's 2 days. It's until it's done. And trust me. Okay, let me ask you guys a question. On a scale of 1 to 10, and that's not even a fair question, but I'm whatever. How much are you learning already? It's 1:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. How much have you already learned? How much have you already learned? And let me ask you a question. Can you put a price tag on what you've learned already? This is just the beginning of the first day. Imagine, we haven't even talked about the walk-on roll. We haven't even visited Fashion Week yet. Your transformation is literally just beginning. So this is what I want to ask you. How much long, instead of how long is this going to be, how much longer is this going to be? Same question, different tone. I want you guys to think about that. You guys are getting so much tremendous information, and most of it's a reminder. Okay, that's great. If it's a reminder, that's great. But you know what? I've been hosting these events for 3 years. Literally every time I learn something new. And that's what I want you guys to think about. Like, let me ask you a question. We had a millionaire mindset. Okay, Mike talked about the millionaire mindset. Are millionaires here to entertain themselves or to learn? Type it in the comments. Do millionaires entertain or learn? Right? Yeah, they learn. Here's my other question for you. Do you think that millionaires would ask that question? Or do you think they'd be like, okay, you know what? How much more can I get out of this? How much can I learn? They want to
I'm
learn.
gonna take a poll really quickly because I'm here and I'm listening. And if you guys don't know me, I'm very blunt and very to the point. Do you guys want the blunt truth about this industry? If you do, type, give it to me. So whoever asked that question, number one, how long is it going to be? I'm going to tell you right now, how many of you guys have ever been on set? When's it done? When you're freaking done. There is no, I have somewhere else to go. Oh, well, there's a 5 a.m. call time. Does it suck? You're trying to get into show business. You're there when the call time is. It's not up to you. It's not to discretion. When are you done? There is no hard cutoff time. If you have a Fred Flintstone mentality where you clock in and clock out, show business is not for you. Do you all understand that? If you understand that, type amen. When are we done? Well, guys, if you don't know, we have 6 Tony Awards. If we had a scheduled practice, I've worked with Vanessa Hudgens and Sigourney Weaver. If we had a 2 o'clock practice, well, when would it be done? Do you know how blessed you are to even be here? We're about to have a huge Broadway star. She starred in Les Mis, Fiddler on the Roof. She's the voice of some iconic characters in cartoons and films. And she's doing this. She's helping you today. So if you don't want to be here and you're worried about what time this ends, log off now. Too much? Too fast? Too soon?
But if you want your life changed, type change in the comments. If you want to up level, if you want more success, type more success in the comments. We're looking for people who want more success.
You don't have to be here. We're doing a free call to help you become successful. Just say thank you. And whoever said, well, I know a lot of this, that's awesome. Let me know when your next webinar is. And that's the truth. We currently have cast members from hit TV shows, The Walking Dead, Sopranos, some of the biggest names in the industry that are part of VIP Ignite. Even if you knew all of this, and I know you spoke about Tony Robbins. We spend 6 figures a year to work with Tony Robbins, 6 figures. A lot of the mindset stuff that you just learned was from investing 6 figures in that program to give it to you today for free. So just be grateful. Just say thank you. Thank God we exist. Because with all these success stories, it starts with a Zoom call. And already, how many of you guys have ever been on a first date? Right? Sometimes people are super attractive on their pictures, but then you meet them and you're like, oh, hell no, just something about them is off, right? How many of you believe, even here, I turn off my camera sometimes, I'm going through each of your thumbnails, each of your photos, and I'm looking into who you are. I'm watching you nod your heads right now, right? I'm watching you. Some of you look like you're bored as shit. Go enjoy Netflix. Go catch up on Virgin River. It's so good, by the way. Go catch up on Lincoln Lawyer. Enjoy yourself. Why? Because the people are here. We're winners. And you're a crab and you don't belong here, nor do you belong in show business. And that is the truth. So I'm done with my spiel, but understand this, the second you get onto Zoom, you are on stage. I want everybody to type I'm on stage. And that also goes, ask better questions, get better answers.
Yep.
Okay. I don't care if somebody just got out of the shower. No one cares. Please don't turn on your camera. We've got kids present. Oh my goodness. But before you say a spoken word, your body language and who you are as a person, I don't care how attractive you are. We know right off the bat, kind of like a casting call, whether or not you have what it takes just by your body language. And for those of you guys that have ever been in that situation, you walk into a bar, you walk into a coffee shop, you walk into anywhere right away without somebody saying a word, you're just like, oh, hell no. Right? So that's all I have to say. Good morning. Happy Saturday. But that's the truth. I mean, you want to get in this business. This isn't luck. This is not luck. It's a lot of hard work. And for those of you guys that, how many of you guys have been in this business for a while? Is this your first day? Is it a year, 10 years, 20 years? What do you think your biggest obstacle is? Getting in front of the right people. Wow, what a great opportunity. There are so many horrible companies in this world. You're paying for websites. Nobody cares. You just need a credit card to join those. Pay for pictures no one sees other than you and your friends. This is a tremendous opportunity. So for those of you that don't make it till the end, you're not meant to work with us. That's the truth. Go enjoy backstage. There's there's a strike going on right now. There are no real castings. This is your opportunity to learn from actual real people in the industry. Get your questions answered by legit people. And the truth isn't always great. It's what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. So that's it. Anybody here planning on leaving early, or are you all here till we're done?
If you're all in, type all in the comments.
This is going to be like a Jerry Lewis telethon. We're done when we're done. Best birthday present ever. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody was in the correct alignment. We just needed a recalibration. That's it. And that's a poor mindset. If you are looking to get out of here, where do you have to go? That's so important. We're focused on you and your dreams right now. So sit down and buckle up because we're going light speed today.
Yes,
That's
we
it.
are.
I'm done.
Awesome. All right. So let's do before we bring our next guest on, let's do a camera check. Except for the person who just got out of the shower. Everyone should have their cameras on. Let me take a look here. All right. Let me see your energy. How are you guys doing? Like, I understand that this because sometimes this is a long day. All right. So let's do this. Let's make some dance moves. Let's do something to get our energy up because our next guest is here and I am not allowing her to speak to a bunch of people who are like, hi. All right. So let me show me your energy first of all. Come on now. I'm looking. Oh, well, O'Neill's like, here's my dance moves, Deneen. Nathaniel's like, I'm not dancing. I am way too cool to dance. All right, guys. Very good. Are you guys having a great day? If you're having a great day, type great day in the comments. Show me you're having a great day. Show me that you're having a great day. We've gone over so much. We've gone over millionaire mindset. We've talked about modeling and acting, how to avoid the crabs in your life. We've talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. We've seen some amazing success stories. We started off talking about people who, just like you, decided to get on a Zoom call and their whole lives changed. And now what we're going to do is we are going to speak. We're going to have our next amazing speaker come on. And remember, this is what you're going to do. Your job is to welcome her the way that you want to be welcomed. Okay. So let me introduce her to you and then we're going to get started. So Haviland Stillwell is an actor, singer, director, and producer whose work has been performed on Broadway, TV, film, and in voiceover. On Broadway, she was in the original cast of the revival of Fiddler on the Roof with Rosie O'Donnell and Harvey Feinstein. And she was also in Les Mis with Daphne Rubin Vega and Leah Salonga. She has sung live on the Oscars and Tonys. She has released 2 solo albums, as well as performing, producing, and directing plays, musicals, and concerts in regional theaters and venues across the country. Her TV and film work includes Anna DuVernay's Selma, Amazon's Crime Story with Mira Sorvino, Magic Mike XXL, Sci-Fi's Santa Jaws, Unreal, CSI New York, and VH1's Single Ladies. She is currently in the popular LGBTQ series BIFL, now in its 2nd season, and starred in the upcoming film Feathered with Dot Marie Jones and Bruce Dern, which she produced with her spouse, who wrote and directed. Together, Team Stillwell executive produced the upcoming thriller Under the Influencer and are on the producing team of the upcoming Broadway show, A Transparent Musical. Haviland has been the voice of dozens of brands, played animated characters such as Raquel in Barbie, Life in the Dream House, Monster High, and Ever After High on Netflix, Miraculous Ladybug, and video games such as Bug Snacks, Epic 7, Fallout 4, Far Harbor, Harry Potter, Magic Awakened, and Convergence, a League of Legends story. She holds a degree from NYU and has been a lifelong progressive activist. She now lives in LA and is repped by Vanguard Management. Everyone give it up for the one and only Miss Haviland Stillwell.
Hello.
Oh, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Deneen. I'm really excited to see so many shining, excited faces. So I know a few of you, but I don't know most of you. So I'm here today to talk about, I guess I should ask, like, did everyone get all that? There will be a quiz.
We're gonna play a drinking game after this. I mean, so you're more than welcome to come to the drinking game. Fiddler on the Roof, Liam.
I'm like, true or false? I was in.
We know your bio better than you do. You know that. And we just saw each other, what, 3 weeks ago in Beverly Hills?
Yes. We did an event together in Beverly Hills, which was so incredible. It was like this very VIP, very small event. I think it was like 20 people. It was very, very like one-on-one, which was so exciting. You guys always have the best events. You guys always have you always bring top-notch people. And honestly, especially when they're in person, I feel like I'm able to network at them. I'm like, this is great.
And you introduced us to a top writer at Netflix. And then your mom is one of the biggest casting directors ever who casted Fried Green Tomatoes and Glory. And I was like, yes, you could bring your mother. And guys, this relationship with Haviland, I mean, we're in New York and LA, which sounds very sexy when we say that, but this relationship, we met I feel like 2 decades ago. We used to have a hit radio show with CBS, Howard Stern's old studio, and she was one of our guests. And we became fast friends. And literally just the networking is everything in this business. And I want you guys to understand that this isn't somebody that we just met. This is a relationship that's been cultivated over years.
Yes, true.
Thank you for being
Yeah, I
here.
mean, I think I always say that about Alicia, that it's, you're so good about understanding long-term relationships, but also not in an authentic way. Like, that's how I am too. I mean, yes, I grew up in the business because like she said, my mom was a casting director. My dad was also in politics. So it's just kind of in my nature to authentically connect with people. And I really am not, some people are like, oh, I hate networking. I hate the whole game of it. And I'm like, I don't see it as something to be dreaded. To me, it's just the whole kind of purpose that I feel like I'm here and I was given the gifts I was given is to connect with people and to be able to, well, not just be able to, but I feel like I have to express myself because it's what I was put here to do, So it's I express myself in a certain way, and that's to make people, if you just get down to business, what is it that we're all here to do? It's to make people feel connected and less alone and more no one is alone in the world. And that you can, if you think about any show that you like, music that you like, at the end of the day, you're like, oh, I relate to that. I can relate to that. I'm feeling it. Whether it's comedy, drama, horror, whatever it is, it's you're connected to these characters and to these stories. And we're here to express ourselves in whatever way. I know there's models here, there's actors here, there's musicians here. So whatever it is that's your thing, for me, it's been acting, singing, but now also producing, which is very much what Alicia and I kind of connect on is also just the connecting of people. And I mean, literally, we're always like, hey, do you know somebody who does this? Yes, I know it. Here's their connection. We're always
this morning.
Literally this morning. And I just call up a friend. Yeah, I call up a friend and I'm like, hey, are you available to do this thing? And they're like, oh my God, yes. Because ultimately, if you have that relationship with people where you're always kind of connecting and hooking them up with good, positive experiences that make them feel respected and they're able to do what they do in a really positive environment, then that's the best thing you can possibly do. Right. So I mean, so Deneen asked me to come today to talk with you all just about pretty much how I got started, because, that's the bio was so silly. It's here's everything I've done. But I mean, it's really just so you guys know, I've done a lot of different things and I've been around a long time, but, I didn't just kind of get discovered and become, it's I'm still very much a working actor. I audition, when we're not on strike, I'm auditioning every day. I'm always kind of pounding the pavement, even though that's not really a thing anymore. I'm pounding the internet, I guess. You know, trying to like, you know, get my next job, get my next opportunity. But then also in that, you know, also definitely like helping others to achieve their dreams as well, which is a very important to me. Because I think, you know, this is a collaborative business. Nobody does it on their own. You know, nobody does it because they just happen to be really amazing at what they do. I mean, you have to be really amazing at what you do, and you have to be a good collaborator, because at the end of the day, like, think of anything that you could possibly do. Like, even like if you're a model and it's just like you, the photographer, I mean, you can be as good as you can be, but like ultimately your work. In fact, this is very topical because I just did a photo shoot 2 days ago with a photographer I love working with. He's so talented. And we had specific things we like needed to get, but you know, everything right now, because it's the strike, everything is lower budget. Everything is kind of, you know, you got to like really be creative with how you're spending money and how you're using your time, which, you know, some people, I happen to be somebody who kind of thrives in that because I've been a working actor my whole life. And sometimes I'm working a ton and sometimes I'm not. So I just am good with like kind of figuring it out. You know what I mean? But this photographer was so awesome because, you know, I had a certain idea in my head of like, all right, these are all the looks we need to get, you know, and he was kind of planning the lighting around that. But, you know, we get in the studio and it's like, you have a certain amount of time in the studio and you got to like make it work. And, you know, there were certain things he'd be like, I don't know if those boots are going to work, you know, and I'm like, let's just try it. And we did. And he's like, oh, it works. You're right. You know, and then I'd be like, I don't know if this color behind me, like, that's going to look weird. And he's like, just trust me, like, just see if you, and then it's like, it works. So, you know, just having that kind of collaborative thing, instead of going in just being like, well, I'm really pretty, so it's going to be like a great shoot and done. Like, no, it's not going to be like that. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to go in and be like, I feel good. I feel confident. You know, I was super prepared, like, but also you can only prepare to a certain degree. You also have, part of the preparation has to be, listen, whatever happens, like, I'm going to roll with it. And I'm going to be cool with like, somebody may have, I mean, I've been on films before where if the director is open to it, you know, somebody who's like a camera assistant, who, by the way, most people on like, especially big budget things who are like camera assistants have also directed, you know, like they're qualified. They just haven't, you know, they're just on that particular movie, not doing that job. But if the director is like cool and collaborative, I've seen people on a much like lower level be like, hey, what if we did this? Or what if we tried this? And it's like completely works and completely cool, just because everybody's artists, everybody's working together. I mean, having said that, like, you got to make sure that the person is like cool with that, because I've also definitely seen that. I'm sure you guys all have too, where somebody's like, I think we should do this. And it's like, maybe you weren't. So maybe kind of like, that's not respectful, you know? Yeah, you guys are all saying like trusting yourself, trusting your process, trusting your preparation. I mean, there's so many things in all facets of this industry that are uncontrollable. I mean, take like the pandemic happened, you know, the strike is happening. I mean, there's so many things that like you personally cannot control, but what you can control is your craft, your process, you know, your coaching, being able to be coached and taught and continue to work on your craft, regardless of if somebody is paying you to do your job that day, you're still working. I mean, I have plenty of days where I'm not getting a paycheck that day, but I still wake up in the morning and I'm still working on, you know, all of the things that make me an artist. And, you know, whether that's like, I'm going to practice singing today, I'm going to, you know, audition for a bunch of voiceovers today and like really spend time with them instead of just kind of phoning it in. You know, whether it's taking a class, whether it's even just, I don't know, I always say like, especially for singing, it's a full body sport. You're using your whole instrument. So I'm like, you know, even just like keeping yourself physically in shape. And by that, I don't mean I don't mean like any physical result, like looking a certain way. I mean like feeling a certain way, like being able to know. And that's an important distinction, because I think especially a lot of young artists are just like, oh, I just need to look a certain way in order to work. And like, thankfully, that is very much changing now. You do not need to look a certain way. You just need to be who you are and bring what you've got. But I mean, for your personal process, for you as an artist, the importance of keeping yourself healthy, and I mean like mentally healthy, physically healthy, all of it, you know, and making sure that, you know, when you get cast in that Broadway show, you gotta perform 8 times a week, and rehearsals, and, you know, extra things on the side. And like, you've got to be able to like physically keep up with that. So, and that's not just about like, you know, being skinny or something like that. That's about like literally being like in shape, and like your breath and all parts of you like being able to sustain and have like stamina. You know, I mean, it's kind of like, it's not to this extreme, but you know, it's like Olympic athletes can't just like, you know, they're preparing for that one thing, but like they get up and they do their thing every day. They train, they take care of their body, they take care of their, you know, sleep, all of those things. Like, so yeah, I'm just looking at some of the comments just to make sure I'm like addressing everything. But yes, absolutely. Mental stamina, physical stamina. If you guys all have also any like specific questions or anything, like pop it over and I'll try to answer. You know, this is more like a general overview, but also like if there's specific stuff that comes up, like I'll make sure I'll cover it.
Can you go over one thing for me?
Yeah.
So I talk to a lot of talent that have taken like classes in high school or college, but they don't feel as though classes are important now. Do you necessarily need to have training in order to get the projects that you get? And when does training ever stop?
I mean, to me, training never stops. You know, I've gone through periods of time where I'm just working a ton. And so the work itself is more of the class, but I've also gone through many more periods of time where, you know, it's really important to keep working. Like I was saying, you know, it's not like, I mean, for most actors, for most models, for most musicians, you know, unless you're just in, you know, a band that you're just gigging every single day, you know, or you're an actor who's like on a show, like, you know, in a Broadway show or on a TV show or something where like you're pretty much working constantly. Most of us are not in that situation for our whole lives. Most of us have big dry spells. I mean, right now is a dry spell for every single person. You know, so this is like one of those times where, you know, people go, all right, I have to really invest in myself because I may not be making a lot right now because of the world circumstances, but you know, the industry is gonna come back, and it's gonna come back huge. Because people want their shows, you know, people want their shows and they want their movies, and, you know, the demand is there. So at a certain point over the next few months, when everybody runs out of things to watch, it's like the pressure, I mean, the pressure is already on the studios now to like make a deal to get this going. And that's what everybody is saying right now is like, oh my God, like when the strike ends, it's going to be crazy next year. Like it's going to be nuts. Everyone's going to be so busy. So this is a perfect time, especially to make sure you have all your ducks in a row, to make sure you're continuing working on your craft, because, you know, the people that kind of aren't really doing anything, and then, you know, they get back and we start all auditioning again, and they're super rusty and they haven't been on camera in 6 months, or they haven't taken any classes or like scene studies or audition workshops or anything, are going to be at a major disadvantage, I think. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, you went to NYU and you graduated top of your class. And, you know, I think that sometimes people want to be an actor so badly, or they want to do voiceover, or they want to do Broadway, and they think someone's just going to find them on like Backstage. You know, here's my picture. I feel deserving. I feel entitled. I have a dream, so therefore I will do. But I mean, you've been doing this for a long time and you put in a lot of time and money to get to this point. And yeah, the strike kind of sucks, but in a way, for anybody here that maybe has been doing this for a while or is brand new, how great is it that we could literally create what we need to do during this time, so that way when the floodgates open, you're ready to go through the gates. I mean, that is the most important thing in the world. But I think I deal with a lot of people that have joined websites or paid for pictures or paid for classes, and they've got like jack shit because they're not working with the right people. They don't have an agent, they don't have a manager, and a lot of times they're not working with the right people to give them these opportunities. How many of you guys are in that scenario? And there's nothing wrong with being up on websites. And you're in the union, Haviland. So can you talk a little bit about how you're in Actors Equity, correct? And also SAG-AFTRA?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the right time to join the union and what it actually takes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's an individual decision. I talk to people all the time about that, about, when they become eligible to join equity or eligible to join SAG. And it's kind of like, okay, well, could I do it at this time? Should I do it at this time? I mean, obviously it is a lot. It's expensive to join. I don't know exactly what the costs are now. I don't know. I mean,
It's 3,000 to join. Of course, I'm like Rain Man. 3,000 to join once you are eligible to join Screen Actors Guild. So for those of you, and again, I don't care about the scams, Javante. I don't care what you've been through. I care about where you're going. That's your past. This is your future. We're on a new path. You're talking to a Broadway star right now. So Javante, say, I'm sorry, okay, for even commenting that. But here's the thing. If you're trying to get into this business and you want real speaking roles in TV and film, you can't get those on websites. Those are breakdowns. You need an agent, or I mean, your mom cast some of the biggest movies ever. Those castings for speaking roles are not available on websites. So you can join every website under the sun. All you need is a credit card. It's like joining Netflix, Hulu, Amazon. That's it. But that's what amateurs do. But to be a real actor, I know at a drop of a hat, like right now, we're talking Monday about a new Broadway show. I know that anything she's working on is going to be top notch because she's an actor. She's not an impersonator. She's classically trained. If she had an audition right now, she's ready to get submitted. She has headshots. She knows how to do self-tapes. She knows how to read sides. She has a kick-ass resume. How many of you guys want to be in alignment? Because so many people think that by joining a website that's being proactive, or they paid for headshots, that you have to have training. If you're looking to get on this level, you want to be on Broadway. You were in Les Mis and Fiddler on the Roof. And I know I'm repeating, but that's pretty badass. I mean, that is the ultimate, not just one Broadway show. I mean, you've done this for years and you're constantly giving back, and you're constantly, I mean, you're one of our coaches. I would much rather have our talent talk to you than someone who is an impersonator doing, indie films and background work.
And there's classes. Yes. And I mean, there's plenty of people out there offering coaching. But I mean, I always I coach with VIP, and we're doing actually like a course right now, a voiceover course right now, which we just started. It's so amazing. It was I'm so excited about it. But I've been coaching with you guys for years, and I always say when, I meet people and they're like, oh, you don't advertise, you don't. And I'm like, honestly, I personally am not like that, because coaching to me is something that is a special thing for me. It's a special thing. And I don't just coach anybody. You know what I mean? I want to work with like Alicia. I want to work with people that I know what I'm getting myself into. And I also know what I can provide. And so for me, I know I'm very honest. I'm very much an open book about my career and what's happened to me, the bad and the good and everything in between. And, straight up, I did have certain privileges, but it didn't mean what was hard in certain ways is that I did have the privilege of having a mother who was already in the business, but I didn't ever just get handed any roles. That was not a thing. So when I hear about nepotism and stuff, I'm that is not a thing. Maybe for massive A-list stars when their kid wants to be in a movie and they, whatever. But that every role that I got, even once, I saw how it worked. And it's I would have to go through the whole audition process. And it was almost even harder in a way because I had to prove that like I had the goods, that I wasn't just there because I was like, oh, mommy's going to get me a part. You know, it was never like.
It also ruined mommy's image and mommy's reputation that she built. And that's what you guys have to understand.
Yeah. So like my mom's gonna,
yeah.
So my mom's gonna walk me in front of, you know, rest in peace, Robert Altman, and have me like give a bad audition in 5 feet away from him.
Sitting next to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Like when she walked me into after, by the way, I'd done 3 taped auditions for Selma, which she cast, and she was like, you're coming in for Ava DuVernay, which like, she was not as famous as she is now, but oh my God, goddess. But like, that was her first big break. And like, you know, she super trusted my mom. My mom super trusted her, but I understood like, I got to go in and like, yes, I want to do well for this woman who like, I had an inkling she's going to be like a huge director. But also, you know, wanted to make my mom look good, you know? So that extends to whether it's a family member, or your friend or whatever. I mean, that extends to like, when I refer somebody to something, like, I'm not going to like, even for this, like, I'm not going to tell Alicia like, oh yeah, call this person if I don't 100% know they're going to show up and like be a great resource for you guys. Like, I'm not going to, if she's like, I need, you know, I'm looking for somebody who's a stand-up comic. I'm not just going to like go through my Rolodex in my head and be like, oh, whatever, some person that's going to show up and like be late or like be half-assed or not really, you know, like I want to provide a service to everybody I'm working with, because I would want like do unto others, right? Like I would want somebody to do.
That's why we have a 2-day boot camp, not 2 hours, 2 full days. This is the test. This is like Survivor, dude. So totally. I think when people are trying to get into show business, I mean, going on set, you're on set till you're done. Because somebody had to ask, and I just wanted to smack them. How long is this? How long do you want it to be? Get off. Like,
right.
For you.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about stamina. It's like, you know, when you're working on set, like it could easily be a 16-hour day. And that could be, I mean, so Single Ladies was the first show. It was a show, I don't know if any of you guys saw VH1, really, really fun show. But this is a great example. I was cast, the show was, it was a pilot, and it was, you know, a show about these 3 women in Atlanta who were like going through it as like single women and like their trials and tribulations and their careers and all this stuff. And they were like all fabulous and gorgeous. And like, you know, in the pilot, one of the leads of the show was supposed to be like going to see a piece of like some real estate with her, like maybe boyfriend, like they were maybe going to get together, which like they did. So I was cast to be their real estate agent. Like in the first episode, I was doing 1 episode, and that was going to be all it was. Y'all, I got down there and I was like, who's the showrunner? I was like, hey girl. And I like really knocked it out of the park. Like I was super prepared. Like I made friends right away with hair and makeup. I made friends right away. And that show specifically was called a beauty show, meaning like everybody was like in hair and makeup for 2 hours. We were all like snatched in hair and makeup, like full lashes, full nails, full hair, the whole thing, which like, I love those shows. They're few and far between now. Usually people are like, little powder, you're good to go. But like, I love the ones where they're like, we're going to fully do you, you know? But I was like, I got on set and I like did my thing. And I felt like I really, really listened. I was like, I don't know what's going to happen with this show. It could be a pilot and it could be nothing, or it could be a long show. I'm just going to make the best impression I possibly can and do my job as well as I possibly can. Give like every take, give my all, give a lot of different options, listen to the director, like what she needs. And ultimately that 1 episode became recurring over 2 seasons of the show. And they ended up writing Lisa Ray McCoy, who I worked with, who was one of the leads of the show. Her character ended up becoming a real estate agent. And that happened when like the 2nd episode I was there, the showrunner's like, oh man, like we love you. We love working with you. The network's really happy with you. And like, now, like, because my character was like really flamboyant and over the top, like very like super Southern, big hair and everything. And like, you know, they're like, we're going to make her like, you're basically going to be like her boss, like her mentor getting into the industry. And so like they wrote like her whole career path was around just that for that couple of days I was on set in the beginning. So it's just to say, like, you never know what kind of opportunity could come up, or like somebody that you meet who, could end up I mean, like my spouse worked on a presidential campaign with somebody in 2016. And like yesterday was like, oh, remember my friend, blah, blah, blah. He, here's a picture with him and Olivia Rodrigo. This is yesterday. He interviewed her on the Today Show. And I was like, that kid on the campaign with you, like 5 years, what? And I'm like, what? Like now he's like interviewing people on the Today Show. I'm like, you just literally never know like what's going to happen, or the people that you're meeting, like in this room right now, could 6 months from now, a year from now, be somebody on the other side of a table in an audition hiring you. You just never know. And by the way, on that job, when I was doing Single Ladies, speaking about stamina, maybe like the 3rd or 4th episode that I had done, I got to set, and I think it was gonna be like one scene that I was in that day. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be a short day. I think I was like 2nd on the schedule or something. I was like, oh, this will be easy. So I get there and I go through the glam and the whole thing. And the AD is like, hey, like we're running behind. We ended up like somebody's schedule changed. So we ended up like bumping your scene to the end of the day. And I'm like, no worries, that's cool. And they're like, okay, just hang out or whatever. Y'all, I was on set that day for 19 hours, 20 hours, something like that. It was insane. And for about 16 of those hours, I was just sitting there. But I had to know at any moment, they could be like, okay, we're ready for you. And I got to go and be that big, flamboyant, fabulous.
How many of you guys are ready for that? I mean, I call it the unglamorous, glamorous life. How many of you guys want that opportunity to be sitting around on set for 19 hours? Type, I'm ready. We're so lucky to have you. And I'm not saying this to boost your ego, but I mean, you've been on Broadway, you do voiceover, you do TV. I mean, you're working on films with Bruce Dern, you're working on all these amazing new projects right now. How many of you guys feel great that this is an actual real working actor? You're able to ask advice. Sometimes people talk to people like themselves, struggling. I don't want that. If you want real advice, you could, horse's mouth right here. So I want to know how many of you guys, what seems to be your biggest obstacle? Because maybe you can give one word and we can kind of answer. Is it your friends and family not believing in you? And remember, if you're over the age of 18 and you can take a bullet for your country, you should be able to follow your dreams. Just putting it out there. Is it location? I mean, you live in LA right now. Is location a really big thing? Are you going back to in-person castings, or is everything primarily done on Zoom still?
I mean, it was a little bit like pre-strike. It had started a little bit to be in person. I mean, honestly, the pandemic really changed the industry. So I am seeing more now. I'm seeing a lot more, and even with voiceover, because voiceover is still until we strike on that, which is next. But I'm still seeing on a lot of voiceovers, like, that it'll say in the notes for the audition that comes from my agent, like, we prefer people to be in studio in LA, but like, we'll maybe consider if you're remote, but like with remote, like they're expecting really professional setups. They're expecting like broadcast studio quality setups. So it's not going to be like you on your iPhone or whatever, like recording, like it's got to be like top of the line. So, I mean, yes, I think in normal times when we're not in strike, I think definitely location is very important, or at least having the availability to get to that location. So, if you're like, I would say LA, New York, and like Atlanta is a really good hub now. I grew up in Georgia. I know it well. I grew up in the business there, and I've seen how it's exploded. But I would say, that's an example, like if you live in New Jersey or Philly or something that's like, you're close enough that you can get to the city. Because that's the thing, like, y'all, I have had so many incredible opportunities that have come up extremely last minute, like so last minute that it's like, it just happened a couple weeks ago that like, a friend that I literally went to college with, that I had run into in an in-person audition like a month ago, and we exchanged information. I hadn't seen him in a while. And he called me a couple weeks ago and was like, hey, I work with this events company sometime. And they called me, they're in a bind. They literally need a soprano, me, to come sing at this event tonight. And it's a huge event. It's Beverly Hills. It's very fancy. It's all these very fancy black tie people. They need like hair, nails, ball gown, and like several like big numbers. Like, can I give them your information? I was like, yeah. So like they ended up hiring me, but I had no time to prepare, and that's what I'm saying. Like they were like, we want your hair to be done. We want you to look this way. And we want you to sing these songs, and you've got 3 hours to get to sound check. So I was just like scrambling to get it together, but I was so much more prepared because I already knew the songs. I already knew, this is who I go to for my hair and nails. This is what I need to do. This is the dress that I already have that's ready to go. Like I was already prepared. And that's from all the days that I have had that no one's paying me to do it, but I'm still working. Does that make sense? I'm still preparing because honestly, I cannot tell you how many times that's happened where it's like something has happened so last minute. I've been put into shows before. Like I've been put into it happened with a Broadway show one time where I was like literally put into another role and I had no time to prepare. It was just like, you just go, whoop, so I tell the universe constantly when that comes up, I'm like, I can do this. I am somebody who like, that is a skill that I have that I can like be I can jump in at the very last minute and like knock it out of the park. But dear universe, I do prefer to have a little bit of a heads up. I like to have like a little bit of time to get it together. But in a way it's kind of like in that I really have to be incredibly confident and incredibly trusting in my training, in my instincts, and that, it's like honestly, it really is. It's like you go to the gym and you train and you train and you train so that, I don't know. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Kundalini yoga. I love it. It's crazy. But my Kundalini yoga teacher used to always say, because you do all this crazy stuff in it, these like crazy breath exercises that are like, you feel like your heart is like going to come out of your chest. It's crazy. But he was like, the philosophy of this is that we you give yourself like a kind of a heart attack in class so that you won't have it in real life. And I'm like, okay, so you're just like really training really, really hard. And I use this metaphor for acting, singing, modeling, any of these things that y'all are doing. You train and you train and you train and you really push yourself so that when you're in this circumstance in real life, when you're faced with something, that your body just goes right into it, that you're like, yep, I'm good. I need to do this. I have so many stories about it. Like it happened one time where it's like, it was a series regular job that like is now, well, not now, but before the strike and after the strike ends, being pitched as a series. And a producer that I had worked with called me one morning at like 7:30. I'd just woken up and she's like, hey, what are you doing today? And I'm like, why? She's like, we've just had an actor flake. We're shooting something. The whole crew's here. And I'm going to like send you the sides, but it's literally like, it's a monologue. It's like an infomercial. It's a monologue. It's like 8 pages. We will feed you the lines. We'll figure it out, but can you get here as soon as possible? And I know this producer and I know she does really good stuff. And I was like, yeah, this is going to be pitched as a series and I would be a regular on the show. Like, I just literally said, yep, I'm getting ready right now. I just trusted her and I trusted myself and I went and did it. And the final result, like, you would never know that I just like did it that day because, and this isn't, I'm not like tooting my own horn here. I'm saying that like, that is not just because like, I'm just like really good. Like that's because like I've trained and I've worked and I've prepared myself so that when those things come up, I'm like, yeah, like I got it, not that I'm not nervous about it, but it's like, you don't even have time to be nervous. It's just like, you just do it. You just do the thing and you listen and you like trust your instincts, you trust your process and you listen to your collaborators. And that's the deal. Yes, exactly, Cassandra. You put in the work so that you get to work, if that makes sense. So yeah, I mean, those are just, I'm just sharing with you some personal stories, and that's kind of like my thing as a coach, you know, when I'm here with Alicia and Deneen, you know, I share my personal stories and hope that, you know, some of the things that I've been through inspire you guys, and also, you know, maybe save you some stress. You know, I mean, this is you don't need anyone to tell you that this is a totally insane industry, and it's constantly changing, and it's, I mean, you know, hold on to your hats, but it's just even more important than ever to like really hone your craft and the gifts you have, and bring your gifts to the table. Not like, as Alicia said, like don't be an impersonator. Don't be, you know, like, yeah, I mean, I can look at TV and be like, oh, I mean, this is an example. Like, I can say, these are kind of the actresses that I can kind of compare myself to, just for purposes of marketing, just for purposes of like business, for people who are business people to be like, oh, okay, I see the kind of roles I could put you in, for instance. But as far as the actual art, I'm not looking at, you know, Portia de Rossi and going like, oh, I'm going to just act exactly like how she acts. You know, like we would be in a similar category, but I'm not going to just like do an impersonation of her, because then I'm just doing an impersonation. I'm not doing my interpretation of a character. Does that make sense? Cool. Solange, would you mind sharing with some of the key milestones that have been pivotal in your career? Sure. I think definitely choosing to go to school where I went to school was incredibly important. You know, people ask me all the time now, especially like children growing up, you know, they're like, I mean, I'm working with this girl who's 13, and her mom like so wants her to succeed. And it's just like, does she need to go to this school or that school? And all I can do is offer my experience. I can't tell anybody, you know, what to do. You know, I think, everything okay out there? That was a very like loud truck outside my house. You know, I can only offer my experience. I mean, I can't say any specifics of like, you need to go to this college or you need to study with this person. I can only say, like, to me, the type of training I had and the type of people that I was around, and that I have been around, have been absolutely key in how I, especially in my very young career, how I got things going. I started college at Ithaca College in New York, in Western New York. I was a vocal performance opera major. And I found that like the small town college life was not for me. I wasn't a big partier. I just like wanted to work, you know, which, like, by the way, I'm not saying like anyone needs to be like I am. I'm just sharing my experience. But I just was like, I don't want to waste my time. I want to be in a situation that I'm like setting myself up for, you know, my hopefully near future. And I transferred to NYU, and my senior year there, I was cast in a show. And because we were in New York, you know, we had the benefit of having like these incredible legends who would just like, you know, take a cab downtown and like teach us a class or give us a coaching or do a talk back or whatever. And we had Sheldon Harnick and Jerry Bach, who are the writers of the show I was doing, also the writers of Fiddler on the Roof, spoiler alert, come and like give us a talk. And I was playing the lead in that show, which like I worked my ass off to get that. Like it wasn't just given to me. Like, I mean, you know, you go to, like, everybody here is talented. Like you go to acting school, everyone there was the lead in their high school show, you know, it's like, it's not like everyone's good, you know? So I was doing it. I kept in touch with those writers, and, you know, less than a year later, when I was auditioning for Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway, I reached out to them. I had their contact info, and I reached out to them, didn't hear back. So I was like, I don't know if it's going to do anything, but just to say, hey, congrats Fiddler getting a revival. It's such a beautiful show. And like, by the way, I auditioned for it, that would be amazing to make my Broadway debut doing your show. And I walked into, I think it was my second callback, and they were there. It was like 30 people in the room, because the Broadway final callbacks for Broadway are just like everybody's there. And they were sitting there, and the director was like, oh, thank you for coming in. I want to introduce you to these legendary writers. And Sheldon, who recently passed away, love him so much. But at the time, he was like, oh, Haviland, how are you? And everyone in the room, they were like at their table, and they were like, who's this girl? I didn't have anything on my, I had worked in Atlanta. I had done regional theater, and I had a couple of film credits, on my resume, but I did not have even enough to fill a page. I didn't have a lot of credits at that point. I just had worked really hard, and I had kept in touch with those contacts. Not in an authentic way, in a way that I legitimately worshiped these writers. I think they're just legends. And I felt so lucky to be coached by them. And by the way, I did book it, and I was in the ensemble. I had a small role, and I understudied Hoddle, who's one of the main roles in it. And every time, the first handful of times I went on to play that role, Sheldon and his wife were in the audience. And he would give me notes, which some people didn't like that, because it's kind of, but I was just like, yes, give me all your notes. And there's a couple of notes that he gave me that I honestly hold with me to this day. And one of which was so specific about my speaking voice that I honestly think it's what started my voiceover career, even though not directly it didn't, but the note got me thinking about something with my speaking voice that changed my whole trajectory and have this whole other source of income and creativity that, I've now been a voiceover artist for, over a decade. So again, you never know, you never know what's going to happen. There are these pivotal moments, and that's a specific story, but every one of my working actor friends has a story like that, where it's just some kind of connection they had that they just kept in touch with, and they kept it going, ended up paying off hugely. But it was just because, it's kind of reductive to say right place, right time. Yes, I was in the right place at the right time, but also I was very targeted with my, with my networking. I was very hardworking. I was very prepared. You can be right place, right time, but it's also, if I wasn't prepared for that audition and I just walked in, that would have been really horrible. Cause then it's I make them look bad. Like Alicia was saying, it's I walk out of the room and they're like, who is she? You want them to be like, who is she? Not, who is she? You know what I mean? You want the smiles, not the ooh, you know what I mean? So yikes. So yeah, yes, Diamond, being prepared is everything. Being proactive is everything. And you really do have to be your own cheerleader a lot of times. You're not always gonna, that's a highlight. That's a highlight of my career, and then it set off, booking that show set everything in motion for me. And still to this day is, that's what Deneen, when she was reading some of my credits, that's what she led with. That's such a thing that's very lucky, and I'm deeply grateful for, but also I'm not an idiot, and I don't think it just kind of happened. It's, things don't really just happen. You know what I mean? I guess for some people, maybe they do, but for the most part, the thing that happens might happen the one time, but then you've got to keep it going. There's plenty of people, we all can think of examples of some actor or actress that comes out, or a model or a singer that comes out with a one-hit wonder, or they're a big lead in a film, or their band had one big song, or they played it at a big festival, and then it's what happened? And sometimes that really isn't their fault. Sometimes it's like, if you do a little digging, you're like, oh, that person's been working a lot. They've been doing indie films, or they've been gigging all over the country. They just haven't had that big hit again, but sometimes it's just kind of like, oh, they just sort of like weren't even working that hard, or they just kind of stopped trying, or they just sort of expected, things to just kind of come to them. But, even when you have reps, it's like, I look at it like, my agents and managers get a small percentage of what I get. So that's, that's the percentage they're working. I've got to work that big percentage. That's on me. It's my career, So, yeah, I hope this is valuable. I hope this is helpful for y'all to hear. I mean, my aim is always to inspire and, to empower, because I think there's a lot of disempowering information, and there's a lot of, to echo Alicia, like, you should be able to follow your dreams. Like, what is the point if we're not following our dreams? Why are we here if we're not following our dreams?
I think if you're over the age of 18 and your friends and family have that much of a say in your career, well, then it's time for you to grow up. This is a choice that you're going to make. No one's going to understand what it's like to be in the audition room. You need training. It's kind of like military. You're going in on this on your own. Just so you guys understand, a lot of times people's fears are based on misconceptions. Like, I know Haviland personally, and I know even when she's not working, she's busting her ass 24/7. So you got to sharpen your crayons. You've got to be ready to go. And I think sometimes when people, oh, my friends and family don't want me to get into this, you ultimately think, whoo, I dodged a bullet. I don't even have to try. And if anything, you're going to just, life is short. Live out your dreams, go for it. But don't blame others for your lack of success, ever. And as an actor, I think, Haviland, I deal with a lot of people that don't believe in investing themselves. They think a theatrical agent is going to cover their expenses if they're a natural. Can you go over a little bit about proper investment?
I wish.
In modeling, like if you were that 5'11", size 0, 15-year-old, yeah, it's possible somebody might upfront expenses and recoup it out of your paychecks. But for acting or voiceover work, you're on your own, kids. You better have real training, real headshots. It's always funny because you kind of mentioned this. Like, I get a lot of emails from a lot of people that are brand new, or maybe they've been taken advantage of in the past. And they come to me and they're like, can you guarantee work? I'm sorry, is there something wrong with you? No one can ever guarantee you work. I can guarantee, and you know this, I'll put you in front of the biggest names in the business. Can you guarantee me you can land that audition or land that role? How many of you guys like that? Because it's really on you. And that's why we do these free boot camps, because I had somebody asking me, are you anything like these other companies? I'm sorry, what other companies do you know? We've opened the stock exchange. We have 5 Broadway shows that have won 6 Tonys. We've done tremendous things. There's no competition for us. We're face-to-face networking, learning from actual people in the business. And like Haviland said, you love to come out to our events. You're sitting down face-to-face. We've had the head of casting for Warner Brothers, head writer for Saturday Night Live. You can't get that unless you're real. So this is why we do a 2-day boot camp where we're testing you to see if you have the stamina, the drive, and honestly, the social intelligence to be able to handle networking on this type of level. Because if you're going to talk to somebody who starred in Fiddler on the Roof, Les Mis, does voiceover work, you're ready. Does that make sense? And you could sit up on websites, you could pay for pictures, pay for classes, but you're not really being proactive. And Haviland, you know this. You were in New York, LA, you're constantly investing in new photos, training. It's an ongoing thing because the competition is fierce.
Right.
And there are no guarantees in this business, just so you guys understand. So you got to keep sharpening your tools.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I think, you were mentioning like people expect other people to cover their expenses. And I'm like, what? I actually have a friend. She's a very successful producer now, but when she first moved out to LA, it was like the late 90s. And she was this very young, kind of like hot actress on the scene or whatever. And from what I'm hearing, the world was a very different place. In many ways, like pre-Me Too, obviously, but like the world
was still in his office meeting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But she was telling me she was on 90210, like that, like the OG 90210. Like she was like on all the like hot shows. Like she was like the it girl in her 20s and had like black hair and blue eyes and like was just like so cool and whatever. And she's a great actress still, even though like she doesn't like doing it anymore. She likes producing now. But she was telling me like, oh yeah, my manager, when I moved out here, like paid to get my teeth fixed, paid for my dresses for red carpets, paid for me to get my hair done. And like, she was saying this around like me and like several other actor friends who are all like, we're in the same age group and we're all like working actors, but we were all like, what? Like, we're like, what is this fantasy world you're talking about? And she's like, oh yeah. She's like, I mean, even at that time, it was unheard of, but he felt like, you know, he was really old school. It was like a much older guy. And, you know, he had been around in the like 50s or something like that. And he was just like, he felt like, oh, I'm going to make millions of dollars off of this girl. So like, what's a dental appointment?
Right. It's almost like a grooming. Let's spruce her up and then push her up like Marilyn. Let's get her ready.
Totally.
Yeah.
You know, but ultimately I'm like, that is just not how the business, I mean, that is so not how the business works at all. I mean, I have really incredible managers. I cannot even imagine. It would be so awkward. I feel like if I was like, hey, are you guys going to pay for my hair appointment? I just feel like they would be like, who am I working with? Like, I thought you were a professional. Like, it would be
they only get paid when you get paid. That's true.
Exactly.
Like, you have to come to the table when people ask me, can you book me work? What are we dealing with? You have headshots? No. Okay. Do you have any training? Why would I submit you? You're not an actor. So I think it's important that you guys know that. I mean, it's not just an investment in money. It's time. It's love. And I want you guys to understand that. Like, this is why, you know, and I saw, you know, some of the numbers, people, well, when are we going to talk about show business? Unless we go over mindset, no matter who you meet, it's already gone. Unless you are properly like in that right frame of mind, you're here talking to somebody who actively works on Broadway and voiceover. I mean, you're working on so many amazing productions right now, even during the strike. Most people are like, oh, well, there's no work. Said by who? So you have to find the bluer ocean. And, you know, I know one of the reasons why you love working with us, because you're like, man, where were you when I was trying to get started? If I could go back and do it again, I wish somebody told me this. These are my biggest aha moments, or my whole life kind of changed when this happened, or somebody told me this. Did you guys love this? I mean, you've been in this business forever, I feel like, and you've done so much, and we're so grateful that you're here on a Saturday. So thank you. We love you. But more so, there's people out there struggling and they don't know. It's like pin the tail on the donkey. They're completely spun around and they're going and everybody's laughing at them that they're not quite hitting their mark. And you're like, listen, I've been there. I've been exactly where you are. It's not all unicorns and rainbows. And as much as I love you, but you're not a magical unicorn. You busted your ass to get where you are. And I really want you guys to understand that. And that's why we do what we do. We're here to give back. And to
keep working too. I mean, that's the thing. Like, even though like I have all these credits and have done all these things, like the amount of like selling of myself and selling that like my reps have to do of me constantly is like, it's still a thing. And at every level, I mean, I literally have worked with like Oscar winners and like their agents, and they're still having to like audition and push themselves and I mean, at every single level in this business, you know, it's almost like you keep just having to like get back up on the horse. Like, you know, that's just the way it is. So that's all to say, like, keep like trust in yourself, keep being your biggest cheerleader, you know, a lot of pep talks, align yourself with like people that you trust and people that make you feel good. I mean, that's the biggest thing is like, is it making you feel good? Is it inspiring to you? And, you know, is being around this person this is like professionally, this is everything. If being around this person is consistently making you feel bad, like they leave or you guys part and you're like on your way home, you're like, God, I just feel like so bummed out. Like I feel negative about myself, or I just feel like, ugh, like, is that maybe a relationship or something that you want to shift to like somebody or an organization or people that make you consistently feel like pumped up and good about what you're doing and excited about yourself and your path. You know, that's like what I'm always trying to do. It's a lifelong thing. I'm like, I want to continue aligning myself with people who are like, hell yeah, Haviland, like you've got this, girl. You know, no matter if I'm starring in something or if I'm like not doing anything, like I need people around me that are like, yes, you know what I mean? Like, yes, fierce, slay, you know, like you need those people that are like slay all the time. And you need to be, that to people, you know what I mean? So I'm here to tell you all, yeah, slay.
Did you guys love this scale 1 to 10? And she just said, show her, like, hi, honey. Show her slay, show her excitement. I mean, this was so awesome. We got to spend a whole hour with you.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Love it. Well, everybody have a great day. You're so lucky to be here. This is so fun. Hopefully I know I'm going to see some of you in class, and hopefully I see all of you in a future coaching.
I would love to have her as a mentor. I need a mentor. How many of you guys want Haviland to be your mentor? If you do, type mentor me.
Yay.
Yay. Well, we love you.
Haviland, thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'll see you guys soon in our voiceover class.
Yes.
And Alicia, I'll talk to you on Monday about.
We got a whole Broadway show to talk about.
This is what we do. To talk about.
Yeah.
This is what we do.
Exactly.
All right. Y'all are so awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will mentor all of you. Just tell Alicia and Janine and we'll make it happen.
That's what we do.
This is
all
what
right,
we do.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Haviland.
Bye, y'all. Have a
Bye.
great day.
How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Haviland for the next 12 weeks? Type 12 weeks in the comments. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Haviland for the next 4 weeks and not have to make an investment just yet? How many of you would love that? What? All right. So what a tremendous opportunity you just had to hear from her. But if you want to learn about those opportunities, you have to be here for both days. We talked about that this morning. We talked about how you're all in, right? How many of you are even more all in now? Like, I know, like, I'm like, okay, I'm all in, but now like, I'm really all in. How much are you guys learning? Like, I know that today is the day where we lay the foundation. So today we're laying a lot of foundational things for you. You're getting a lot of foundational information, a lot of foundational knowledge. Tomorrow is transformation day. Let me ask you a question. How many of you are already starting to feel the transformation? Maybe in your head, like you've been hearing those thoughts, but you're like, nope, not me. Nope, not anymore. That is not who I am. And as you're sitting here and you're learning and you're growing and you're being educated, you're not being entertained, you're being educated. How many of you are feeling yourself up level and up level and up level? And how many of you already feel, okay, so it's 2:30. We've been doing this since 11 a.m. You've already made a contact with someone who started on Broadway, who is a producer, who's doing amazing things all over. You've had the opportunity to connect with Alicia and Michael and myself. And we still have so much more. We have a big surprise for you at the end of the day. But guys, I want you to understand, it's 12:30 here. Okay, so you're in Mountain Time. Got it. This has been the best one so far, right? If you've been on Bootcamp before, how many of you feel the difference in this what we're doing today? And if you haven't, thank God you showed up today for yourself. Your future self is already thanking you for showing up. So type thank you in the comments. You're not thanking me. You're not thanking Mike. You're not thanking Alicia. You're thanking yourself for showing up for yourself. Thank me. Or I guess you should say thank me instead of thank you, but you get the idea.
But I think about it, Janine, when we got offered the radio show with CBS, it's because Mike and I put in a lot of time and money to level up our brand to even get offered a radio show. There is no, can I just contact you? You would have to go through Haviland's publicist, her agent, her manager, and it would have to help her in order to work with you. Do you guys understand that? Had we not had a hit radio show with CBS, and you can ask Mike, when we met Haviland, we're like, oh my God, let's take her out to lunch right now. Because everybody would come in the studio to do our show. that relationship 15 years in the making for you guys to meet her today. All you had to do was wake up and log into Zoom. You didn't have to like spend a lot of time and money living in New York, you know, going back and forth to have a radio show. You didn't have to do any of that. You just woke up and you're here.
Yeah.
So this is an amazing day so far. And I'm excited because we have a huge day left. And tomorrow is going to be off the charts.
Yep.
So I'm excited.
Awesome. All right. So we have shifted our mindset. We have learned what type of modeling we qualify for. We're no longer aspiring to be models and actors. Now we know what it takes to achieve that goal. How many of you are ready to have the way that you watch TV and film destroyed in the best way?
It's almost like
Mike's
destroyed
laughing
me.
because every
Like
time we watch a movie
destroyed
now,
me.
he's like, where did you learn that? I'm like, I pay attention during script analysis. Guys, I want you to show the energy, okay? I know we're halfway through the day. You know what? I'm going to take a moment before we move on. Is that okay if I get everyone energized, Mike? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. This is what we're going to do. This is not a pants-free party. I know I didn't warn you guys, but I need everyone to stand up. I need all of you to stand up because you know what? We have a big day still ahead of us and I want your energy on point. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do one of my favorite things that we didn't do last time. It's called the running man. So this is the way it goes. You are going to face to the right. And you are going to, this is what you're going to do. See my arms? You're going to move your arms up and down like this as fast as you can for 15 seconds. We're not actually running. We're just moving our arms as fast as we can for 15 seconds. Are you ready? Ready, get set, and go. As fast as you can for 15 seconds. Come on now. Come on, Auto Cruise. I'm watching you. Okay, come on. Fast as you can. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Whew. Okay. Because we can't. No. What's this sitting down crap? Everyone keep standing. We have to be even. We have to do both sides. Everyone turn to the left. Put your left foot forward. We're going to do that again for 15 seconds. Go as hard. Here, let me take, I'm afraid this bracelet's going to break. Go as hard as you can for 15 seconds. Are you ready? Get set and go. Fast as you can. Come on now. Come on. Come on, guys. Move your arms. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Woo. All right. How does that feel? How do you guys feel now? You weren't expecting to get an arm workout, were you? Do you feel energized? Do you feel ready to go? Do you feel like, hey, let's do this? Edwin's like, yes, I do, Deneen. Let's do this. All right. Now, I know, now I'm hot. I'm sweating too. Everyone take a sip of water and get ready for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Famkin.
What's going on? Wow. You know, Haviland is she's like just like happiness. Like she's like when the way you see her on camera, that's like how she is every day when you're with her. She's just absolutely such an amazing person. I've known her now for a very long time and she's phenomenal. She's working with our talent that we represent and that we work with. And I just want to remind everybody here that, you know, the whole 2 days is about showing you guys what it takes to get signed to an agency, but our goal is to have us work with you, for us to represent you. We, you know, like I talked about earlier, for those of you guys that were here, you know, truth management and actually representing you. So you guys are in the right place. So what we're going to do is we're going to shift gears a little bit. And let me pull up my screen. Let me see right here. All right. And let me make it big. Everybody can see my screen? Yes? Okay, good. So obviously the most important thing, like Haviland was talking about, was, you know, training and you know, it doesn't matter, modeling, acting, music, anything in life. You always want to train, you always want to elevate yourself and so forth. So what we're going to do now is for the next little while, I'm going to take you guys through script analysis. So part of being an actor is kind of understanding the script, right? Understanding the characters and so forth. So I'm going to teach you the overview of how to do that. I'm also going to give you guys access to being able to download an unlimited amount of scripts and being able to do this. And you're going to really have a different perspective when you're watching your favorite shows and movies and so forth. Obviously, you know, we're only here for 2 days and there's so much information that we can cover and so forth. But for those of you here that are here for both days, tomorrow we'll be giving you an opportunity for us to work with you on an ongoing basis. We'll even give you an opportunity to work with some of our top coaches for the next 4 weeks and all that. And all you have to do is just say maybe, just show up. That's all you have to do. All right. So this presentation is called Discover the Secret Acting DNA, Transform from Actor to Detective, Seeking Truths Hiding in Plain Sight. So script analysis is a key step in any actor's process. A close examination of the text can help you develop your character's motivations and backstory. So what is the character literally doing? So when you're going to be given sides, or you're given a script, you're in a new TV show, you're in a movie, you're in a play, the first thing you want to ask yourself is, what is the character doing? What are they literally doing? Are they going to the mailbox to get mail? Are they having a conversation with somebody, right? What are they literally doing? Are they drinking a glass of wine? Are they smoking a cigar? Are they, you know, searching for a clue? What is it that they're literally doing? So as you're reading the script, these are the things you're going to ask yourself, right? So what is the character? What does the character want the other character in the scene to do? So this is very important. So it's, what is the character doing? What is your character doing? He's having a glass of wine, right? But what is he trying to get the other characters in the scene to do? Okay. So script analysis and reading a script is different than the way you live your life. You live your life from moment to moment. But in a script, it's a predetermined outcome, right? It's a moment in time that's captured via words that will eventually become either a play or become, you know, ingrained in film and so forth. So it's, what are you trying to get the character to do? Am I trying to get the character to be angry? Am I trying to get somebody to go get the mail for me? Am I trying to get the bartender to pour the drink, right? What is it that I'm trying to do in between the words that you're actually reading? So it's, what are you literally doing? And what is it that you're trying to get that other character in the scene to do? These are the two questions. These are foundational acting script analysis techniques. Okay. These are the questions you will ask yourself over and over again. Okay. Next one. What is my action? What is it that I'm doing? Right? Am I smoking that cigar? Am I taking a sip of that drink? Am I walking across the room? Right? Am I walking across the room angry? And now my action is to walk across the room in an angry voice, and I'm trying to intimidate the other character in the scene. Or am I walking across the room in a happy way, and I want to give the person a hug, right? So you're asking yourself, what is it that you're literally doing? What is it you're trying to get the other person to do? And what is your actual action that you're taking to make that happen? So what is the action like to me? It's as if. So then you're also thinking, what is also your feeling, right? Are you angry? Are you happy? Are you sad? Taking this action, what is the emotions that you're going through? So you're not only looking at the emotion that you're trying to push on the other person in the scene or the feeling, right? But what is it also acting as to you? What is your emotions? Okay. This is how you become not a good actor. This is how you become a phenomenal actor. You learn how to master this, you'll become a phenomenal actor, which in turn will create a legendary actor. Right? This is how you become great. Okay. So the analysis keeps the actor on steady course with the writer's intention, so the actor can boil down the scene into a playable objective, an essential action, a goal he or she can attempt to accomplish night after night, take after take. So remember, when you're given the script, you're going to be given words. The words, we're going to break down a script today. We're going to learn how to do this page by page. But we have to learn how to interpret what the writer
meant, right? You may not always have the writer in the room. Even if the writer is in the room, it's your job as an actor to interpret what they meant. Now, there'll be times when your interpretation may be a little bit off and the director or the writer says, no, you know what? I want to see it done this way. Here's a tip. Here's a golden drop tip. Whenever they give you direction, you take the direction, right? If you're sitting there with the writer, and I'll do this as a funny one. If you're sitting there with the writer, you're like, you know what? I know you wrote this, but I think you're wrong. I'm interpreting this completely different. Okay. No, but I wrote it. I know what I wrote. Right. So please don't try to reinterpret what the writer told you he meant. Okay. Because you're going into character, right? Your character will have different values than you may have, right? Different outlook. Right. So when you're thinking about this, very happy. So when you're reading words, very happy is different from happy. So every word when you're given a script has meaning. Scripts, the writers are paid very, very well for a specific reason. They're very specific on their descriptions because it's a dance they're doing with the actor, with the director, with the cameraman. They know how to do this. A script is different than reading a book. Okay. So we're going to look at the Joker script today, right? And this is the newest version of the Joker, right? Won the Academy Award. Okay. So say you were given this and you're going to be playing either the Joker or one of the other characters, but now we're just going to go with, this is the opening. So the story takes place in its own universe. Very important. So this means that this story, it has no connection to any of the DC films that have come before it. So the writer is letting you know on the page 1, sentence 1, whatever it is you're thinking, that you watched Batman growing up, you've seen all the Batman movies, you're a super fan of the Joker, you've seen the different interpretations of the Joker, whatever it is you're thinking, blank slate here. This story takes place in its own universe. It has no connection to any of the DC films that have come before it. We see it as a classic Warner Brothers movie, gritty, intimate, and oddly funny. Right? Who here, if you've seen the Joker movie, raise your hand. Right? Is this an accurate description of that movie? Right? It is. It's gritty. It's intimate, but it's oddly funny. Right? It's just slightly off. Right? The characters in there are all slightly off. Okay. Although it's never mentioned in the film, this story takes place in the past. Let's call it 1981. They're not saying call it 1981. They're saying, let's call it 1981. So it means it's given to the art direction, to the visuals. It's the 81. It's the early 80s, right? We have some room to play there. It's a troubled time. The crime rate in Gotham is at record highs. A garbage strike has crippled the city for the past 6 weeks. And the divide between the haves and the have-nots is palpable. Dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusions. Right? So again, when we think about this, right? Gritty, oddly funny, right? There's a conflict going on. There's a garbage strike. It means there's a stink in the city, right? The garbage is piling up, right? And people are starting to slip into delusions. Right. And here delusions almost kind of start going into madness. Right. So we're building the premise of the character of the Joker, and the character is built upon the world that he lives in. Right. So now we hear laughter. Right. Opening scene. We hear laughter, sound of a man totally cracking up, fade in. Right. So now they tell you a description of where the scene is taking place. Department of Health in the office, and it's in the morning. We take a close-up on the Joker. He's in his 30s, tears in his eyes from laughing so hard, right? He's trying to get it under control, right? His greasy black hair is matted down. He's wearing an old, faded, red hooded zip-up sweatshirt, a threadbare gray scarf, thin from years of use, hang loosely around his neck. So as an actor, that automatically gives you some clues. It gives you clues right there. What can I be using in that scene? Right? I could be grabbing that scarf, right? I'm pulling on something. He's trying to get this laughter under control and he can't. He's in this pain. It's not funny, right? He's suffering. So we notice 2 faded old scars cut at the corners of his mouth, almost forming a smile. He's sitting across from an overworked social worker. She's in her 50s, African-American. Her office is cramped and run down in a cramped and run down building. Stacks of folders piled high in front of her. Does this sound like she's going to be a happy character? No, she's not a happy character. She's an overworked character. She's in a cramped office. She's living in a world where that is gritty, intimate, and oddly funny, right? She's living in a city that has record crime highs, right? In a city where there's a garbage strike going on. There's a divide between the haves and the have-nots, right? Dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusions. So she's fitting in. The woman who's playing this role understands this by reading this. We're on page 2, but she's already forming the character. She's forming the emotions and the energy that she has to put into becoming the person the writer meant for her to be. She sits just behind her desk waiting for his laughing fit to end. She's been through this before, right? So she's sitting there, right? Joker takes a deep breath, pauses to see if it's over, and then a beat. So beats are important. So beat means that he's in this pain, right? And a beat means that the emotions that you are in as an actor in the scene changes. So you're shifting the motion. So now it goes from this pain to where if you saw the movie, you'll see he plays this perfectly, where he acts as, is it just me or is it getting crazier out there, right? And he acts it in a way that's kind of threatening but delusional, but he comes out of that uncontrollable laughter, right? The whole character that he can't stop the laughing. He suffers from a disease. So like all story movies and TV shows that are made up of moments that build upon each other to create a cohesive whole, in any given scene, there are a number of individual beats where one emotion shifts to another and the dramatic action shifts in response. What is a beat? In a screenplay or a teleplay, a beat is a moment that propels the story forward and compels the viewer to take stock of what could happen next. Each scene may be comprised of several different beats. Some beats are subtle, while others are obvious. There are 4 types of story beats. Beats can refer to several different kinds of emotional moments or plot points. Example of beats you might find in a screenplay include events, from graduation parties and proms to battles and boxing matches, large social gatherings and events offer many opportunities for characters to express their views or desires, interact with secondary characters, and advance plot development, both within the main story and outside of it, right? So start thinking about when you're watching your favorite series on a Netflix, right? How are the episodes building up? I will go back and I will watch, certain series over and over again, because once I know the entire arc of the story, when I go back and watch episode 1, I can see now where the characters were building up. I saw the story before it happened. There were clues being dropped there and their emotions and the way they were interacting with each other that I might have missed the first time because I didn't have the whole script in front of me. See, so think about when you're playing a character in a role and you're reading the entire script, your emotions and who you are as a character change. You usually elevate. It's called a hero's journey. Most great movies will follow it. If you think of Star Wars, if you think of The Lord of the Rings, they're very prime examples of the hero's journey, where the hero at the beginning is given a choice. He's given an opportunity that has to go out and do something, right? Like Frodo's given the ring. But in all heroes' journey, when given the opportunity, they say no. They turn it away. If you watch Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, his hero's journey, Ben Kenobi comes and says, hey, we need to get off this planet, go save the universe. Luke Skywalker is like, no, I'm here. I don't want to go. He turns down, the hero's journey, they turn the offer down at first. Then something happens that propels them to have to go on the journey. So for Luke Skywalker, his aunt and his uncle were killed by the Empire. That now gives the catalyst for him to want to now go on this journey, okay? And then along the way, they meet mentors. There are people that become the side characters. If you even watch shows, Billions, Better Call Saul, you'll see this archetype built into it. And there's different levels of things. That storyline and those transitions are all within the beats. So I want you guys to realize that. Realizations are often small, subtle, and quiet moments that occur after some buildup. Perhaps a character witnesses a gesture or glance that reveals their best friend's betrayal or discovers there's a reason she keeps getting passed up for promotions. Realization beats help characters make decisions based on the information they have, right? It's that moment in the show where he confirms she's been cheating on him, right? And you see the emotional look. That's a beat, right? The scene's changing. It's shifting the storyline, shifting the plot. That's a beat. Resolutions. Resolution beats tend to come early in the story and stem from a character's desire to change the status quo or conduct an experiment. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days is a clear example how a simple resolution made early in the film impacts the entire plot. For her advice column, protagonist Andy Anderson, Kate Hudson, revolves to drive a man away within 10 days. Interactions. Through the course of his or her journey, a character meets allies and antagonists, right? Hero's journey. Characters who provide additional conflict and dimension to the story. Notable interactions, for instance, a hero facing off with the villain in the final battle, are important beats that shape the plot. Conversations fall under the category as well. Even seemingly minor dialogue, like a teenager and her father arguing over curfew, can shape the outcome for the rest of the story, right? Something that happens to them. You know, when you're doing script analysis and character analysis, you may not always know the entire background of the character, but a lot of times the writers will hide little subtle references to how the character became who they were. But as a great actor, you can fill some things in, right? Kind of trying to figure things out. Like, how did this character become who he was? Because they're going through a transformation through the movie. Even the hero's journey, when they destroy the villain, they throw the ring in the volcano, they come back changed, right? They come back a different person, and they bring back a reward they come back full circle, but now they're different. They're elevated, right? Characters change, people elevate. Some characters are destroyed, right? So you can get written off a show, right? Swipe of a pen and you're written off a show. And that can happen because that's how the story went, or maybe you just weren't doing what you were supposed to be on the set, right? So let's go back to the script. So close in on the Joker, tears from his eyes from laughing so hard. He's trying to get it under control. His greasy black hair is matted down. He's wearing an old faded Reddit hood zip shirt, right? So we read this through, right? So I just want you guys to see this again, thinking about the beats now, right? Joker takes a deep breath, pauses to see if it's over, right? That uncontrollable laughter. Is it just me, or is it getting crazier out there? Oops, hold on. So let me jump now. So despite the laughter, there's real pain in his eyes. Something's broken in him, right? What? So despite the laughter, there's real pain in his eye. Something's broken in him, like he hasn't slept in days. Social worker, it's certainly tense. People are upset. They're struggling, looking for work. The garbage strike seems like it's been going on forever. These are tough times then, okay? How about you? How's the job? Still enjoying it? Joker, yeah, I mean, it's different each day. So I really like that. I don't think I could ever work in an office behind a desk, right? Beat. So see, so now watch, this is very important. This is what you need to pay attention to as an actor. So the emotion that he's using, right? So he came out of that laughter and he's using one tonality and one kind of personality in the verbiage, in the script, the words. But then when you see the word beat, right? That means he's changing. Now, if you watch the movie, he goes, no offense, like he's insulting her, right? Right? He says, I could never work behind a desk. No offense, right? So the beat showing that he's pushing an emotion, right? We go back to the beginning. What is he trying to do? He's trying to cause what? What is the action he's taking? What does he want the other character to do, right? So he's trying to instigate with her, right? He's trying to get an emotion out of her. He's being insulting to her in the tonality of that two words, right? This is very interesting, right? This is very fascinating to be able to do this. And this comes with practice as you do this. The great thing is like being able to take a script like this, read through it, analyze it, and then go back and watch the movie with the script and take notes. And I'm going to give you a website where you'll be able to download these scripts absolutely for free, no cost. And I want you guys to be able to start doing this, right? People always say, what should I be doing? How should I be training? You know, what should I be doing when I'm not with my coach or I'm not auditioning? These are things you could be doing because this will accelerate your career like 10x, like literally 100x. So she smiles, writes something down, looks at the clock. She's running late for her next appointment, right? So that tells me, so I know she's gritty. She doesn't want to be there. She's not happy. So when she's looking at the clock, she's like, I just wanted this guy to get lost, right? She's running late for her late appointment. She's just going through the emotions. So that's the energy she's going to be giving off as the character. Oops. So again, what is the character literally doing? What does the character want the characters in the scene to do? What is my action? What is the action like to me? It's as if. So, social worker, have you been keeping up with your journal? Right? Joker, every day. Great. Did you bring it with you? Right? B. So now he's changing. See, dodging the subject. So the writer gave you a little clue there, right? So now the clue is before he was being insulting with her, right? He was trying to get instigate with her to get some type of, argument or to be annoying, right? He wants to be like that, get under her skin. But now he gave you, and now he's showing the beat. So now we're changing again, but this time he's saying dodging the subject. So now it's like, okay, great. Well, I'm sorry. Did I bring what? Right? So he's playing with her still, but it's going to be a different emotion that he's playing with in the way he's delivering the line. Right? So now the social worker, again, the writer's giving a clue, impatient. She doesn't have time for this. Right? So now you raising the emotion level. Right? Author, last time I asked you to bring your journal with you for these appointments, do you have it? Right? So maybe she's going to add a little bit more like an annoyance now with him, but not into anger or to provoke him, but just like, I'm tired of this. Like you're not making my day any easier. I'm beaten down already. I'm in this gritty city. There's a garbage strike. The haves not. So she's playing off that emotion in a different way. There's different levels, right? We said earlier, the difference between being happy and very happy. Joker, yes, ma'am. Right? B, can I see it? So now all of a sudden now she changes that emotion. Can I see it? Right? He reluctantly, important, right? Words, each of these words, this is scripts analysis is so important because they're literally telling you what to do. It's like a color by number guide on the emotions, the movement of the character. He reluctantly reaches into his bag, pulls out a weathered notebook, slides it across to her, right? So the first read, on the first read through, so I just touched upon this very lightly. It's important. So this is the first read, the first time you're getting the script and you're reading through it for the very first time. On the first read through, it's important to understand the literal situations and events that affect a character at each point in the story. Okay. These facts from the script are given circumstances and help to determine the actions that you will take in performance. As you read a script, make a list of all the facts about your character. Anything you can glean from a script is helpful. What do they do for a living? Where do they live? Who is closest to them, right? So for the Joker, he lives in the city. He's at the beginning of the movie, he's the clown guy that does the signs, right? His mother is the one that's closest to him, and so forth. Break down into scenes and beats. After you have a feel for the character, map out the story into scenes and beats. Good scripts are written as a series of related events where A leads to B, B to C, and so on. Very, very interesting thing that I want you guys to pick up on. Good scripts are written as a series of related events, which there may be times that you may be working with an independent film, maybe even a student film, okay? I want you guys to realize that you may notice things that the writer may have missed, right? But your job as an actor is to follow along with the script. Now, there'll be times when you'll have like a reading room where, especially with a student film or an independent film, where you might be able to give some advice. But I don't want you guys to, because this is what I'm teaching you is like so impactful, like it's so powerful. And a lot of times you'll be in rooms where you'll be with some really, like known actors, but they're not phenomenal because they feel they kind of already know it all and they don't take it to the level that I do. Like if you take this to the level I'm showing you, like I said, you'll be phenomenal into legendary. The practice of making a scene map helps the actor, that's what this is called, a scene map, helps the actor to understand the story sequentially and provides built-in points to change action. If you've ever been on eBay or you follow Hollywood memorabilia, you'll see a lot of times scripts for sale, and it'll be like Al Pacino's actual script from The Godfather. You can actually get copies of this, actually, and they're probably only maybe a few dollars. You can probably Google it, but you'll have like scripts from some actors, like say Al Pacino in The Godfather, where it's his handwritten notes in the script, like he's actually taking notes. So what I'm saying, so you'll see great actors consistently. If you ever been on set, you'll see each person has their script. You'll see the great actors or the actors who really do this. There's a ton of notes in their script because they're doing this. They're going back and reading it over and over and over again. Okay. And what's really great is this also helps with the memorization process, because now you're visualizing. When you're visualizing the script, you're visualizing the scene, you're visualizing the emotions, it makes the lines so much easier. You're no longer worried about memorizing the lines. You're worried about giving the emotions. Okay. Again, elevating. Look for points in the script where the setting changes or the characters on stage change or time passes. These are common ways that scenes change. Beat changes are smaller shifts within the scenes where the characters may change their action, attitude, or topic of conversation. Identify your character's actions. Ask yourself, why does my character want to other people in the scene, right? What does my character want from other people in the scene to do? The answer to that question is your character's objective. How are you going to accomplish your objective? That's what is important, because it gives you an action to play in each scene, right? If I'm mad and I want to intimidate, I'm punching the door, right? So you understand that the action is not punching the door like I'm frustrated, right? I can punch the door out of frustration, but the action is to intimidate versus frustrate, versus I'm opening the door and I'm nervous, right? I'm in a horror movie or I'm punching the door or beating the door, trying to escape from the killer, right? Understanding all that. Usually characters want other characters to do something, feel something, or understand something. For example, perhaps your character wants someone to get the mail. How will you get them to go to the mailbox for you? Charm them, barter with them, yell at them. The right action is the one that is true to your character and helps you start identifying your character's type. Remember that acting is a collaborative exercise, and actors must also take a director's opinion into account. Listen to what a director says and incorporate it in your character in an honest way based on your own analysis of the script. Sometimes your initial analysis won't be correct, and you'll have to adjust through the rehearsal process. You'll always have table reads. You'll always have rehearsals. Even, if you're on major TV shows, you usually will get, you won't get the whole script, just so you know, especially on episodics, because the writers usually will be making changes as the stuff is going on. Plus, like shows like The Walking Dead, they're just very strict on the storylines and so forth. So a lot of times you may just get your sides, like a portion of the script, the night before. So you usually may have like 10 pages that you have to work on the night before. But trust me, God and the universe will not give you anything you're not ready for. Okay, so you'll never be given anything you're not ready for. So don't stop panicking. What? Oh my! I got you 10 pages to no. Trust me. By the time we get you your 10 pages, we will have you ready. This is what we do, and we're very good at it. But with the strong foundation for your character built from a thorough analysis of the script, these changes will be minor, and your performance will be natural. So again, let's continue. So Joker, I've been using it as a journal, but also as a joke diary. Funny thoughts or observations, right? So funny thoughts or observations. See that? Right? So I wanted you to catch that, right? Because I'm not in character right now, but the writer, that was a mistake on my part. It's funny thoughts or observations. Did I tell you I'm pursuing a career in stand-up comedy? Right? I can say it again. Did I tell you I'm pursuing a career in stand-up comedy? More of the question thing. See, each of the things in this you have to catch. Like, you can't change the words. Like, the writer specifically wanted those two ors there, very specifically. This is when you start learning breathing and so forth, right? As you're breathing and as you're moving through the words. right? So now we go to the other characters. She's half listening, right? As she flips through his journal. Again, we saw the analysis of that early on. Social worker, so she could care less. No, you didn't. And then Joker, I think I did, right? She doesn't respond. She keeps flipping through his journal. And then she says, oh yeah, because of what your mother said about your purpose, to bring laughter and joy to the world, right? The Joker, right. Angle on journal, pages and pages of notes, all in neat, angry looking handwriting. Also cut out photos from hardcore pornographic magazines, some crude handmade drawings. A flash of anger crosses the Joker's face. We see him picking at his right eyebrow, almost obsessively, trying to stay calm. See, this fits in. Remember the scarf move from earlier, right? Where he's got that nervous twitch. So now we see it in the writer's writing here, where he's going after picking his right eyebrow. Trying to stay calm, his eyebrow is actually half gone, something he does a lot, right? Joker, I didn't realize you wanted to read it. The social worker gives him a look, then reads something in the pages that gives her pause. So for homework, okay, on the right page here. So homework, download the Joker script, read it, then watch the movie. It's available online. I believe Max plays it. It's free. There's plenty of places you can find. It's been out for long enough. Even if you have to download it, rent it for $1.99 or $2.99, it's worth it. Download the Joker script, read it, then watch the movie along with the script after completing the following steps. Step 1, cross out any stage directions. So stage directions don't matter at that point because you're just doing a script analysis. So stage directions are when they were saying like he moves across the stage, or he's picking up an ashtray and throwing it. Step 2, mark any significant changes, shifts in tone or character development. So try to spot where in the script as you're reading it without watching it and being able to hear. Remember, hearing is so powerful because you can hear the difference in somebody's voice, right? Or hear. So try to recognize where you're going to see shifts in the tone or where you're catching the character development. There's something happening in that scene that's very pivotal. It's a very important beat. Mark significant words, right? So circle, catch any of the words that are very significant. Understand the words, right? Make sure you understand what is the point, the action he's trying to get across. And then as you're doing this, ask questions. Why is this happening? Why did the writer do this? Why? Just anything, right? This is a very strong exercise. Don't overthink this, right? Don't overthink this. And the site you can go to is IMSDB. So it's imsdb.com. You guys can take a screenshot of this if you want to take a photo. It's an online database for scripts. There's literally almost every movie, every TV show goes back forever and ever where you can find the scripts. It's free to use. You can download the scripts, enjoy them. And it's a really great tool and a great resource. Professional Academy Award-winning actors follow this process that I just showed you guys. Obviously, I'm limited for time, but we have a program that we'll talk to you guys about tomorrow. You guys actually get to participate in it for the first 4 weeks if you want. And we have some amazing coaches, Haviland, Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos, some really amazing people. We'll talk to you guys about that tomorrow, but this is something you can do. So the importance to me for this event this weekend is obviously we're looking for new talent to represent and to work with, but we also want people to be educated because I understand what's out there. I see, believe me, I was talking to Deneen about this yesterday. I've seen some of the trainings and coaching out there, and they just don't do it at the highest level. Like if you're going to do something, do it at the highest level because you can make a career out of this. Okay. So my name is Michael Fompkin, and this is Discover the Secret Acting DNA. Transform from actor to detective, seeking truths, hiding in plain sight. And with that thought in mind, guys, I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen. And it looks like we got coming up VIP pass experience. We got some stuff going on in Fashion Week, Front Row Live from New York City, Ryan Colby, and hopefully some surprise guests. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Bye, guys.
Okay. How many of you are never, ever, ever going to be able to watch a movie or TV show again? Raise your hands. Or in the same way, raise your hands. I have to tell you, when the first time I heard this presentation, I was like, oh, wow, that's so cool. It's so exciting because I'm very much a student. I love learning. I love growing. I love like seeing things through a different way, through a different lens. But this the training, the script analysis every time, like it just blows my mind. So here's what I want to know from you. What was your biggest takeaway? If that's I don't even think that's a fair question. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite child. But what was your biggest I know. But what was your biggest takeaway from script analysis? Like this is what was your biggest takeaway? But then I also want to know, for those of you that are performers, how are you going to perform differently? Are you ever going to be able to read a script the same way again? I was in school for the science of writing for film and TV. So yeah, it's hard to see a film the same way, right? Beats, right? Yeah, you're going to definitely see the beats, the tone and the character. Take directions from writers, and every word has a meaning. I love that. Let's go back to that one. Every word has a meaning. I think so many times when you're reading, and like I've helped to coach people through Shakespeare, through all of these, through so many different types of writing, but every word that is written down has a meaning. Every word has a purpose. And I think sometimes we overlook certain words like and it sounds really crazy to say that, but literally every word has a meaning. And my question for you is, how are you going to start using this in your life? How are you going to start applying what you just learned? My biggest takeaway was answering questions about the character, right? I have an audition tomorrow. That's great. So you're going to have the opportunity to start using what you learned here today, tomorrow. But yeah, definitely the character, like whenever you're watching a TV show, right? Start thinking about the backstory of the character. Maybe sometimes you're given the information, but sometimes you're not. How many of you are like me? Whenever I go out somewhere, I kind of like to make up stories about people. Like not like malicious stories, of course, but I love going out and coming up with a story. Okay, see that couple sitting over there at that table? Maybe it's their first date. You know, I love coming up with stories for people. And it's not, I guess it probably sounds a little creepy that I just said it that way, doesn't it? But the reason that I love coming up with stories and trying to figure out what people are thinking is this. One of my mentors, Mark Christopher Lawrence, who's not on here today, but he always talks about, he's an actor, he's classically trained, and one of the things that he does for every character that he portrays is he watches people and he tries to pick up their stories. So here's my question for you. Just being an actress. Yes, that's me. I'm an actress. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for not thinking I'm creepy. I appreciate that. But let me ask you guys a question. For those of you on here right now, how valuable was that training for you? How much did you learn? And even if you've heard it before, how many of you heard it through a different lens? And what I want you guys to think about is this. Everything that we're doing, we're building. Alicia likes to call it the lasagna effect. We're building today. Today, it's foundation day. So we're building foundation upon foundation upon foundation. So let's think about like where we've come. Because a lot of times people are like, seems like we're going on this journey, but what is the purpose of this journey? So this morning, the first thing we talked about was it all starts on a Zoom call. Every success story that we have starts on a Zoom call. And I want you to think about that. You're still here. Give yourself a round of applause for still being here. Give yourself some jazz hands, right? You're still here because you know what? You told me at the beginning of the day, you told yourself that you were all in. How awesome is that? That's amazing. You know what? You guys are still here. And I want you to applaud that, because when we talked about what does it mean to be a rising star, it means showing up for yourself and staying until, if you're a hockey fan, staying until the fat lady sings. You know what I mean? You're here until the end, right? We talked about modeling and acting made easy. We talked about about mindset. We talked about mindset and the mindset of a millionaire. We talked about what do millionaires have that's different than other people? What is different about the way that they think? What is different about what they do in their daily life? They're more about education than entertainment. You guys are here, you're getting educated. You are here because you are gaining knowledge in the entertainment industry. You're dedicating a Saturday to this, and that is awesome. And you know what? At the end of the day, you're going to have more, with the knowledge that you're gaining this weekend is what you're going to be able to take with you on a go forward basis. What you're learning here, you're just going to expand and grow. And so many people have been asking, when do we talk about getting an agent? I want an agent. I want an agent now. Is it okay if I break that down for you just for 2 seconds? The thing about an agent is an agent wants to work with an actor or a model. An agent wants to work with someone who is ready to put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. Because you heard from Haviland, her agents and managers, they get paid when she works, right? So here, is it okay if I let you in on a little industry secret? You have to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. That's what we're doing. I shouldn't let the cat out of the bag, but that's what we're doing this weekend. Because now when you walk into an agent, if you are interested in being a model, you know what type of modeling you qualify for. So if you are like me, if you are 5'5" and you are 48 years old, you're not going to go walk in, I want to be a high fashion model, because they'll laugh at them. Like, okay, I like to call myself fun size, but they'll be like, you're short and you're too old. Okay, move along, crazy person. But if I went into an agency and said, you know what, I want to be a commercial print model, and here's some photos I have, here's my portfolio, they'll be like, oh, okay, at least you know what's going on in the industry, right? I'll understand. That's where you guys are now. You know, we talked about the path with Haviland. We talked about from aspiring to achieving, the path of a rising star. What did you learn from her? What is one word, if you can pick one word, what is one word you learned from Haviland that you can start applying to your life? If you were to ask me, training. Yes, training, absolutely. She's always training. She's always working. She's always moving. Education, attitude, process, training, be prepared, work, enthusiasm. How about persistence, consistency, preparation, right? These are all things that if you want to not only succeed, if you want to thrive, if you not only want to survive in the entertainment industry, but you want to thrive, these are all things that you need. Dude, she was on set for 19 hours for one role. 19. I heard that, I fell off my chair. I was like, 19 hours. I mean, I'm all in, but 19 hours? Like, imagine showing up to set and you're supposed to be one of the first scenes. And they're like, no, you know what? We had to change things around. Just sit around, hurry up and wait. How many of you have the stick-to-itiveness to do that? That's what this is all about. Leia, I have no doubt that you would be able to do that. But that's what I want you guys to think about. Like, when you are, Mike Trash, I was on set for 2 days for 2 lines. 2 days for 2 lines. Like, that's what it takes. A lot of times it seems so glamorous. Like this morning when you guys were like, okay, what do you want to do? I want to be famous. I want to act. I want to do this. I want to do that. Not one of you said, hey, I want to be persistent. I want to be consistent, right? But that's what it takes to be a part of the entertainment industry. Yeah, humbleness, humility. Imagine the humility it takes for Haviland. She was in Les Miserables and Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway. How much humility must it take for her to go in and audition for like a Lifetime movie or something like that? Like, I was on Broadway, and they're like, next. That takes a lot of humility. And something else I love that she said is that she's really careful who she works with. Did you guys catch that? She doesn't advertise that she's a coach because she wants to know that the people that she works with are going to be successful. They're going to show up for themselves. Did that strike any of you? When I heard that, I was like, wow. That means a lot. Because how many of you have ever worked with someone, they're like, okay, just let's go. She's not like the McDonald's or the Burger King of coaching. She truly wants to make sure that the people that she works with are going to be successful. And I love that, because you know what? The thing I love about Haviland, there's so much, but every time we ask her to do something, she knows, she shows up. And there are no questions asked. When she showed up into Beverly, how many of you were at the Beverly Hills lunch? Just raise your physical hands. How awesome was it to have the opportunity to talk to her and her mom? And did she not give you 100% of everything? That's what we're doing here. Yes, stamina is the key to everything. Yeah, but I want you to start, as you're listening to our speakers, and we're going to have Mr. Ryan Colby coming on in a couple minutes. He should be on any minute now, but because I threw a little monkey wrench at him. But what I want you guys to think about is this: like, what does your name mean? Like, for someone like Haviland to say, okay, you know, if they need me, I'm there. Like, she doesn't ask any questions. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Haviland? How many of you would love the opportunity to learn how to do voiceover from someone who played? You heard her resume. I could read it to you again. Tremendous, tremendous. How many of you would love the opportunity to work more with Mike? How many of you have had yourself shifted so much by his presentations? I was reading in the comments, yeah, he's my favorite because I learned so much from him. And let me tell you something, everyone that you're going to hear from, we eat, breathe, and drink the entertainment industry. And we want you to be successful. That's why you're here. That's why you're going to have the opportunity again. Let's think about this. At the end of the weekend, you're going to have the opportunity to get a walk-on role in a major motion picture. What? With one of the hugest producers out there. How many of you would love that opportunity? Marvin already sent Mike a message on Messenger. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, you would love to work. How many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of New York Fashion Week? How many of you would love the opportunity to start moving yourself forward? I want to ask you, I know, right? Everyone should be raising their hands. So I want to ask you guys this again. I know I started the day with this, but I feel like you are different people already. I feel like the transformation is already happening here. So what is it that you want now? Like at the beginning of the day, you're like, oh my God, I want to be famous. I want to do this. I want to do that. What is it that you really want now? Type that in the comments. I want it all. What does that mean? I want it all. Tell me what that means. I love that because it sounds so exuberant. But what does that mean? Like, what do you guys really want? The chance to show what I've learned. I like that a lot. Reginald, I have a feeling you'll be able to do that. Moving forward, never stop learning, to book work, good opportunity, work. Harper's Bazaar, I like that. Move forward, be ready for my next move. Patience. Well, good, Nathaniel. I'm glad that you want patience, because you know I think patience is a 4-letter word personally, but we'll go with it. Love inspiration, follow through by taking action and moving forward. I love that, Lewis. And I've seen that in you. To do something I love. I want the training, to get the training and book projects. That's great, right? Yeah, you want to start booking work. I want to work with everyone who will make me successful. Here's my question for you. I love that answer, but here's my question for you. We want to work with people who are going to make us successful too. So it can't always be about me when you're saying this. Why do you want to be successful? I want you guys to really start thinking about this. Why do you want to be successful? I want to learn. I want to make money. I want fame. I want to be the next Kevin Hart. Well, guess what? Can I talk about this? And I want this to be a coachable moment for you. I love Kevin Hart, but the world already has a Kevin Hart. Why do we want another Kevin Hart? Why don't you want to be the next you? Think about that. Think about that. Like, I think I'm pretty cool, but if the world had like 50 Denise, this world would go crazy, right? And you're all amazing. So think about this. God only put one of you on earth, and he put you on earth for a specific reason. So I want you to start thinking about that. Do you think that Elon Musk goes, wow, I want to be the next Bill Gates. Do you think those words ever, like, do you think at this moment Elon Musk ever said, hey, I want to be the next Bill Gates? No. Elon Musk set goals for himself that he wants to achieve, right? So start thinking of, I don't know, Kelly Walker, I can attest that we cannot handle two of you. One of you is plenty. We love you. That's not that we don't love you, but one of you is plenty.
It's like, don't impersonate B. Don't impersonate B. Be you. Be Solange. Hi, Ryan Clapham. Be Leslie Pina. Be the Nathaniel Barnes. Hi, Nathaniel. Why not be you? Be the best you can be, for sure.
And I'm not saying that because you know what? I always like people when they're like, oh my God, who do you want to be like? We all have people that we aspire. I have people that I admire so much. Like there are so many people. Like I would love to be the next Tony Robbins, but the world already has a Tony Robbins. You know what I mean? But you know what? So I can understand wanting to emulate some of their characteristics. And I'm sure that that's what you meant. But your words are very important. Mike just talked about that in script development and script analysis. Every word has meaning. So not only the thoughts that go through your head should you be monitoring, but also the words that come out of your mouth. They're very important. So I want you guys to really think about that. So when I ask you questions, I want you to think, okay, you know what? What words can I use? Because words have meaning. We can all agree to that, right? Words have a lot of meaning. Words have power. So what words can I use when you're talking or you're typing? Think, okay, you know what? What words can I use that are stronger than the ones I have? I see you, Ryan Colby. Ryan Colby's texting me. I am on, Janine. Are you ready for me? All right. So are you guys ready for some updates from New York Fashion Week? Are you guys? Hold on.
You've got to do that. Do. We're getting updates right now from New York Fashion Week. Live on the line.
Breaking news. Break your breakers. Just kidding.
I'm sure.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our next guest to you. And I am so excited because the things that he has going on right now have been, oh, hold on. Sorry, Sherry. You were right next to Ryan Colby. Sorry, Ryan. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me introduce our next guest to you. Our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. He opened for Emmanuel Ungaro in Milan, Italy when he was 15 years old. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through good times and bad, he has never wavered. He has a record number of covers for his agency, 72 in 1 year. For over 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, and he has placed talent worldwide in campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hello, how are you?
I'm amazing, Ryan Colby. How are you?
I am good. I'm good.
So,
I'm good. Very tired today. I've been cleaning and mopping, and I have
I think lots of people on Fashion Week.
yes, I have
Unglamorous,
nine. I have like 9 guys in town, so they're all doing different things. 2 of them happen to be VIP guys, but I have 7 others that are in town for Fashion Week as well. So they've met a few. They met Montserrat and Brandon met them at a party that we went to the other day. So they're hanging out and stuff like that. But yeah, I have 9 people in town, so it's kind of busy.
awesome. Well, you've been giving me updates, some big news. And I know that one of the models is going to be calling in probably in about 15 minutes, correct?
Yeah, at 12, 15, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So this has been a pretty busy fashion week for you. You've had the opportunity to go to parties, and I know how much you love parties. Everyone else that's glamorous for you is like, I've got to go to a
Not going to
party.
parties to get drunk, guys. This isn't like a high school or
There's
college.
actually no alcohol at this party, which was
Yeah.
kind of annoying, but
Well, actually, it was probably good because it was very warm.
yeah. So I did go to one. I may have to go to another this week, but it's still, the jury's out, so we'll see.
Okay, wait, really quick. What is the purpose of these parties? Is it just to be seen, or is this where the networking happens for you?
It's to network and to be, it's both. It's to network and to be seen. I knew this would be a big one because it was sponsored by the CFDA, and it was with Terry Solis, who is a huge photographer for Condé Nast. He shoots W and Condé Nast and Hearst, actually. He works for both. W, GQ, Esquire, Vogue. He's a big legendary photographer. L'Oreal campaigns, and I mean, his work is from the early 90s till now. And he did an expose on his mother and shot her in a bunch of high fashion and also her own fashion that she made in the 60s and 70s, and did a whole thing on her. So it was like 100 photographs of her in this gallery. So he was having a big party for it, obviously coinciding with Fashion Week on purpose. The CFDA sponsored it.
Wait, can you go over what CFDA is? Because I get a lot of people that tell me that they're walking Fashion Week, but anybody can call it New York Fashion Week. What is CFDA?
The CFDA is the Council of Fashion Designs of America, and it's the company that basically decides who's on the calendar for Fashion Week, who shows, where they show. They have their hand in everything. So they come up with a calendar twice a year. Well, in this country, twice a year. And those designers that are on that list are stamped by them, sanctioned by them. So they sponsored this party. So everyone from CFDA was there, lots of photographers, lots of designers, and the designers had to come because, it's kind of like your parent having a party. And Isaac Mizrahi was there, Michael Kors, it was a big, big thing. And so we had, I had to go kind of, even though it was really hot, had to go, had no choice. And it was fun. It was just very hot. So it's kind
These
of
are champagne problems. How many of you guys feel pressure to go to Fashion Week party? How many of you guys want that pressure? Type, I want that. Right.
So yeah, it was really good. Lots of execs there that you don't know who they are. They're not famous. I know who they are, but it's not like they're, Charlize Theron, but it's like they're the ones behind the scenes running the show. So it was lots of people from Hearst, lots of people from Condé Nast, lots of people from L'Oreal, and stuff like that. So it was important to go, and made a connection with a really good casting firm who was there and saw the guys live in color. We were talking to them for a few minutes. Everyone was complaining about the heat. So
Can you talk about how one of your models got a casting because he was helpful?
Well, yeah. I'm sending in a book on. I guess I'll do it tomorrow because it's a weekday. Bradley, who was the casting director for Fila, was there, and he was staring at Brandon, and Brandon was helpful with the air conditioning issue, and he was appreciative. So he asked, before we were on the PAT train, he messaged me right when we left, within 30 minutes of leaving, and asked for books. So I'll send them tomorrow.
Wow, you're always on stage. How many of you guys see that?
Yeah, I had no idea who that man was. He was just happened to be standing by the window. And then and then he introduced himself, and then we just started talking, and that's what happened.
The reason I love that story is because we just did a training in Miami with being a production assistant. And that's not insinuating that Brandon was being a production assistant, but whenever you see a need, when you fill in a need, the opportunities will abound for you, because he could have just sat there and said, oh my God, it's so hot, and sweat it with everyone else. But he stepped up to the plate literally and helped a whole room of people. And now he has an opportunity because he wasn't too big for his britches and he did something to help.
Yeah, he just walked in from doing his laundry. What are you doing? Folding? What's in the bag? Oh, detergent. Okay.
All
I
scripted.
thought you were like folding.
Breaking news,
Right.
breaking news from Fashion Week. Brandon
Wait,
just did his
I'm here,
laundry. He
like,
walked in with the
oh.
bag. Everyone, keep
Oh,
tuning in
come-
for more details.
Anyway, he just walked in. I had him come back. So you guys
Hello.
can pepper him with questions. This is
Okay.
the boot camp that
Oh,
goes
this is the
on.
boot camp.
This is the boot camp.
It all
Excellent.
started with a Zoom, right, Brandon Hunter? We talked about that.
Absolutely. All started with the Zoom and
It
then
all
a
started with
decision
the
to move
Zoom.
forward.
Well,
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to put you in the hot seat. How much did your life change by coming on a Zoom with us?
It completely altered the trajectory of my life just by one Zoom call. And Alicia, I remember it very vividly.
Oh God, what?
When we
What did I do?
when we did that preliminary call, you said, hey, like, this isn't a call for just anyone to join. If you are serious, if you are committed, no BS, then this is the place for you. But it takes that type of devotion and that time and that energy and seriousness towards your goal and your journey to move forward. So you put that on the table for all of
And
us
thank God
to
for my
either pick up
bitchiness.
or deny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
see though how we have to protect our brand. I mean, anybody with a credit card can join like Actors Access and Backstage.
Yeah.
We want to get access to actual real people. So what have you done? So you came on a Zoom call, and did you ever have any apprehensions before you came on the Zoom call? Like, man, I'm not really serious, or how do I know this isn't real? What was your aha moment where you're like, okay, I like this company and I'm gonna go ahead and move forward? What was your aha moment? Anything?
Well, that you have to be a little skeptical with whatever you go into, but it was the quality of guests that you had on. You had Robert, you had Monique Coleman speaking on the Zooms, and
High
you had
School
the
Musical. She's
High
part of
School
VIP
Musical,
Ignite. Yeah.
yeah, and then Ryan Colby, he's also has agency, and then we speak to these Fortune 500 people, and the CEOs are involved with the Yankees, and so we have
Brandon
quality
Steiner.
people.
We have the owner of the, yeah, we have some
Yeah.
big names. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you
that
decided
and
to take a chance.
yeah, exactly. And that was kind of that helped with the aha moment, but ultimately I had to like look inside and say, okay, how serious am I going to be about pursuing this? Because you're right, anyone with a credit card can move forward, but it's you guys are already established, you guys already have all these contacts in your book, but it's ultimately up to the participant, to you, to me on the call. So
And can you talk about your first photo shoot? Were you nervous? Was it everything you thought? And how
Okay, my
quickly did it move for you?
I
Because I
remember
know,
your
like, when
first
you
photo
spoke to
shoot,
Deneen,
so
you had like a life outside of this, and you were a little bit skeptical about leaving your current environment, but you wanted to do these amazing things. So can you talk about like your conversation with Deneen and coming out and getting your first photo shoot done?
So yeah, my first photo shoot was about 3 years ago almost, but it was in Vegas, and yeah, it was in Vegas. That was
I
that was when
wasn't there.
first
I
met
had
you.
just had the baby. Yeah.
I know it was in Vegas.
Yeah, that was the first time. But yeah, I was a little nervous about it, but I had to make that decision, and it turned out well. I met more people, gained more contacts, but you got to take some risks sometimes to get what you ultimately want.
So again, guys, this is a proper example. He doesn't live in New York or LA. Where is it that you reside? I mean,
Reno, Nevada is where I live.
Reno, not Vegas, but
Not
Reno.
Vegas.
Reno.
Yeah, small community.
So where else
not
have
too
you
much is
been
going
with
on.
VIP Ignite? Now you went to a photo shoot in Vegas with us, which was
Went to a
awesome.
photo shoot in Vegas with you guys. I went to a photo shoot in Miami as well. There was the LA event that was scheduled, but yeah, those were the main ones, and the one up here in Brooklyn as well. So yeah.
So what do your friends and family think about you? Were they ever skeptical before you started this? And now that you're in New York for Fashion Week, what are their thoughts now? Anybody apologizing?
No, yeah, there's people apologizing in a way because they were also skeptical about what's going on. Why are you making decisions? Why are you paying for anything? But one thing leads to another, and now they see the outcome of it, and the stage of development that I'm currently in. It all makes sense, and it only can get better from here forward.
So I hear your agent in the background. Ryan is a sweet little buttercup on Zoom. What's it like really working with Ryan now that you're at New York Fashion Week, having to go to parties, having to meet people? Go ahead. No pressure.
What do you mean tell the truth? Of course I'm going to tell the truth. Oh,
He's wonderful.
Ryan is wonderful ultimately, but Ryan is very stern
Like,
in
do
all
not
his
embarrass
decisions
me.
that he makes. So when he gets what he wants and wants what he gets, but like that's the way you have to deal with certain clients, and I see it firsthand. You gotta put it on the table as one or the other. I'm either using my time and energy towards this, or I'm wasting my time and energy towards this. And it's all about doing what's best for you, in this case, the talent, because there are so many obstacles that you could run into in this industry, and you have to be wary of them. And I'm not always wary of them because I'm fairly new, considering that I've been with him for almost 3 years. But there's a lot you could run into that could be the detriment of your career. So he has kind of helped me picking and choosing, discerning, and navigating through this whole process while I'm here in New York. So, but he's
business to think about you navigating this on your own. You need somebody like Ryan Colby, the master, who's been in this industry for 4 decades and knows everybody. He can literally snap a finger and put you face to face. But let me ask you a question. Now that you see what we do and you're there experiencing this, do you now see why we have to have a legit audition process? Why like services aren't for sale? Why I constantly tell people, no, this isn't for you. This is why we do a 2-day boot camp. You're welcome. It's free. But you have to go through an interview, guys. And we're never going to put you face to face with these types of people unless we feel you can handle it. How many of you guys respect that? Anybody? Type amen. Because we knew you had what it took, whether you knew it, but we knew it. And obviously, Ryan, you meet so many talent. And again, I'm going to put you on the hot seat now. Why Brandon? What did you like about Brandon?
Well, in Vegas, I liked him. He's very commercial. He's that type of guy that can cross over and be applicable and marketable to Blacks, to whites. And that is important when you're of ethnic race, whether you're Spanish, Asian, or Black. If you can cross over and have both major races be into you and like you, whether you're trying to be a singer, an actor, a model, that ultimately is good. It's kind of like you don't want to be pigeonholed in one market only if you can help it. So I saw that in him. He also has a good body. He has good teeth. He has all of these superficial factors are important. It's part of the game. And I just wanted to see if his brain was in the game. And that took a moment. Living in Reno is like living in Afghanistan. Like there's no value to it whatsoever.
There's your tagline. Aren't you guys glad you're here? Reno's like living in Afghanistan. So much alike.
It's nowhere near anything. So he spent 2.5 years coming for small trips to here, to LA, Miami, I guess. I actually forgot you went to Miami, but here, LA. And I've literally had no recollection of that until he just said it. But
you're special. Okay.
Coming here, and actually he came here other than the shoots. So he came here for small 2-day, 3-day, 4-day visits, and it's cute and everything, but it's not of any consequence because it just gave me a glimpse into his personality. So I was like, you really need to be here for a chunk of time before we pick a market for you, which ultimately will be LA, but you need to be here to develop. And that's going to take a minute. And unfortunately, he had a job. He had, you know,
And he
other.
has to save up finances
had
to be, you're not
school.
paying for that.
Yeah, not paying for that. He had
No part of paying.
school.
Yeah.
He had school. He had a job, and he had things that were keeping him in Reno. And I was like, well, figure it out when, you know. And then eventually this spring, he figured it out. He finished the job. He let go of the apartment, and he was like, I can come to be developed. And I was like, okay, finally, great. So this is the time, you know. And even though it was in the spring, it still took time. He had to move his stuff to his parents' house. He had to plan it, get a plane ticket. It was a whole thing. So he got here in August, and yeah.
All right. Well, this is proof that he was in Miami. That's one of my favorite. Oh, hold on, I lost it. One of my favorite pictures I've ever
Oh, no, I
taken
know
is with
he was
Brandon
in
Hunter in
Miami.
Miami. Look
I
at that,
just
Brandon.
Didn't
Wow.
remember.
I can't believe that you wouldn't remember. Awesome. All right. Well, Ryan, we also have another one of your models who's on in a showroom right now who just arrived on Zoom. So let's bring him on as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see.
I think Ryan's afraid we're going to bring out all of your exes on here live on
Oh,
Zoom.
hold on. Live from New York Fashion Week, we have Masharat Swinson as well.
See who's left standing.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Hi,
It will
Masharat.
be,
How are
it will be
you?
me.
Hey, how is everyone?
Good. Welcome to the party. I've seen some of the photos that you've been taking, sir.
Mhm.
My gracious. Finally, I got an emotion out of him. Yes. Well, it's an inside joke. Okay. The reason that I say that is I try to get Masharat to smile and show emotion, and he is deadpan. Like, he should really be a stand-up comedian because he could deliver a line and you wouldn't even see it coming. But I guess that's part of being a model. All right, Masharat. So where are you right now?
I am currently in a showroom right now. I have one of the outfits on.
Very nice.
And these are the clothes right
Nice.
here. I don't know if you can see that. But,
Yeah, we can.
Oh, and then
You have
this
to
is
change
the,
into all those clothes today?
no, I just got here. Like, this is like the third outfit.
Okay. Wow.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
And then yesterday I did a big photo shoot, did like about 12, 15 looks.
In one day? That's crazy. Ryan, you must have trained him well so he could do 12 to 15 looks in one day.
I guess. I mean, it was a long day, so I don't really train them to change clothes. I kind of tell them they have to, and they figure it out or they don't. Because then someone else will be yelling at them. It won't be me. I don't go to the shoots, so I don't. You know, if he changed properly, great. I think for this shoot though, yesterday they put him in the clothes. There was no way for him to change into those clothes. They were extremely intricate. There was no way for him to, it wasn't a t-shirt and jeans. So I think they dressed him. You basically stand there and they put clothes on you and then they take them off of you and then you do it again and again and again and again. You know, that's how.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you don't really touch anything with that kind of shoot. A catalog shoot like today, yeah, this is different. This is sportswear. He can put on a hoodie himself and a sweatpant or a short or whatever, you know.
Awesome. Well, Masharat, a year ago, would you have thought, even, you know what, a year ago, would you have thought that you'd be on Zoom talking?
Right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I thought that was me for a
She
second.
froze. No, she froze.
No, it's the man.
I'll finish where she left off. Masharat, you came on a Zoom call. Did you come on a boot camp or did you come on my call? Because I do call sometimes, like twice a week. It was a boot camp. Okay. So you came on a boot camp and you live up in San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
No real experience in this industry. So you came on a boot camp. What led you to come on a boot camp? Did you see like an advertisement or did you get a call? What happened?
Well, you know, I've been wanting to like get into the industry since I was like 4 years old. So around the time I was in college, I really wanted to start pursuing this. So there was just one day where I was just scrolling on Instagram and I seen an ad for VIP Ignite. Something just told me to click on it and sign up. And then,
Probably one of our silly ads.
yeah, one of your ads, and the rest is pretty much history.
So you came on a call. Was there ever a time, and I asked Brandon the same question, was there ever a time that you thought, oh, I've been to companies like this, or maybe I shouldn't come on this call? Any apprehensions, or why did you end up joining us?
Well, I mean, believe it or not, this is actually the first company I've joined. Yeah, so
Okay. So that's not applicable to him.
Well, I always ask, it's like the bad boyfriend syndrome. Most of the people
Well,
I
he
talk
didn't have
to
any
been
boyfriends,
wrong,
so
so it's like, I'm sorry, but that's not me. Let's move on. So you came on a boot camp. What was your aha moment where you said, I want to work with VIP? Was it Ryan? I mean, he's right there. So nod your head.
yeah. But it was also,
Yeah.
but it was also, just the pictures behind you from when you said you won Tony Awards and
Oh, you mean these old things?
yeah, those
Ryan did
old
my
things.
hair and makeup. That's night we won our first Tony with Sigourney Weaver. No big
Yeah.
deal. Yeah.
Yeah. So that
Nice.
kind of sealed legitimacy for me. And, and then I just kept, continuing going to the calls, doing the trainings. And yeah, I just kept taking one chance after the other. But the real big major chance I took was going to Chicago to see you, Mike, and Deneen for the first time.
And we hugged it out.
Yeah.
I remember, but you were also very nervous, right? You were very shy. And we introduced
I wasn't that.
you were
nervous. I
so
wasn't
shy.
that
Oh my God. You were so shy, but we introduced you to one of Michael Jackson's head choreographers, right?
Yeah.
He literally was a head choreographer with Michael Jackson for This Is Us tour. It was amazing. So you got to work with him on confidence and speaking. So can you talk about, so after Chicago, can you talk about your confidence and then getting to work with the team and the coaching to where you are now? How did you, because you're not just walking Fashion Week, oh my God, you're so lucky. You put in a lot of hard work to get to where you are now. So can you discuss it a little bit?
So with the whole confidence thing, it wasn't just really the entertainment industry. It was just life as a whole, just how you go about life, just really being the director of your own life, really asking strong questions and important questions, just making sure you're really thinking things through before you actually have a decision, to make really. And so, there's just a lot of lessons that I've learned from those coachings. And if I was to say all of them, would be here all day.
Well,
So
we are here all day. I'm just kidding, but I'm not kidding, because we're here till we're done, right? Everybody got committed, right? And said, I'm all in. So we'll be here all day listening to your life and your journey. But I mean, over the coachings, you worked with 50 Cent's acting coach, Monique Coleman. We have people from The Walking Dead, people from the Goldbergs. I mean, this company, people from The Sopranos now work for VIP. Do you know? That's pretty badass. But not to mention just learning the business, not just learning about modeling or acting, but also voiceover work, training. But you work very hard to be able to earn this income, to be able to travel everywhere. I mean, we invite you everywhere we go. And I feel like we just saw each other last week. Was it last week in Miami?
It was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. And then the week before that, we were in Beverly Hills. A lot of traveling. Guys, if you don't have haters, you will by the time I'm done with you, because your friends and family are going to be like, where are you going now? And who are you rubbing elbows with? And who are you hugging? Oh, it's just the head writer for Netflix. Right? Champagne problems. But you could see here at VIP Ignite, how many of you guys see one common factor here? That it's not just about I want to be famous. I want to, get rich. It's dedication. We do our part. Don't even worry about that. But the question is, if we put you face to face with somebody of this type of level, like Ryan Colby, how many of you guys understand now you have to be what an agent wants? It doesn't matter what you want. You're one of a billion trying to get in this business. You have to be what an agent wants. And that's why we do these boot camps. We're building the foundation. So many people come on, they're skeptical, misconceptions. They think they understand how the business works. That's sweet. But if you're not successful, you need to accept the fact it's not just you. Maybe you don't have the right training. Maybe you don't have the right photos. You don't have the right connections, the right mindset. you know? So Masharad, how much has your life changed? I mean, you're here in New York now, right? I heard a little rumor that you may go to Paris. So my question for you is, are you glad you came on that first Zoom call with us?
Yes, I'm very glad I came on that first Zoom call, because if I never went to that Zoom call, I would still just have that plan of saving up as much money as I possibly can and then moving to LA and hoping for the best. Yeah, I mean, I told you about that plan already. So I mean,
Some people go to LA with dreams. I'm like, who do you want to meet? Let's line them up face to face. How many of you guys are ready for face to face? Because we have some of the we have Academy Award winners, head writers, agents, casting directors, producers. And you also, I mean, Ryan Colby himself is working with you. You also have Tanya Kleckner, who you guys will meet tomorrow, SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. She has actors on Grey's Anatomy, Walking Dead, Tim Burton's Wednesday, Outer Banks, All American. I mean, how does it feel now that, like, I hate to sound like this, but toast of the town, totally true. You're now not only modeling, but you're also speaking from stage now. You're now, I mean, TV and film, everything like is happening now. It's called momentum.
Yep.
And listen, I mean, I'm really good at what I do, but I can't be great unless you're great. My job is to put you face to face in front of everybody you need to meet, but I need to make sure you're ready for it. And you got ready. You said yes. And it's kind of like jumping off a bridge and building a plane on the way down. You're not going to fail because you know you have what it takes. And I think it's so important for anybody here. It doesn't mean you have to be born into this business. Doesn't mean you have to go to Juilliard and Berkeley and Yale. It just means that if you're surrounded by the right people and you can implement the process, these are tried and true. I mean, I don't win 6 Tonys because I'm lucky. You know what I mean? You have to put forth the effort and surround yourself with the best. So we're really proud of you.
Yep. And speaking of being proud of you, which I really am, and I'm back. I know you only had 15 minutes. You have to get back to your shoot. So
he's literally like at his first
he's
shot.
like watching. He's like, okay. Well, Masharad, thank you so much for jumping on. Thank the person that you're filming with or shooting with. Thank him for us too, for letting us have you for a couple minutes. But it's so amazing just to see your success. And I'm going to try everything I can to come see
New York City, guys. It's already New York City. So excited for you. We love you.
All right, Masharad, go make us even more proud than you already have.
Yes, we want to watch all of your journeys. We're living vicariously through you. Happy Fashion Week.
Thank you. Bye, Masharad.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Janine, I want to cry.
Oh my gosh, when I was putting that presentation together, I was like, don't cry.
Little babies
Don't
growing
cry.
up.
I know. They're all good. You can't wait to hear more. Don't worry, Gwendolyn. We've got more. But now, how many of you are ready to be put on the hot seat? Because now it's everyone's favorite part about boot camp.
The hot
It's
seat.
called Model Garage. Ryan Colby, I see that you are off camera. Are you ready?
He's there. It just wasn't about him. So you know how he is.
I understand.
Little
And
Mariah
then-
Carey over there.
all right. So what we're going to do now is we have about 30 minutes to do this. What we're going to do is we are going to go through the audience and we are going to pick out a couple people. And Ryan Colby is going to break down where you fit in the industry. All right, let's find Ryan Colby first. And then I'm going to pick the first person. And then you guys are going to be able to go from there. Ryan Colby, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please
We should
get
just
on
take
camera.
everybody off of mute and just start chanting like reading.
Ryan,
That would be
Ryan,
so fun. He would totally.
Ryan.
Now, guys, just so you know, just because you say you want us to call on you or you raise your hand, we won't. We will only call you if you've been participating, your camera is on, you actually look like you're interested in what we're saying. Now, I do have to give you all just a little word of warning. You guys can tell from my demeanor, this isn't about friendship. This is work. This is all business all the time. So as much as we love playing, Model Garage is the types of characters you should be portraying. Sometimes your idea of what you should be doing isn't necessarily what the business sees you doing. So I need everybody to really quick, grow a thick skin. All right, everybody close your eyes, grow a thick skin real quick, because shit's about to go down. That's all I could say. Because you never know what's going to come out of Ryan's mouth or mine per se.
That is okay. Oh,
Oh,
here he is. He's back.
it's
Hello,
gonna be
Mr.
out
Colby.
with the best skin in all of New York.
Hi.
Yeah, right. Not today.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pick the first person, and then the two of you are free to pick whoever you want. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Model Garage, Ryan. Are you
Model
ready?
Garage.
Yeah, it's thundering really loudly.
All right.
Hurricane going up the coast. Okay, go
Let's
ahead.
not talk about hurricanes. All right.
I live in Florida. I don't want to hear it. Go
Our
ahead.
first person that we're going to call on is Camille Bradshaw.
Oh my goodness. Where is she?
Okay, there you go. Awesome. All right, Camille Bradshaw, welcome to Model Garage. You just have to unmute yourself.
What a fun game.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
All right, great. So introduce yourself to Ryan, and then
Oh, right. Hi, Ryan. I'm Camille.
Hi.
I from New Jersey, and I live in the Poconos. I am 60 years old and will be 61 in November.
Okay, how tall are you?
I'm tiny. I'm 5'2". I'm not so much into modeling. I'm a writer, heavily
Okay.
into music.
Okay.
I would love to write commercial jingles and movie scores. I love all commercials, would like to do commercial advertising as well.
Like the writing part.
Yeah,
The writing part, not be in them. Is that what you're saying?
correct. Well, both.
Okay.
I love commercial.
Okay. Well, I'll discuss the being in them because I don't represent writers and I don't
Okay.
really work with writers, but I can
help you with
discuss
that.
I can
Yeah.
discuss what you would need if you wanted to be in a commercial. And there
Yeah,
are
I
plenty
do.
of actors. There are plenty of actors that also write independent films. They write copy for books. So you can do both. Anyway, for your look now, looking at you live in color, you'd have to tone down the hair. The hair is not going to work to get you on a television commercial. It's too colorful and it just doesn't work for TV. Especially a woman at your age, you need to kind of look that way. A little bit younger, you don't need to look over 60, but you definitely need to look between 50 and 60. And you need to look presentable in a way of like a banker, a grandma, a professor, a detective, a lawyer, a judge, a teacher, some sort of career where you would be required, or lifestyle where you would be required to have some sort of hair that is kind of presentable. So I would get rid of the extensions and all of that. And I would work on having a nice brown situation hair-wise and taking pictures that are very friendly looking, lots of smiles, lots of teeth. And also if you're a writer and whatever, you're still gonna have to have a headshot for your meeting, for any sort of meetings with executives or whatever. You're still gonna have to physically see them.
Right.
In person, and they're going to require photographs, not as much as if you were a model. You kind of just need one headshot, maybe two, but you still need to look like something. So, but yeah, so that's basically what I would
Look like something, Camille. That should be your biggest takeaway.
Well, look like something expensive, meaning like you need to look like a working writer, even if you've never sold a jingle or sold a script, you still need to look like you did.
Right.
You know?
And that's where acting comes into play. So what coast would you say for Camille? Atlanta, New York, LA?
Probably New York and Atlanta.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just because, yeah, New York and Atlanta. Yeah,
Okay.
I would think that would be best.
Thanks for the feedback. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay. Aren't you glad you came on Model Bootcamp? Okay, cool. All right. Hi, Camille. Okay. Let's keep going. Winna chicken dinner. Who are we going to call on next? Oh, dear. Let's see. Marjorie Renner. Looks like a ballerina. Let's see, asked to unmute. Sorry, it's my first time using Zoom. Just kidding. Not kidding. Okay, go ahead. Introduce yourself real quick.
Hi, Ryan. It's Marjorie Renner, and I think I'm the oldest here. I'm 61 years old. So I am representing my generation. So I'm embracing my age right now, back to modeling. Just won Model Hunt International Mature category. So I'm going back to my passion. So I'd like to be back in modeling, high fashion, commercial, 5'8", 122 pounds.
Okay.
So 34, 27, 34.
And where
Okay,
you
great. And where
Okay.
are you living?
I live everywhere. This is the summer place we have in Michigan right now. So I live in Indiana because of my husband, but my family is really California. So I move around. So I can be anywhere.
Okay, great.
And you said you just did a pageant. Is that what you did?
It's not a pageant. It's Model Hunt International. It's about modeling. It's 4 years in a row. They do one in LA, one in New York every other year. It's been 4 years. So they have a competition for different categories, plus, edgy, petite, and I represented the mature category because I'm 61 and, you know, with confidence, determination, dedication, I won that's two weeks ago.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you have a great look for your age, and you look, you know, higher end. So, and at 5'8", that's great. You could fit into samples. You know, Ann Taylor, Oscar de la Renta, Michael Kors, like all of those. You look like that demographic of women that buy those things. So for e-commerce, trunk shows, smaller fashion shows, because those designers will do shows in Chicago, in Michigan, in Vegas, in Reno, in Phoenix. They'll do shows there and use women between 40 and 60 because that's the people buying their garments. So yeah, you have definitely good potential. You definitely would need a series of pictures to reflect that, to reflect the expensive nature, meaning you would need, you know, some full layered outfits, coats, dresses, shoes, you know, stuff like that. So have you modeled before, like in your 30s, 40s?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay.
So I had like a 10, 15 years of experience. And sometimes I'm still being called because I'm a muse of some designers back in the Philippines, because I'm biracial. I'm Filipino American, a bit of Chinese as well.
Oh, you're Filipino American. Okay, good. Okay, well, Philippine has a pretty popping market. There's a couple agencies that do very well, and they have a lot of e-com in the Philippines, in Manila. So if you go there often, that could be a situation that you could explore where you could be doing e-com there. I don't know what your situation is with that, but there is a lot of stuff going on in Manila.
Actually, I'm going in next month. I have a fashion show and a shoot there.
Okay, great. So looks like you're on your way and you have things kind of set up, but yeah, I mean, you definitely can work. It's just a matter of, do you have the right photos though? I mean, so it's just a matter of what kind of photos are being pumped out.
But I want to work more here.
Oh, okay. Well, then
you're at the right place.
Then you're in the right place. Yeah, if you want to work here in America, then yes, there are different rules. I mean, Manila is cute and everything, and they do have a cute market, but at the end of the day, the United States is the United States, and there's obviously more to do here.
Well, thank you, Ryan.
And thank you. You're welcome.
Awesome. And Ryan, would you say for Marjorie, New York, LA?
I would say LA. She's more of an LA type of woman.
Okay, well, thank you. That's good. That's my family's there.
And the hair length, the hair color, everything is okay by you?
Yeah. It's okay. It may be a little light, but that could be tweaked with lighting, and you can always, you know, make someone's hair darker or lighter depending upon how much light you put on it. But for in person, it might be a little too light, maybe a shade too light for in person. I would darken it a half a shade, but it's nothing serious. But I would definitely probably darken it a little bit.
And you
Okay, well,
talked about the clients for her. Can you talk about how you would style her? Just so you guys know, Ryan's also a celebrity stylist.
I would
People
style
like Liam
her like
Neeson,
I
Ben
would style
Affleck.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would style her in full outfits, pants, tops, blouses, some silks, wrap dresses, nice camel coats.
Like Diana von
Um,
Furstenberg, Banana Republic. Yeah.
Yeah, I would do a whole Club Monaco, Banana Republic, J. Crew type of feel with her, with some, Oscar in there and, that kind of look, stuff like that. I would do lots of dresses, definitely dresses, floor length and stuff like that. Yeah.
And as far as acting, if she were to get submitted out, what type of roles could you see her playing?
Type of acting, socialite roles, kind of first wife roles, stuff like that. I would probably some sort of ambassador roles, like a some sort of political situation. I would focus on those types of roles for her.
that's great. I just want to start my acting workshop.
Yeah. Mhm.
What do you
Okay.
feel like your biggest obstacle is? I mean, because you're doing like these competitions. Ryan, will these competitions help by any means?
I don't know that company. I've never heard of them, so I don't know what they do. But in general, no, nobody really cares about winning anything. That's more of a personal achievement, and that's great. And there's nothing wrong with that. But as far as career-wise, the few competitions that definitely help are like Miss America, Miss Universe. Obviously, we all know those help. But these other competition, modeling, beauty pageant situations, casting directors really don't care. They could care less. They're not concerned with it whatsoever. So they really just care about the work. They care about your book. They care about you delivering lines or delivering the look properly. They're not concerned with what pageant or contest you won last week, last month, last year. So it's more of a personal thing where you're like, okay, I won this, and that gives you confidence to pursue this. But in real life, it doesn't really help. It doesn't get you a gig. No one's going to book you because of it. They're going to book you because you're the best for the job. You fit the clothes the best. You delivered the lines the best.
So it's time for her to get real photos, and most of all, get those photos seen. That usually is the biggest obstacle.
Yeah, getting the photos seen. I mean, you can do great photos in the Philippines or wherever, but if no one sees them, then yeah, they're just nice photos that you share with your husband or your family.
Or Instagram.
But you can't book a freelance. Okay,
Yeah.
let's keep going. All right, thank you, Marjorie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
Let's
Ryan.
see.
Thank
Who's
you.
next? Nathaniel Barnes. Hello, Nathaniel. This is like The Price is Right. Come on down. All right, go ahead.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Hi.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Nathaniel. I'm Nathaniel Barnes. I'm 20 years old. Currently inspired to be an actor. I currently work at Olive Garden as a busser. So yeah, I'm just working there just to invest more into my career. So yeah.
Okay, great. And where do you live?
I live in Norfolk, Virginia.
Norfolk, Virginia. And how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
And you're 20?
Yeah, I'm 20 years old.
Okay. You appear older, and that's maybe because of the facial hair. So my first thing would get rid of that. I would maybe keep it for a shot and then get rid of it because it does age you 3 to 5 years. So, and there's nothing wrong with that because some people just have older faces and it's not a bad thing. And if you convincingly look 24, 25, I would use that temporarily and keep it for a shot and then get rid of it and then look a little more collegiate, a little younger, more your age, 19, 20, 21. So I would start with the facial hair, shave it, and then shoot without it so you look younger. If you're focusing on acting, then yes, you definitely need a series of headshots where you look the youngest possible, where you have nice smiles, where you look like you could be a senior in high school or a freshman in college. I would focus on those things because at the end of the day, if you're 25, they would think you should have credits by now. So looking as young as possible is probably your better way in the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And if you're in Virginia, Atlanta isn't super far away. It's not that far. So I would definitely focus on that. There's lots of jobs for guys like you. The young Black market in Atlanta is very poppin' for men and women. So I would definitely start there since it's kind of local to you while you save money, continue to work at Olive Garden and get your feet wet and take a class online, acting wise, and get some pictures. You need some headshots because that's what will get you in the door in Atlanta.
Okay.
And a modeling portfolio, guys, is completely different than actors' headshots. And then more so, even if he has headshots, do you have any training, Nathaniel?
Not yet. I was supposed to get trained by a close friend of mine that works in the industry in October, but he just recently got like hip surgery, so that's why I'm not working with him right now. So yeah.
Okay.
All right.
What do you mean he's in the industry? Is he an acting coach?
He's an acting coach.
Oh, okay. Okay. And he has other students and he's actually worked and.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Because we deal with a lot of acting coaches. The question is, at what level? You know what I mean? That's always
Yeah, at what level? I mean,
that's understandable.
Right. Because that's important, especially now that everything is done online. You can technically live in Norfolk, but you need to have proper training and know how to, there's a lot that goes involved. And tomorrow we'll go a little bit more in depth into acting. So Ryan, as far as headshots, you would shave this off. And then what would you dress him in?
No, I would put him in jean jackets, t-shirts. I put him in a button up. I would keep him as young as possible. I would put him in, really try and make him look like he's a senior in high school or a freshman in college.
Okay.
Yeah, I would really keep it in the 17 to 20-year-old clothing age bracket.
Okay. All right. Good.
Thank you.
Perfect. I hope that was helpful. And I'm glad you're here. So many people pay for acting training or modeling training, and obviously we can see that's not necessarily what you need to do. So that's why we do Model Garage. Okay, cool. Let's see who is next. Ryan, I feel as though you've been very sweet on this call so far.
I'm just, I guess. I always am. People may not like what I say about their hair.
No, I think they're learning. Maricela Logan. Who, me? Yes, you. All right. Couldn't be. Then who? So what happens when you have a 3-year-old?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. Nice to meet you, Ryan.
Hi, how are you?
Yes. So let's see. I am 44. I currently live in Puerto Rico, but I can travel around anytime. I lived a long time in California. I just recently moved here. This is where I'm from. I've done theater before while I was in college. I'm a singer. I do martial arts. Let's see. I'm very interested in the acting part, but I can always do like actor, singer, and music. I've done.
How old are you?
I'm 5'2".
5'2". Okay. So you want to focus on singing and acting, which is great. Okay.
And modeling as well.
Okay. Well, based upon looking at you, I would definitely clean up the hair. I would make it a uniform color.
Yes.
Of like a nice dark blonde / light brown. Okay. I wouldn't have any colors in it like that are artificial. So I would definitely keep it like that. And as far as makeup, I would make it a little cleaner, a little more commercial, and less going out to dinner makeup, which is fine for your personal life. But for like meetings, I would keep it cleaner. But that's about it. You have a good look for definitely for commercial print and lifestyle. And if you can sing, that's great. You'd have to maybe get some separate pictures for that where it showed you in some sort of performance look, a microphone, some sort of situation like that, where it could be used for that purpose solely. In addition to modeling shots, which would be more lifestyle driven, smiles, lifestyle, dresses, pantsuits, athletic stuff. You look, like a sports bra and a legging, and I would do the whole gamut. So you covered everything.
Right. All right. Let's see. And then do you see like for LA, New York, what do you see?
I would probably LA, because you're already familiar with it and you have a little bit of an LA vibe to you. So you might have, and I could see you getting some athletic lifestyle gigs there. So yeah, I would probably do LA.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
did you say what type of roles for her? Like for
I would, your face is very kind of, you have no, don't take offense to this, but it has a villainous feel to it. So I would definitely put you in the league of like the vixen role, the bitchier roles, the harder edge roles, the
Aren't you
harder,
glad you grew some tough skin before this?
the harder role. So I would go in that demeanor. I wouldn't submit you to be like the sweet housewife. It wouldn't be believable visually. If you can deliver that kind of dialogue and change my mind as an agent or a casting director,
Yeah.
then that's great. But I'm just talking about visuals.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, I don't take it in any bad way. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I'm the same way. I'm a more of a vixen type of face. So I've heard that my whole life. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I know. It's totally fine. We sometimes, when people get to know each other, they know how we really are, and they love us afterwards.
True.
Now, you do have great teeth. One thing I would tell you is need to work on the eyebrows. They're very thin.
Yes. Oh my gosh,
Yes.
it's a disaster.
Oh yeah, I mean, totally.
lady.
That goes with the whole makeup look. I would make it more natural for meetings, for shoots, for stuff like that. What you do on your personal time is fine, but yeah, your eyebrows are a part of what I mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to have someone.
Brow lamination, microblading, they're all your friends. Okay.
Thank you. Nice meeting you, Red.
You're adorable. Okay. And you're in Puerto Rico now?
I do live in Puerto Rico now. My husband, he has this company and we had to relocate here. I do have family here. I was born and raised here.
Okay.
But
Are you okay with the hurricane? Did the hurricane hit you? Because Mike and Deneen lost power because the hurricane's going up the coast. So if you guys are wondering where Deneen is, Ryan, we're here and we're hosting it.
No,
I thought they were in Pennsylvania.
There she is. Hi, Deneen.
I thought they were in Pennsylvania.
We are, but the hurricanes, you don't even know the weather.
Let's not talk weather.
It's kind of raining here, but I didn't know there was a hurricane coming.
No, I don't even know either. And the weather here, it's really nice. I don't see any.
It's always calm before the storm. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're okay.
Hope not.
All right.
But,
We have time for one more person, I think.
One more person. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Please hold. Angelina. She's like, who, me? She's so cute. Okay. Hi, Angelina.
Hello, Alicia.
How are you?
Awesome. How are we?
Okay, so go ahead and introduce yourself. Ryan, can you see her? There she is.
Yes,
Okay.
I can. Once she speaks, I can.
Okay.
Hi, Ryan. So
Hi.
nice to meet you. I'm Angelina, 29 years old, 5'5", about 115 pounds. I reside in Buffalo, New York, and I'm definitely very interested in modeling and acting. I do have some experience with modeling and some training in acting. So I love them both. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, you'd be great for commercial print. You're very bubbly. You have a good demeanor. You're articulating nicely. I would assume you would bring that to the table if you had a personal meeting with a casting firm or whatever. So that's a good thing. You have a good look for all of those things. I would definitely submit you for college roles, college situations. At 5'5", you could probably pull off some sportswear e-com. They do like girls that sometimes aren't so tall for those things. 5'5", 5'6", 5'7". So I would submit you for that. I would definitely submit you for some hair stuff. It looks like you have good, healthy, nicely colored hair. I mean, is it virgin? Like, have you ever colored your hair?
I've got highlights like 2 times in my life, but this is
But like a long time ago.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's still fresh, nice brown hair. So I would submit you for hair stuff, stuff like that. I would definitely keep you very bubbly, lifestyle, lots of smiles, lots of collegiate looks. So I would go that route. You're 29, but you do look 22, 23, 24, 25, and that's a good thing. So I would definitely keep you on the younger tip. Young executive, right out of college, even though, you've probably been out of college for a decade, or whatever, but I would go the young out of college look. I would keep it in that tip. Young girlfriend, I would definitely keep it in that tip. I wouldn't go into the 30s with you just yet.
Oh, that's fabulous. And do you see me for New York, LA, Georgia?
Thank you for asking all the perfect questions.
I probably both New York or LA, because the bubbliness would work in LA, but you have harder features with the dark hair and the facial features, which are very New York. So I would play both and see which ones hit. There's nothing wrong with going to both cities and see which one works for you.
But you need different photos for like each market, right? Or would you
could no? I mean, yes and no. I mean, you could get away with the same photos. You can get away with the same photos on both coasts. It just depends on how they're shot. Doing 2 good shoots to cover both bases is probably best. And but I would try both cities just because you could work in both. So I would try
a leather jacket on the back of a motorcycle for one, and then got the girl sweater set with pearl like Blair Ward. Okay,
exactly. See what works for you. See where you get more attention, where you get more callbacks, where you get more castings. You never know. It sometimes surprises people. So.
Goodness, absolutely. This is fabulous. Thank you so much for all your helpful tips and tricks. And this is just a great opportunity. I can't wait to take my next step forward. I'm on my path. So
okay, great. Great. Very good.
Awesome. All right, that was fun.
Thank you, Angelina. Awesome.
All right.
This has been an adventurous day here today. Ryan, thank you so much for coming on. I know it's crazy in New York with everything you have going on. Every time I talk to you, you sound like you're being torn in like 50 different directions. So thank you so much for being here today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We have some surprise announcements tomorrow that we're going to be making. So I can't wait to have you here so we can.
Did you guys learn a lot from that? And again, we wish we had time to call on every single person. Or there was 118 on. I mean, we're good, but we're not that good, especially since it's a free boot camp. Did you guys learn a lot? Even if it wasn't about you, did you learn a lot about what others portray and, different coasts and why and hair color? Did you guys learn something from that? I hope so.
Awesome.
Okay.
And how many of you would love the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby on an ongoing basis? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that change your life? Yeah. Well, don't stick around until tomorrow. Then we'll be able to talk about it.
Okay. Right, well, we'll see everyone tomorrow, and good luck for the rest of the call. And make sure you're up and early and bright and early, and do the same thing tomorrow.
Don't worry, I will give you a report tomorrow of anyone who is late. So how many of you guys are not going to be late tomorrow? Type, I will not be late, because everybody wants an agent. But the question is, when he's not watching, are you showing up? It's like a casting. You all said, yes, I'm going to be there. This is like a casting. Are you going to show up on time?
Well,
we'll see.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you, Ryan.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Because it is like a casting. If somebody says yes, they're going to show up. We expect you to show up on time, be dressed, be ready. I mean, how many of you guys understand that? This is a test.
It will be the same time tomorrow. So we'll start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. That's when the doors open. But I hope you're not planning on going anywhere. We still have more to go over. Are you guys? Look, let's talk about where we've been, and let's talk about where we're going for the last hour and a half. Are you guys ready? Is that cool with you? Okay, so we have talked about what it takes to be a rising star. What does it mean to be a rising star? And as an added bonus, you had the opportunity to meet two of the people that were in the slideshow this morning. How cool was that? Like actually hearing from them, because you know what? I could tell you their stories, but when you hear when you actually hear from the people, it changes things, at least maybe for me, but I think it changes something for all of us. We had the opportunity to hear about millionaire mindset. How many of your mindsets have been shifted? And as we continue to go on, they're continuing to shift because you're educating yourself. You're not entertaining yourself. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. For how many of you did Ryan solidify what you learned this morning? Okay, you know what? I am commercial print. I can be athletic. I can be high fashion. I can do all of these things, right? We also talked about the path of a rising star. We talked about persistence. And again, you guys are still here, persistent, which is awesome. But like, you have to have the training, you have to have the tools, you have to have the skills, and you have to show up. Again, imagine, this is going to stick with me for a long time. Imagine showing up to set thinking, oh, I'm going to be there for like 2 hours, 19 hours later, you're leaving. But because you're a professional, that's what you do. We talked about script analysis. That is one of my favorite presentations because again, every time I watch a movie, every time I watch TV, we're like, oh, what part of the arc is this story on? Oh my gosh, did you hear the beat? Hold on, let's rewind. Let's listen to the beat. You're never going to be able to watch TV again as a fan. Now you're going to watch it as a professional. Same thing with movies. And even better, when you start doing more auditions because you're continuing to get even more success, you're going to look for those beats. You're going to look for the words. You're going to be like, okay, well, what does this word mean? Who is this character I'm portraying? Your career is elevating at a rapid rate today. We also had the opportunity, like I said, to hear from two of the people that we talked about this morning. You guys, I don't know if you guys realize this, but maybe let me help you process this. You were in a showroom in New York City with one of our models. Let me say that again. Like some of you woke up this morning, you had your coffee. This afternoon, you were in a showroom with one of our models. Ryan Colby then had the opportunity to evaluate some of you, which was absolutely amazing. So as if all of that stuff were not amazing enough, if in case like you want more, would it be okay if we now take the time to show you how to triple your income doing something that you love? Would that be okay? Would it be okay if we talked to you about cash flow on set, income ideas to support your modeling and acting career? Would that be okay with you? Would it be okay if I bring back the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin to share with you? Would that be okay? I need some excitement. Mike, don't unmute yourself. Okay. I think that they're ready, Mike. Are you ready, sir?
Look at that little baby, Sonia Russell. Look at that baby. Oh, baby. Cheers, everybody. Happy baby.
Okay. I have to hold on one second, please.
Where's Mikey?
I'm going to find him. Just give me 1 second.
Are you guys glad you're here? Did you guys get some mid-afternoon coffee? I hope so. Hi, Roxanne. Hi, Leah. Hi, Zamira. The gang's all here.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, cool.
We found you.
Yeah, come find me.
Come find me. Stuff me.
I could sing, but I won't.
I need my screen shared.
Okay, just
It was monsooning here, so I'm like on a different connection, I guess.
okay. You should be good now.
All right, now I'm back. All right.
There you are.
All right, everybody can see my screen. All right, cool. What a great day today, I'll tell you. All right, and tomorrow's going to be even better, right? All right, so let's make this happen. So this is the Rising Star Academy Millionaire Mindset Series. Cash flow on set, income ideas to support your modeling and acting career. And just to give you a little backstory on this, we've been doing this for 18 years, and we have thousands upon thousands of success stories, and we work with so many different people, from the vice president of Warner Brothers Casting to some absolutely phenomenal people in the industry. And I always wondered, I know the training is important, and the mindset and the networking and all that is so important when you're at this point, to be able to do it. And I was like, but then there are other people who have all these things, but yet they still struggle. And it always seemed to come down to finances, right? Being able to imagine if you could have a way to support yourself and then be fully in, right? It's kind of like that circle of focus. You're focusing on your bills, you're focusing on your life, then you're trying to do your auditions. And I noticed there were just people who kind of figured that out. And I started thinking about, I started reading different books, and I was, reading stuff about Ron Howard. He's he's a billion dollar director. His movies have brought in over $1 billion. And he used to be like Opie on what was the name of that show? He was also on Happy Days, and Ron Howard Productions, right? And it was all these people who worked in different aspects of the industry. They just weren't doing acting. They became directors, producers, and stuff like that. And I knew there was something there. So I just want to kind of go through this with you so you can kind of see where the idea came from, and just kind of have a little bit of a back setting to this presentation. So let's get started. The Rising Star Academy Millionaire Mindset Series, cash flow on set, income ideas to support your modeling and acting career. So in the ever-evolving world of entertainment, the traditional paths to success as a model or actor are changing. Today, we'll explore why becoming a production assistant can be the new way to achieve success in the entertainment industry. The traditional route, right? This is the traditional route to success. Modeling agencies, right? Most talent, the first thing they do is they go try to find a modeling agency. So models start out by seeking representation from modeling agencies. These agencies act as intermediaries between models and clients, fashion brands, magazines, advertisers, right? They're the go-between. While agencies can provide valuable opportunities, they typically have high standards and select only a small percentage of applicants. Auditions. Auditions are a fundamental part of the industry. The auditioning process is high pressure with numerous individuals competing for a single role. Rejection is a common experience in the industry and can be emotionally challenging, especially considering the vast number of auditions required to secure a significant role. Fierce competition. Intense competition exists both in the modeling and acting industries. This competition is not limited to newcomers, but also includes established professionals. So even though you may be brand new, even as you work through the industry and you become more established, there's always competition there, right? Even the best actors in the world are competing against the other best actors, right? It's like being on a farm team for the MLB and then moving into the pros. There's always competition there. Competition also often leads to a scarcity of roles and limited opportunities, making it challenging for many talented individuals to break into the industry. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible, right? It means you have to have persistence. So industry fact, Marilyn Monroe. The iconic Marilyn Monroe is a prime example of persistence paying off. Early in her career, she faced rejections from modeling agencies, was dropped by her first film contract, and was told she couldn't act. However, she persevered and became one of the most iconic figures in the film industry. Chris Pratt. But before becoming a Hollywood star, Chris Pratt worked various odd jobs, including being a discount coupon salesman and a waiter. He reportedly auditioned for over 30 television shows before landing his quote-unquote breakout role as Andy Dwyer in the TV series Parks and Recreation. Brad Pitt. Before becoming a Hollywood heartthrob, Brad Pitt worked a variety of odd jobs, including dressing up as a chicken to promote a restaurant and chauffeuring strippers in limousines. I don't know, that's not terrible, I guess. Channing Tatum, the Magic Mike star, worked as a stripper himself before his acting career took off. He even used this experience as an inspiration for the hit film series. Madonna, but before becoming the queen of pop, Madonna worked as a waitress at Dunkin' Donuts in New York City while trying to make it as a dancer and singer. Imagine going to New York and being alive at that time and walking in with Madonna at a Dunkin' Donuts. That's crazy. Ellen DeGeneres, before her successful talk show career, Ellen worked various jobs, including a vacuum cleaner saleswoman, a paralegal, and even a house painter. Hugh Jackman, the Wolverine actor, worked as a gym teacher in England before he gained international fame for his portrayal of the iconic X-Men character. Ashton Kutcher, before his acting career, Ashton Kutcher worked as a General Mills factory sweeping Cheerios dust and later pursued modeling. Kanye West, before his music career took off, Kanye West worked in retail, including as a sales assistant at The Gap and also as a telemarketer. Amy Adams, the Oscar-nominated actress, worked at a Hooters, a popular restaurant chain, before her breakthrough roles in Hollywood. Giselle, right, before becoming one of the highest paid models in the world, Giselle worked as a waitress in Brazil. Tyra Banks, Tyra known for her modeling career and later as a media personality, worked at a local McDonald's restaurant as a teenager. So it's so interesting to see that, right, where people came from, like the things who they were before they became the person that they're known for now. But here's the interesting thing. Only a small percentage of those who pursue these traditional paths achieve significant success, leaving many discouraged and financially unstable. So now let us look at the most common jobs models and actors have. Right? So waiting tables, bartending, retail sales, temp jobs, fitness training, childcare, nannying, DoorDash, Lyft, Uber, teaching, tutoring. And a lot of people fall into this category because as they're progressing through the industry, and especially in the very early parts of their career, they're not bringing in a substantial enough income to cover their bills, but at the same time, they need flexibility in their schedule. They need to be able to, have a job that allows them to go on auditioning. That's why a lot of people will fall into this category. The problem with these jobs, besides the obvious, is income inconsistency. Many of these jobs, such as waiting tables, bartending, promotional work, often come with inconsistent income. Actors and models experience fluctuations in their earnings, making it difficult to budget or plan for expenses. Limited earning potential. Some of these jobs, especially those in the service industry, have a low earning potential. Earnings might barely cover basic living expenses, leaving little room for savings or investment in your career. Lack of benefits. Jobs in the gig economy, quote unquote, like delivery driving or door dashing, typically don't offer benefits such as health insurance or retirement plans. Time and energy, right? The hours required for many of these jobs, particularly those with flexible schedules, can be demanding. This can leave little time and energy for actors and models to pursue auditions, classes, or networking opportunities critical to their careers. Career stagnation. Spending too much time in jobs unrelated to their field can result in career stagnation. Actors and models will find it challenging to break into the industry or gain momentum if they're consistently working in non-creative roles. Opportunity cost. Time spent in these jobs could be seen as an opportunity cost. Instead of waiting tables or delivering food, actors and models could be dedicating more time to auditions, training, and building their network. Debt accumulation. Some actors and models may turn to credit cards or loans to cover expenses when their earnings from these jobs fall short. This can lead to debt accumulation and financial instability. No retirement planning. Jobs without retirement plans or long-term financial benefits may result in actors and models not accurately preparing for their future, which is especially crucial given the unpredictable nature of the entertainment industry. So as I thought about this, and one of my business partners is a CEO of Power Team International. Some of you guys know him. He's spoken at our events before. But one of his sayings always says is, Busyville, right? People always say they're busy. Busy doing what, right? They're just busy. But Busyville leads to Burnoutville, which eventually leads to Brokeville. And that's where a lot of times I see actors and models fall off the path, right? Because they're so busy, but then they get burnt out, and then they wind up broke because of that. So burning out while pursuing a career in modeling or acting while simultaneously managing the demands of everyday life, auditions, network training is an all too common occurrence. So I want you guys to think about this, right? For most people, and this can be applied to almost anything in life that people are trying to pursue. The first step is usually people have uninformed optimism. So they're really excited, right? Like we saw this morning, people like, I want to be famous. I want to make a lot of money. They're excited. They're talking about their dreams. They have this real passion, right? And they're very optimistic. They're excited. They're ready to take this on, but they don't have all the information of what it takes. So it winds up happening as they start learning, right? So they're going up the hill, but then now they start learning, whoa, wait a second, this takes work. This takes an investment. Oh my God, how am I going to do all this? So now they get more information, but the information, it starts opening up uncertainty and it starts opening up fear. And that's when all of a sudden they have a crisis. Now they start questioning themselves. Is this the right decision? They start getting confused. And what winds up happening is they crash and they burn. So they wind up quitting. And people will do this over and over and over again. The trick is you have to break past this, right? You have to get past that point where you have enough education and enough knowledge and understanding where you become optimistic again. Right. So you'll see a lot of the people that we have on the call today, people who've been with us, the people that are successful, they went through this. They came in excited, then they questioned it, then they kind of crash and burn, but they pushed through. And then all of a sudden, that's where achievement happens. So this is a natural cycle. The questions you may have, the concerns you may have, it's considered a natural cycle. But the problem is for most people, they will never get past that point of really learning. That's why we call today Foundational Day, because a lot of people, they'll keep repeating this. What they'll do is, okay, this didn't work, so let me try this. This didn't work, let me try this. And they keep going through this cycle over and over again, just restarting over and over again. And they never allow themselves that opportunity to understand what it is they're trying to do and how to do it the right way. And that's when they have an achievement and a breakthrough. So I want you guys just to understand this and just see this, because it's really important to understand what you're going through and understand it's a cycle. And when you understand and you break things down into a framework, it makes it so much easier to persist and get through, right? Knowledge is power, asking the right questions and so forth. So again, uninformed optimism into informed pessimism, right? You feel that feeling, you push through. You then have the right knowledge, the right information, and then you're able to make better decisions and you become optimistic again. I can do this. You know what? Holy cow, wait a second. I can figure out how to make this happen. I'm asking better questions. I'm removing the crabs from my life, and that's when you get achievement, okay? This is just how the human brain works, okay? So, but still, 20 years ago, I came to New York City with a dream of fame. But at 40, I'm still here pouring drinks, my dreams shattered like glass, and all that remains is the echo of what could have been. New York City bartender. And, you know, Ali, for those of you who've been on Ali's calls, she talks about this. She talks about this unknown person who came to New York when they were young, tried to break into the industry. They got a job bartending, and then literally 20 years go by, and they're still bartending. The things that they wanted to do, they crashed and they burned, and they never pushed through, right? They never made it past the crash and burn point, okay? But it doesn't have to be this way, okay? There's a new opportunity. So in an age of digital devices and virtual connections, there's still no substitute for real human interaction. Though technology allows us to communicate across distances like never before, it's still face-to-face conversations, the hands held and the hugs embraced that form the deepest bonds between us. Our devices may entertain and inform us, but it is our shared humanity that truly connects us. So I want you to think about the industry like a house, right? There's different ways to enter into a home, right? You can go through the front door. You can go through the side door. You can go through the window. You can go through the chimney. You can go through the back door. You can go through the second floor. It's just like the entertainment industry. There's not just one way into this at the highest possible level. If you look at even our company, right? We didn't come through the front door. We created an event company, right? We hosted events where we brought in aspiring talent, educated talent to meet with the high-level professionals. People could snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. You see how highly these people speak about us because we're very on point. We're very on brand. But we've leveraged that way in to have 5 Broadway shows, to win 38 awards, win 6 Tonys. Had we just said, hey, me and Alicia woke up and said, you know what, I want to become a Broadway producer. Without the events, we would have never made that happen, right? Alicia's goal was to be a filmmaker. That's what she went to school for, right? But when she left school, she got a job as a waitress, right? And then she realized how hard it was. And she wound up giving up on that dream. She would give up on that dream for over 10 years. She'd get involved in real estate, and it wouldn't be until 10 years later where she decided one day she wanted to make a change. And she came to New York, and her whole life shifted. Her family didn't support her. Her friends didn't support. Why would you leave a stable job? Why would you try to do this? Okay. And then, of course, now she has her first film out, right? It's winning awards. It's being streamed on Apple. Like, all these things happened because she found a different way to make her dreams come true. So I want you to understand that there's not just one way into the industry. So as I was thinking about this, I put my thinking cap on, right? I said, how can I improve things? How can I make things better for our talent? What it's like the next level? What's another opportunity? What's a new and better opportunity for people to be able to be in this industry? So, but I said to myself, the opportunity must have these 3 benefits, okay? Benefit number 1, it must lead to working as a model and or actor full-time. Benefit number 2, it must be an opportunity to network and consistently keep learning, right? It's the same thing that we do. Everything I do, everything I plan, whether I'm going to events, I'm speaking at events, working on a book, working on projects, it always has to be an opportunity, not only to network, but to keep learning, because I know that's always pushing me forward. I'm always meeting somebody new. I'm always getting a new opportunity. So I have to have that same opportunity for the people I work with. And then 3, it must be able to double or triple a person's current income so they could fully focus on their career. Because I know if you triple or even double your income, that means whatever you are at right now, if you doubled it, all your bills are paid. Maybe you're right on that verge, you're a little bit tick-tocking. But now if you doubled it, now all of a sudden you are able to pay all your bills, and now you have the funding, you have the ability to do more. And if you triple your income, even all the more better, right? Like you see people like Medea, she's reached that point. She was making $30,000 a year. Now she makes $30,000 a day. Okay, she's working one day, making what it took her an entire year, right? She's maximizing that value of her time. All right. So I came up with a list. And, become a makeup artist, work in visual effects, become a stunt performer, work in sound design, become a composer, work in editing, become a casting director, work camera operation, location scout, script supervisor, language services, right? Become a researcher, work in legal services, work in accounting services, become a publicist, right? Work in the entertainment industry as a publicist, set construction, right? Harrison Ford, right? He met George Lucas. He was a carpenter, and then he got offered the opportunity to be Han Solo, right? Work in transportation, right? Picking up people, driving people, meeting people, right? Each one of them had 1 or 2 of what I was looking for, but it didn't match all 3. So I kept doing this, right? I kept building this list, but I just couldn't find one that met all 3. And honestly, I felt like I was hitting a brick wall. I started getting frustrated, okay? And here's the issue. I myself, because I was getting frustrated, I couldn't see the forest through the trees. I literally was right there. It was right in front of me, but I couldn't see it. And that's the moment. And at that moment, when you're most frustrated, means that a breakthrough is about to happen. Whenever you feel like you're like, oh God, what? That means a breakthrough is about to happen. And that's when I remember the quote, great things happen when you hang around champions. And it's from my friend, Greg Reed. I've been friends with him for over 14 years. He's a famous author, director, producer. He wrote one of his most notable books is 3 Feet from Gold. He's actually been here on events and spoken at events. And I was going back and forth we're working on the updated version of Finding Fame. So I was going back and forth with Greg and with Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. And I was going back and forth with his assistant, and they needed a quote for the back of the book. And I was like, oh, cool. I was like, let me reach out to Greg. So I sent Greg a text message. I was like, hey, I got a big mastermind. We'd love to do a sponsorship. I want to come out. I need a quote for the back of the book. And he goes, absolutely. The book reminds us of all that is possible. And I was like, thank you, love, love, love. Feel free to use that or write your own. I trust you. Congratulations on your project. And boom, just like that, I got the quote for the back of the book. So I was going back and forth, and all of a sudden it was because
I was not only talking with Greg, but then I was talking with Carol, who's her assistant. And I was like assistant, like just the word assistant hit me. And that's when I had my aha moment. And I was like, production assistant was the way forward. That was like my big idea experience. So the production assistant met all three requirements. It leads to working as a model or an actor full-time. It was an opportunity to network and constantly keep learning. And at the same time, it could double or triple a person's current income so they could fully focus on their career. So what does a production assistant do? As a production assistant, you get to help models and actors shine by making sure photo shoots and filming run smoothly through tasks like setting up equipment, getting snacks, directing people where to go. It's an exciting behind the scenes role that brings the magic of modeling and acting to life. So some of the benefits: valuable experience on set to understand the modeling and acting industry, connections with photographers, directors, stylists, other industry insiders that will help your modeling and acting career. Learn techniques and skills by observing professionals on shoots that you can apply to your own modeling and acting work. Like, you know, when I was young, my uncle was a plumber. I was like 8, 9 years old. He used to take me in the summer when I was off from school, and he would say, "Oh, come with me," and he'd make me carry the tools and all that. But I learned so much from him. I learned so much, not only just about plumbing, but about business, about life, how he interacted with his customers, right? So there's such a benefit. It's like when I sit down with a Greg Reed or, you know, a Haviland, I have a call with her on Monday to talk about a new Broadway show that she's involved with. And it's just like, I listen and I learn, right? And this leads to like unlimited opportunities because I'm consistently surrounding myself with the highest level people and working with them, right? It's almost like I'm my own production assistant for VIP. And this leads to unlimited opportunities to network with models, actors during time, you know, breaks and so forth on set. Income and resume builder while you pursue modeling and acting provides financial abundance. It gives you the chance to free yourself from the 9 to 5. Being a production assistant allows you a flexible schedule that accommodates auditions and modeling jobs in the industry. You get hands-on learning by assisting at test shoots, fashion shows, commercial video shoots. Witness firsthand how professional photo shoots and filming are conducted to optimize your own opportunities. And I've done this. Like, there are so many times I've went to events, and the very first thing I've been to events with some of the most powerful people, and the first thing I always say is like, how can I help? Do you want me to set that up? Do you want me to, you know, let me make sure the photographer's got the right lighting? And I realized I've been doing this whole time. And that's like what opened up doors. And I was like, and then I started researching, like, oh my God, this is like an opportunity, right? Cash flow on set leads to deal flow. So not only do you have the opportunity to make money, but now you're able to make deals. You're able to get opportunities. People now know who you are. See, in this industry, networking is not about who you know, but it's also about who knows you. Production assistant jobs start out as hourly or daily rates during the duration of a shoot, which can range from $500 to $2,500 per day based on experience. For commercial or brand campaigns, day rates are commonly $500 to $800 per day. The goal for many is to work their way up from production assistant to higher roles like producer, production manager, which have multiple six-figure earning potential down the line. And here's the really cool thing about this. Not only is this an opportunity to get involved in the industry at the highest level, but you have unlimited upward advancement. Like somebody who goes from a production assistant to a first assistant director, they get paid about $8,000 a week, and they'll work 15 to 20 weeks on a major shoot for a total of $120,000 to $160,000 per film. Like, the money that's involved in this industry, when you see like people like Masharad and Brandon in New York at Fashion Week, yeah, they're living their dream, they're living their life, but somebody who's running that show, who's in charge of the show, they're making $80,000, $100,000 per show, right? We have people that in our ecosystem that are working on 40 shows during the week. Do the math for that. So like, there's so much opportunity, not only financially, but to be able to use this to move yourself upward. Okay. And I started looking, there's so many opportunities. Like, I went on entertainmentcareers.net, which is a legitimate site with like all these jobs, all these different production assistant jobs.
And then I went and I found one looking at Paramount in LA, and there was stuff all over the country, like on Indeed. There's like so much. Like we do a whole training on this, but just to give you an idea for those of you who are excited, like I used ChatGPT and I said, hey, I'm applying for a production assistant role at Paramount. Here's the information. Write me a letter that I can send out. And I used ChatGPT, and this was the letter that it wrote for me. Okay, just like that. It took me seconds to do this. I do a whole training in our Rising Star Academy on ChatGPT. We do these implementation calls every month where we teach people how to use ChatGPT and Claude and using AI to be able to take a lot of this work off your shoulders and put it into an automated system to allow you to concentrate fully on your acting and modeling career. So we just did a production assistant training in Miami, and it was phenomenal. Like you literally see Masha Rod was there and a lot of our talent were there, right? It was incredible. It was like an incredible learning experience. All of our talent that were there, they got certificates of completion, okay, from Alicia. They got to actually work on a live set. They got letters of recommendation from Alicia. They also got testimonial videos from the talent that they worked with on set. They got testimonial videos from the photographers, the makeup artists, from Ryan Colby. Ryan Colby actually picked 3 people that he actually shot a personalized testimonial video for. So we literally created an entire training program, elevated it to be able to create somebody who could now literally apply for a production assistant job anywhere in the country, because they had all the tools, the resources, and we knew how to do the branding and marketing for it. Okay. Natasha, right? Age doesn't matter. Natasha's 14 years old. She came down. She's now a certified production assistant, and now she just did voiceover work. Deneen probably spoke about her earlier today. She's phenomenal. Okay. She's 14. Okay. Opening up doors in the industry, right? We got to work with some of the biggest people in the industry. You can see right there, we have the person on the right, Jose Ortiz. He actually discovered Tyler Cameron, Channing Tatum, okay? He created the Real Housewives of Miami. The person on the left is John Martinez, okay? He's in New York right now. He's booking our models right now in New York. He's doing over 40 fashion shows. He's one of the biggest production managers for fashion shows in the world.
Oscar de la Renta, Fendi, Louis Vuitton, right there.
Yeah, okay.
Fantastic.
This is who our talent was surrounding themselves.
Magic Mike. I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, Magic Mike. But this is who our talent was surrounding. You could see Isabella, you could see Natasha and all that. So this was something we just did in Miami, and it was phenomenal. It was absolutely amazing. And I was like, this is the new opportunity. This is a way for certain individuals to be able to elevate and to blow up the industry. Okay. We even Brian flew in one of his models, Ben, and he actually was doing training on posing, on lighting, working with all the talent. And Ben's a single father, right? But he is phenomenal to work with on set. Okay. So there was so many angles, so many opportunities that we had when we were in Miami. So you want to hear from some of the VIP CPAs and models and actors? You guys want to see a little video? All right. Let me make sure this will work.
Hi there.
Can you guys hear the sound?
No,
Yeah? Okay. No?
not really.
Some people are saying yes. No? Yeah. Let me figure this out.
How many of you guys would be interested in this? If so, type production assistant. I mean, do you think it would make you a better model or an actor to actually understand what it's like to be on set and be able to figure out the lights and make friends with everybody, right? That is some sick money. I can tell you personally. So I also manage the head of Francis Ford Coppola's productions. And I mean, when she's working on major blockbuster films, I mean, we're talking thousands of dollars, these production assistants, and they're the first ones on the front lines. So you guys can see where personality really comes into play, but also working smarter, right? Not harder. So it looks like we're coming back. How many of you guys were at Ada was at the production assistant training, right? How many, who else was there? I'm trying to see.
All right, let me try this again. See if you guys can hear this.
Okay.
Give me a thumbs up, or just let me know. Oop, hold on.
Hi there, my name is Isabel Francis. I'm an actor and model.
Hi, my name is Louis Joaquin.
Hi, my name is Ada Cruz, and I just finished a production assistant training in Miami with VIP Ignite. Okay, I'm wearing my pajamas and my new favorites.
And just this past weekend, I had an amazing experience at the Miami photo shoot because not only was it just a photo shoot, but it was also an opportunity for me to become a production assistant. And now I'm certified. So you may be wondering, what does that even mean? What does that entail? Why is that relevant?
This training was so fantastic. I worked with the photographer Jay Vladimir, who showed me how to use different lightings on the set. How does it affect the model? Different type of poses, and how to even fan to get that flowy hair and flowy dress going.
And being in Miami for Supermodel Weekend was everything to me. But to play the role of a production assistant was even greater for me because I got to observe, I got to work to assist the photographers as well as my fellow talent. I felt like everybody worked as a team.
So my experience as a production assistant was very, very interesting. There was a job right out the gate, right as soon as the production started. I was the tape guy. I had to find some tape. I got the opportunity to speak to the owner of the studio, which is pretty interesting to find the tape. And once I found it, it was, I mean, there was always something to tape down, something that needed to be retaped down throughout the entire production. So,
well, not only now do I know how to work behind the camera and help with the photographers, the producers, the directors, and I worked with the former art director of Vogue, Mr. Ryan Colby. I mean, how cool is that? That I had the opportunity to help with wardrobes. I was able to help other talent pick their 4 wardrobes out and make the process smoother for everybody else. I was able to help the photographers with the lighting, with helping other talent do different poses, helping them incorporate different angles in their body to incorporate the dimensions of their body. It was such a cool experience because now using all of that information from the lighting in the eyes to the lighting of the hiding the shadows to the dimensions that we do when we pose to now just having a better sense of style when I'm giving wardrobe advice, I'm a better actor and model in front of the camera.
I joined in August and I met Alicia and I eventually met Miss Deneen and Mr. Mike in Miami. And I can say that as someone who has been trying to get in, especially figure out, I don't know how to say it, but just the overall scope of the industry. This was an eye-opener, and it was worth every penny and more, I can say. And I'm really thrilled. I'm really excited. I'm doing the monthly classes and doing the Zooms. And I met so many great people, big names, I won't disclose who.
So it showed dedication, it showed teamwork, and it showed that everybody can come together and do the work that is necessary.
So it was such a cool opportunity. I'm so grateful that I even had the chance to do it because now that opens my world up to so many possibilities because now I'm an asset. I'm an asset on set. So it was awesome. And I loved every second of it because it was all learning and now I'm able to use it moving forward in my career.
That was interesting to experience. You know, there was always something to do. There was always something to learn. I was unexpectedly told to get in front of the camera and to take some headshots. You know, I was scheduled to take my photos the day after, so I was not expecting to be taking any photos that day. And I remember I literally had just eaten a sandwich right before I got told this. So, but you gotta just go with the flow and be flexible and just, do what you gotta do to help the production, move forward. So it was a good training ground, a good way to practice.
I don't know how else to put it. I'm really grateful to all these people. They have definitely put in an arm and a leg for the curriculum and the connections and the planning and everything and more. So if you're hesitant at all, and believe me, I was too, because I've spent so much money, or my mom has, but I pitched in. Trying to get in the business, trying to be seen, and just knowing what to do, then don't hesitate, because this is worth it. And I, Audie Anderson, pledge that you will not be disappointed walking away from this. And you'll walk away with more than what you thought.
This training was magnificent, and I can't wait to use my training.
In addition to that, I felt like I was very observant. I was a team player. I was willing to work hard, and I was open to direction from my fellow talent, the photographers, and my mentors.
I'm very appreciative of the experience and the time that was taken for that to happen. And yeah, that was my experience as a production assistant.
So big shout out to Mr. Michael Fomkin, Mrs. Deneen White, Mrs. Deneen White, and Miss Alicia Kabak, because these three are powerful. They're powerful people, and I am beyond overjoyed to have met them. Thank you guys. Have a good night or day. It's not here.
So I look forward to doing this experience again in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yes? Okay, good. All right, hold on. Let me get my windows back here. You can see my screen? Yes? Okay. All right, so working as a production assistant provides invaluable experience and connections for someone looking to break into modeling or acting. You learn the nuts and bolts of production, how sets run efficiently, the roles of different crew members, and all the little details that happen before the director yells action. This gives you a leg up understanding the business and how your role as a performer fits into the broader production. Having this real-world experience under your belt shows maturity and preparation that will set you apart when auditioning or seeking representation. Trying to launch a modeling and acting career without any connections or experience is an uphill battle, destined for disappointment. The entertainment industry is based on reputation and relationships. If you don't have industry insiders guiding and vouching for you, you don't stand a chance. Becoming a production assistant is the best move you can make to kickstart your success. It's the fastest way to build the skills, resilience, and network needed. Working behind the scenes is a masterclass in the realities of the industry. Consider it a rite of passage or initiation into the inner circle. Make connections, take risks, absorb everything you can. Your big break as a performer absolutely depends upon it. My first photo shoot as a production assistant was exhilarating. Finally putting my skills into practice and seeing my efforts come to life. While one chapter has ended, an empowering new adventure lies ahead. So who wants to see some of the photos from the shoot? All right, boom. 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 There goes Natasha. Look at that. All right. So this was our Miami Production Assistant Certification 2023. Who here would be interested in being able to know when our next one is and be a part of it? If you'd like to know when our next one is, type me in the comments. Let me see some me's. All right. Oh, look at that. Okay. Awesome. All right. So who's ready to become a VIP certified production assistant? All right. Well, that's top secret. So you're going to have to come back tomorrow and we will go through all of this, guys. But I am so excited to share this with you. It is a life-changing opportunity. I will go into more details about this tomorrow, including locations, the interview process, the whole 9 yards, up, downs, leftward, sideways, and everything. But I just wanted to share this with you guys today because I'm just so excited, so proud of everybody who was a part of it. And let me turn this back over to Miss Deneen and to Alicia, because we still got some fun going on here.
We always have fun going on here. Awesome. All right. So let me just tell you, I had the opportunity, Alicia and I both had the opportunity, along with Mike, to be in Miami when we saw the production assistants do their training. And we kind of participated a little bit too, because that's kind of what we do when we're on set. We're also a little bit of, well, Ryan Colby told me that I am an amazing production assistant. I was like, hold on, can you say that for film? But unfortunately, he refused.
I stay out of his way. That's the best way I can help. Stay out of Ryan Colby's way.
Yeah, it's better to stay out of
like a hurricane. No pun intended.
Hurricane Ryan. You heard it here first, everyone. But it was the opportunity to be a production assistant is so amazing because literally there's unlimited income and you're working in the industry that you want to work in. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome would it be for you to have that opportunity? And it's kind of like what Alicia said earlier and what she says all the time. If you put me in front of the right people, I'll wow them. And imagine how many of you here feel like you have a servant's heart, meaning that you love to take care of people, you love to serve people. I know Ada and I totally bonded over that when we were in Miami this time. But imagine being able to do that one thing that you do really well and be on set doing it, earning a lot of money. Like for how many of you having the opportunity to earn money being a production assistant would be life-changing, especially the numbers that Mike was showing you. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop hosting these events. I'm going to go be a production assistant. I'll see you guys later. Just kidding. I love what I do. Alicia's like, I will fly to Pennsylvania and punch you.
I'm going to fly there. But you know what? Can I just say something? Because I usually just sit back and it's like very much a spectator sport for me. Because I'm like, okay, let's just make sure everything's going off without a hitch. But what I loved most, and Isabel Francis said this, was when they were setting up the lights have to hit at certain angles, right? To illuminate certain features. So our production assistants not only learned how to work like the backdrops, the different colors, the different screens, but the lights, the angles, then even with the cameras, how the light, with the flash, like every single thing they did, it was literally tweaking the cameras to the lights. It was a whole like choreographed dance that they did. And what I loved most was the photographer would take a picture with the light one way and then, okay, do it 1 degree down. And then they would do it. And then here, let me show you this. It was very hands-on. You know what I mean? It was beyond amazing. And then what I loved most was the photographer, like our production assistants were able to run the shoot between pulling wardrobe, and they knew what you should wear, not based on, what outfits were pulled. I mean, you did have the former art director of Vogue there, but getting to work with him. And again, not to toot his own horn. I don't think he's on here, but
he's not. You can say nice things now.
Ben freaking Affleck, Liam Neeson, Stanley Tucci, you know what I mean? Like Ethan Hawke. So like working with Ryan, he literally styled the covers of Vogue. What would that be worth to you? Even if you're going for an audition, you're going for a first date, you want to make a good first impression, you're doing a Zoom audition, you're doing a slate, you're doing a sizzle. Imagine having just that one component. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I laugh all the time because people always say, oh, can I pick your brain? Right? Can I pick your brain? This is 20 years, $1 million that I've invested just in Broadway for you to pick my brain. Sure, here you go. What do you want to know? But it's kind of like working with the photographers we have. They work with Selena Gomez and like the Jonas Brothers, and they work with Rolling Stone and Vogue. And in what world would you ever get a chance to like hang out with a photographer for the day? Just so you guys know, when you typically, like when you're a model, you can't ask the photographers, can I see that picture? And it drives me nuts. Like, this is like one of my pet peeves. So if you guys ever see this, but we have people that literally go and like, it's like they take a picture and then they run, can I see that, to the photographer? And then the photographer has to stop what they're doing, pull it up, show, what the hell are you doing? That's no. But the fact that our photographers that were chosen, Deneen,
Yep.
They showed literally from beginning to end how to not only set up the shoot, but every pose. They got to work with a real model who gets paid. He told me he earns more in one day than he does in 2 weeks working a full-time job.
Yep.
And I asked him, as a single daddy, do you ever get like, I'm gonna call it the bitch slap? Why are you leaving to go to Miami as a model? He's like, it's like I'm going fishing. I'm providing for my family by the work I'm doing. In 3 days, we're good for the month.
Yeah.
And he said to me, he's like, I've never been able to go and talk to the makeup artist, the hairstylist, be able to work with wardrobe, learn the lighting, learn the cameras. And he said, as a model and as an actor, I've learned so much that now when I'm behind the camera, I'm not sitting there rolling my eyes. How much longer is it going to be?
Yeah.
Like, you would never make it as a production assistant, because a lot of times it's not about you. And that's really one thing, it, like you said, serving. And it's so true. Not only that, but personality. For those of you that went to the training, it is a family. It is teamwork. There is no I in team. And everybody worked together.
Yeah.
It like was awe-inspiring. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna watch. And you and I were like, because it was awesome.
Yeah, no, it was amazing.
Anna, right?
And not only was it awesome to see everyone work together, but the level of photos was increased so dramatically, because so many times, like, and I'm the worst at this. Okay. Like one day I'm really going to do my before and after photos for everyone. I keep saying I'm going to, but like when you learn the angles and you learn how to hold your body, there's something tremendous. And then that confidence also that comes up. And I see that you've unmuted Ada. Okay. Ada, we'll bring you.
Hi, Ada.
Hello, how's everyone doing?
Former military production assistant. What a great leverage, right?
And head of technology on a go forward basis too.
Yeah,
by the way.
for sure. So how was the experience for you, real quick? Did you love it?
I loved it. As a commercial print lifestyle model, there's a certain way that I've trained. I had to train how to smile. I had to train and learn how to pose. Thanks to Deneen, I had to train to smile. Yes, that's the story for later. As a production assistant, there was so much more I got to see. So I feel as though I had an extra eye. Now I know, well, where is my light and what shades do I want? Working with that famous photographer, he told us exactly, well, if you look at this, you'll get a shade right here, shade right here. You get a jawline, especially the men out there that like the jawline for days. There's a certain angle and where your light is at. There is so much more to this. And, as y'all can see in the video, y'all caught me with my notebook. I never go anywhere without there because I took tons of notes, and now I get to go over and then look at myself in the mirror and then get a lamp and figure out where's my best lighting. I am under 5 feet. So my light would be different than other people. My angles would be different from others.
The lights for each person. This isn't one size fits all, guys. So you learned a lot as an actor and a model now about lighting, and it also helps when you're doing your own self-tapes and you're now getting submitted out to castings, because a lot of people don't know what they're doing with their lights.
Yep. No, self-tapes is what I work for. I practice my own self-tapes. So I have my blue green screen. It's blue on one side, green in the other, because that lighting is also important depending on the time of day and my skin tone. There's so much when it comes to training, and now with this extra training of the lighting. Not only the lighting, you get a little fan going, because sometimes you do want, your hair to flow a certain kind of way, or you have an outfit that you need for it to flow and not stick to you. So having a proper fan at the same time.
It was hilarious watching you guys.
Amazing.
Going like this. And I was just like, it was a Beyonce moment, and it was awesome.
Yeah,
it felt like that too. You get the wind in your hair and you're like, oh,
there was no wind machine. So how the hell did you create it? Yeah.
It was a great experience, and I would do it again and again and again. It was just
working
amazing.
in the field now? It just happened 2 weeks ago. They just got certified.
Okay, no, but you know what, Roxanne, I like that question a lot. Ada, have you been looking for production assistant jobs now that you have your certification, you have a resume, you have a recommendation?
Absolutely. I just finished updating my resume. I'm on ChatGPT, creating a letter for the production companies in my local area, which is Delaware, Philadelphia, New Jersey, and New York. And I can possibly go, to Maryland because I'm very close. I will be uploading my certificate on LinkedIn and updating my link tree. I am productive. Every day I am doing something for my craft.
No, I love that, but I love the thing I love is that you definitely are someone who you absorbed so much information. Like you were one of the first people to complete our 600 hours of training. Like literally, God bless you.
In high school, I would pay you for notes. That's how meticulous your
No,
notes
but the thing I love is now we gave you something also where you can work in front of the camera, but if there's not a role for you in front of the camera, you can work behind the camera also, still doing what you love. And that's the whole point of the PA training. So that was awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I love you guys.
Love you too. Thank you, Ada. Awesome.
You know how cool it is that we get to see like Ada, like Beverly Hills 2 weeks or a month. What was it? 3 weeks ago? Miami 2 weeks ago?
I don't know. We get this. The best part about what I love about what we do is it's a community. And how many of you are a part of a community? Like, okay, so better question. When you ask better questions, you get better answers. Before you started today, how many of you had a community of people that you were a part of that were going in this direction? Some of you may have, but now at the end of day one, at the end of the foundation day, how many of you know now that you have a community of people that we're all going in the same direction?
Hi, Danielle Berry.
Hi, Kyrie. Right? A rising tide raises all ships. And I want you to remember that as you're going forward, as we have a big announcement to make in a couple minutes too, so don't go anywhere. I'm really excited. But Alicia, you're going to be really excited too. But she's like, I'm always excited. But I want you guys to think about this. Like now, not only are you, how many of you feel like you've up leveled today? Like you've learned a lot. I have, again, I've 3 years been doing this. Every time I learn something from every speaker. So today you're up leveling. Today, you're also enmeshed now in a community. You're a part of a community. And I want you to remember that because you know what? Part of the reason that VIP Ignite, we do coaching, different things like that is not only to help you grow in your skills, because let's be honest, 80% of success is mindset, 20% is skills. So you have to go all in on that 20%, right? You have to have the skills. But the other thing that I love is that it's a community of people. And like we talked about earlier, Mike talked about in the millionaire mindset, we cheer each other on. How many of you want to be on the cheerleading squad for other people, but then want that cheerleading squad for you too? Like, I know I love our community. My birthday was this week and I still haven't even caught up on all of the birthday wishes. I'm like sweating so much trying to do that. But the thing I love is it's such a community of people. And let me tell you something. We call ourselves the Fearless Rebels. We'll talk about this more tomorrow. I mean, I'm so all in, I have the word fearless on my arm. But we go hard for each other. And that's why we do these boot camps too. Like we do these boot camps, not because we we do love talking and educating, but because this fosters a sense of community. Like I'm so excited about tomorrow because today was so awesome. And we saw so many amazing people. And I want you guys to understand that this is a community of people that now you can rely on and you can be a part of. And I feel like today we've gone over a lot. We've gone over so much. We're going to go over, I'm going to just review what we went over today. We're going to talk about tomorrow. And then I'm going to talk about a little surprise. Is it okay if we do that? Do you guys like surprises? If you like surprises, type surprise me in the comments. Type surprise me in the comments. All right. So I mean, again, we talked about what does it mean to be a rising star. How many of you feel like you're a rising star now? Raise your physical hands. You feel like some of us, we're sort of becoming rising stars, right? We also talked about mindset, millionaire mindset. If you feel your mindset shifting, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you feel now that you have more of a millionaire mindset than a poverty mindset, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you know now what type of modeling you qualify for, the thing I love about the presentation that Mike did on modeling also is not only about commercial print and all of that, but how many of you have a gift of gab like I do? I love to talk so much. Promotional modeling, hello, let's do this, right? How you not only get paid to be an attractive person, but you can get paid to talk. I'm still trying to figure out how to get paid to go to football games. So if anyone can like call my agent and figure that out, that would be amazing. But you can literally get paid to talk. How many of you would love to get paid to drive a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, a Porsche? Come on now, sign me up for that, right? There's so many more possibilities. How many of you knew that was a possibility before today? Right? It's something new, right? We talked about from aspiring to achieving. We're not dreaming anymore. You guys have been given the tools today you need to start implementing, start becoming that star. Be persistent. Okay? Make sure you show up for yourself. We talked about script analysis. I apologize on behalf of all of us here at VIP Ignite that we have destroyed movies for you. If you are listening to that and taking notes, we have hereby destroyed movies for you, but in the best way. We've destroyed them so that now you know what, for some of you, you're like, oh my God, I'm a model. This means nothing to me. Yes, it does. You know why? Because when you go on set to be a model, your job is to make this thing here look good. So come up with a story. Like, who is this person holding this? Why is this so important? Think you can literally take script analysis and apply it to every area of your life. Think about that. Think about that for a second. We also had the opportunity to hear from some of our amazing talent who are in New York right now at New York Fashion Week. I don't know if Ryan announced it to them or not. I know Brandon knows. I'm not sure if Masharad knows yet. Walking one of the biggest shows in New York Fashion Week. Come on now. A year ago, Masharad was a student just hoping that one day he could act, thinking about maybe trying to pack his bags and go to LA. Brandon Hunter was in an MBA program. Now they're in New York kicking butt this week. How awesome is that? That could be you. We don't tell you these stories to impress you. We tell you these stories to impress upon you that it can be you. You're just one decision away from everything that you've ever wanted in your whole entire life. And we also talked about the PA, the opportunity to learn how to be a PA. Oh my gosh. Like, so many times, oh my gosh, I'm a waiter. I do this, I do that. And I'm not crapping on those professions. God bless you guys. Though I've done a lot in my life. I have never once waited on tables. Do you want to know why? Because I'm afraid that I would be the one that would dump the food all over you. And then I'd be like Lucy and Ethel, but it would be like with hot coffee and it would be trouble for you guys, right? Yeah, Lewis was at our PA training. You saw him in the video. He wants to stop flying. Like you know what, Lewis, we want you to fly, but we want you to fly for gigs, not because you have to fly as a flight attendant, right? But you learned so much today. And guys, this is just foundation day. We had to break down some of your limiting beliefs. We had to do that because tomorrow's transformation day. Tomorrow is the day where everything happens. So many of you, oh my gosh, how can I get an agent? How can I get an agent? Tomorrow, we're going to talk to you about how you could be represented by our mother agency, Truth Management. How many of you want an agent? Type agent in the comments. Tomorrow, you're going to have the opportunity to learn how to become represented by Truth Management, our mother agency. How many of you want Alicia Kabak, Michael Fomkin, myself to guide you where you need to go? If you've been doing this on your own, that's great. Everything that you've ever done has led you to this very moment in time. I don't want you to be embarrassed. I don't want you to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I made that mistake. You know what? Literally every experience you've ever had in your whole entire life has led you to this very moment. So you know what? Thank yourself for the good things you've done. Thank yourself for the mistakes you've made. And you know what? Tomorrow we move forward. But guys, again, we have so much more tomorrow. Let's talk about tomorrow. And then, okay, Gina, I see. Surprise me. I will surprise you. I promise. You just have to be patient. Remember, we talked about persistence. Can you be persistent for a couple more minutes? I'm like sweating. Surprise me. I'm like, okay, I'm going to surprise you, but I have a little more to do. Okay. All right, let's talk about tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to talk with some more of our talent that have seen a certain level of success in the entertainment industry. People that have really grown, people who said yes to themselves, and people who have grown. We're going to talk about getting the right headshots and portfolio. You want an agent, you need the tools that they can use to submit you out to work. Does that make sense? You need the tools. We're going to talk to you about how do you get the right ones. We've all done the wrong thing for so long. Let's now shift the trajectory of our lives and let's start doing it the right way. Is it okay if we show you how to do it the right way? Type yes or yes in the comments. We're also going to have one of the cast members of The Sopranos come on and talk about the art and heart of acting.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget
about it. All right. But how awesome is that? So today we introduced you to a Broadway star. Tomorrow we're going to introduce you to one of the cast members of The Sopranos. Okay. Is it okay if we over deliver a little bit? Is that okay with you guys? Yes or yes in the comments. Not only that, we're going to talk about, Mike talked about how success is a framework. Success is a framework. So it's not throw spaghetti at the wall and hope something sticks. It's not, I'm just going to go for a walk on my own and figure this out. No, there's a framework. We're going to lay out the framework for success as an actor or model. Is it okay if we reveal that secret to you? Yes or yes in the comments. We're also going to have a SAG franchise agent on tomorrow. So if you thought that Ryan Colby wasn't too saucy today because it's New York Fashion Week and he's a little all over the place. But tomorrow you're going to hear from a SAG franchise agent who's going to lay out the tools and tactics that you need to create a successful career as a model or actor. Is that okay? Is it okay if we do that? Is that yes? Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for
Stranger Things, Deneen.
Oh
they
my
are
God.
$350,000 per episode. So everybody comes on these calls. I want an agent. Are you what an agent wants? That's the question.
Well,
so tomorrow we'll find out.
That's
It's not
what
about
we're
you.
working.
About
That's what
qualify
we're
for
working
them.
on. That's what we're working on this weekend. We're helping you become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. You're welcome. I'm glad that you guys showed up for yourselves. All right. We're also going to talk about how many of you, this is great, being here on Zoom, interacting, but how many of you want the opportunity to work live in person with us? If that sounds amazing, type in person in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because that's what you're going to have. That's the opportunity you're going to have. Being on Zoom is great. I love Zoom. Zoom has gotten us through the last couple of years of craziness. But there's nothing better than being live in person, being able to hug it out, laugh it out, cry it out together. You're going to learn how, Alicia's like, if she says the word cry one more time.
No, but I always get people that always email me. Is this going to cost money? And I was like, thank God this isn't like before 2020, because back in the day, we had 3 offices in New York City. We had an office outside of Princeton, an office in Philly, an office in Miami. You would have to physically get your butt off the couch, book your own airfare, find a way to get to one of our offices, pay for your own taxis, rental cars. If you were to drive, because I would always go I'll drive. It's $80 for parking in the city. Good luck with that. That's not even including going across the bridge. You're looking at $100 just to come in and audition for us. How many of you guys are glad it's on Zoom? Like most days, not gonna lie, I'm lucky if I even put a bra on because nobody sees, right? But it's the truth. But we still get
your
people
family already, people
down, smoking cigarettes. But I see you. You don't think I see you? So, I mean, again, you just have to show up.
Yep. All right. So we're going to talk about how you can work face-to-face in person with us. Okay. Then we're going to have a very dynamic speaker come on. He's going to talk about reinventing the spotlight, how you transform adversity into identity. How many of you have ever had adversity in your life? Just don't affirm that, but we've all had adversity in our lives. I don't want to draw anymore. I mean, I've already lost internet 3 times today. I don't want any more adversity today, okay? But how many of you want to learn how to turn that adversity into your identity? Use all that stuff you've gone through to make you stronger. Use that as fertilizer for an amazing life. We're going to talk about that. Then we're going to have Ryan Colby come back on tomorrow. And we're going to get more front row action. New York Fashion Week. Is that okay? Does that sound amazing? Yes. Awesome. All right. So I think it's time to reveal the big surprise.
Yeah, I'm waiting over here. Let's go.
Can I do that? Oh, Gina, I'm surprised you're not like.
Joy to the world. Sorry.
How many of you would like the opportunity to spend some time in the Bahamas? Woo! Okay. Well, if you want to learn more, you have to come back tomorrow.
It's in lunch. She's like,
hold on. Kelly Walker just passed out. Someone call 911. Kelly Walker passed out. Kelly Walker passed out.
Look at Anna. Anna's like, I'm ready. I'm ready to book. Tell me where I'm
like,
going.
okay, Denise, just give me a call. Let me know what I have to do. I'm ready. But we're going to talk about that tomorrow, because you know what the thing is that my passport's ready too. Someone was asking me, hey, do I need a passport? I'm like, get on the phone right now and do it. Let's do this. But what I want you guys to think about, how do we fly to the Bahamas? I can't tell you today, Belinda. That would ruin my whole surprise tomorrow.
Start going like this.
Yeah, hold on. Just everyone start going. Come on. Just kidding. Kelly just passed out again. All right. Do I need the passport? You do not need your passport for tomorrow. Okay. But I do recommend that if you want to be a part of this industry, yes, you do need a passport, because you know what? Okay. So he's not on here anymore because he's off working, taking photos with like a bunch of different outfits. So Masharad, who is on, you guys are not sworn to secrecy. Psh, promise me.
I'm sending them all non-disclosure agreements right now. I have the attorney on standby. Don't worry. You're good.
So Masharad is being looked at by a huge agency overseas. But before they would even say yes to him, they had to send a picture of his passport. So here's my question for you. Do I need a passport? Only if you want to be successful. Only if you want to have no roadblocks to your success. So, but you don't need your passport for tomorrow, because we're not traveling internationally tomorrow. We're traveling in Zoom land, okay? All right, guys. So I wouldn't be me without giving a challenge. So just give me one quick moment here. All right. So this is what I need for you guys to do for me tonight. How many of you are in our Facebook community? If you're not, Jemima, if you could please drop the link to our Facebook here so everyone can join our bootcamp group. All right. And this is what I need. This is going to be, are you guys ready for the most challenging challenge you've ever had in your whole entire lives?
The most challenging challenge? I love that. Challenge us, Deneen. Wait, what? What just happened?
I'm getting the Wizard of Oz is giving me instructions. That's what's happening. Okay. So first things first. Here's the challenge. Everyone, I know you all have cell phones. Your challenge is this. I want you to take a selfie, a Bahamas selfie of yourself. Imagine yourself in the Bahamas. Take a Bahamas selfie. And then what I want you to do is post that in the Facebook group. All right. Thank you very much, Jemima. That's all. Oh, that's not the, I don't think that's the group. Hold on. We'll drop the link to the group in just a moment. Okay. So everyone, Bahamas selfie in the Facebook group, hashtag Bahamas selfie. Leia's already like, I'm already taking my selfie. I'm going to get the right light. Okay. Bahamas selfie. Second thing I need dropped is the link to Finding Fame. Mike referenced this a couple times. So what we're going to do is we're going to share the link to Finding Fame with you. Okay. So I want you guys, tonight, what I would love for you to do is read the first chapter of Finding Fame, if you haven't done so already. Okay. And then the other thing we're going to give you again is, I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, I didn't get the links. But we're going to also give you the links to the books for Mark Victor Hansen's books. Okay. And if you have not yet read any of these books, what I would really recommend is start with Ask and read the allegory in the beginning of the book. Okay. Because let me tell you something, that is going to change your life. As a matter of fact, I think I might go back and reread it tonight too, so we can all chat about it tomorrow. We'll have a little book club at the beginning of the day tomorrow. How's that sound? But guys, tomorrow is going to be an amazing day. And again, if you thought that today was awesome, we just laid the foundation today. Tomorrow, we are going to transform everything. All right. So I see some people with their hands up. Do you have your hands up because you were answering a question, or do you have your hands up because you have a very urgent question? No? Okay, awesome. All right. All right, guys. So how was today? Would anyone like to share their experience from today? If you would, raise your Zoom hand, because I can't see all of your hands. It's funny, I was talking to my sister.
Somebody.
Okay, you're gonna call on somebody? Awesome.
Yeah, Danielle Berry. Tag, you're it. She plays full out.
Hey, hello, how are you? How are you all? I thank you all so much. Today has just been, there are no words for it, but invaluable and priceless. I feel rich already just with the knowledge, the experience, and knowing that I am not going to do this alone, that I have a community, something I've never been exposed to and is new to me. Being an introvert is it's amazing. I'm trying my best not to cry because I don't want my lashes to fall off, but I just appreciate you all so
not
much.
Crying all day today, so don't mess that up because you know she's gonna cry. I feel it. 3, 2, 1.
Nope, not crying. I'm just
She's not
excited.
gonna cry.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Danielle. Thank you for always showing up for yourself and playing full out. We appreciate that.
I appreciate you all too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Awesome.
You
All right,
wouldn't know that she's an introvert. Like, I've seen her dancing all day today. Who are you?
Well,
That's
we
it.
introverts can be extroverts at times. All right, Alicia, call on someone else.
Solange, hello. The gang's all here. So fun.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up?
It's always awesome to be on these boot camps. I love them. They're so life-giving and transformative. Ever since I've been with VIP Ignite, I've just, my life has just been elevated. I'm grateful for the community. I learned so much on the 21-day challenge and all the, courses that I've gone back. And Deneen, your coffee moments, the podcast, love it.
Thank you.
Learning so much from Finding Fame as well, the book. So I would encourage everyone to get on that immediately. And just like the incredible community is what really warms my heart. And just echoing what Danielle said, it's so amazing to know that I'm not alone on this journey. And having tried a lot of things and been in production for such a long time, I'm just grateful to be here. Can't wait.
Thank you.
I can listen to that accent all day.
And she's like
So good.
beautiful and sweet and kind. We have such an amazing community. I love it so much.
Let's listen to one of our newest Inner Circle members, Leah Masuloy. Hi, Leah.
Did you unmute her?
Try it again. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness. Hi. I love boot camps. I've learned I learned so much on these and new stuff, and I never want to miss one. There was one time I almost didn't go, which was like, but every time it's something new. It's something new, and it's fabulous, and I love it. And I love just being reassured and being part of the community. And you guys are awesome, and Michael is awesome, and Ryan Cole, and just everything. And I'm not trying to like overdo it, but I'm just excited. And there was a time when my mindset was such like, what is going on? Why am I doing this? Why am I spending all this time and all this effort in this? And I'll tell you, it brought back a lot of memories for me when I thought, like, of all the times in my life since I was a child that I have been performing and loving theater and doing all of that. And just to the realization of this is who I am. So this is who I am, and this is who we are. And I love the fact that we're all in it together, and you guys are just stellar. So, all right. Yes. Yay. I will see you tomorrow.
Come on. It's a team thing. Tom Brady,
yes,
but we have to all get to the Super Bowl. Sorry, Deneen. I know you love Tommy. It's
He's
okay.
retired now. I've moved on. I don't have a quarterback right now. I'm quarterbackless, everyone. If anyone has a suggestion that's not Patrick Mahomes, I'm open to suggestions. I love Patrick Mahomes. I'll go to therapy later. All right, next. Who else would you like to call on, Alicia?
I'm choking on a pita chip. Let's see. That's what I get for eating. Let's see who is on here. Ryan Clapham. Hi, Ryan. And Edwin.
Hello.
Hello. We got to see you live and in person.
It was so surreal.
So fun. So what was your biggest takeaway from this? Or even like going to your very first photo shoot and working supermodel? What was that like?
Okay, well, going to my first photo shoot, I would recommend that anyone or everyone that signs up, if they are giving a chance to do the guest speaker luncheon, you better invest in yourself and go for it, because we not only had Ryan Colby, we had two other guest speakers, and one of them was a Miami agent. And it was just so awesome to be there and experience that, to be able to go in and do my reels. Everyone was, I guess, doing a comedic reel before I did mine, and then we had some comedic after because mine was very dramatic. And go figure, somebody like me being drama. But even sitting behind the scenes and watching the PAs do their thing. I've been on movie sets before behind the scenes in wardrobe, so I kind of knew behind the scenes stuff and what would go on. But being able to see what the photo shoot was like, being on a different side of the camera, being in front of it. As a photojournalist, I was always behind the camera. And watching how they helped me get in my poses and what I needed to do to make my photos elevated was amazing. Working with the makeup artist, Brazil, I asked her some questions to chat with her and talk with her while she was doing my makeup. And she helped me elevate my makeup. When I'm actually doing my makeup today, it was Sans makeup, but tomorrow you'll see a different me. But it was just, yeah, I'll laugh. It was just one of those wonderful experiences. And to be able to go to the mastermind that Sunday and hear all those wonderful guest speakers we have and be able to make those connections. Where are you going to find Fortune 500 people on your own? You're not. Okay, so invest in yourself, invest in your career. That VIP wrap party that we had was amazing, and I was able to talk to one of those Fortune 500 people one-on-one during that time. I was able to be up close and personal with Keith Shockley from Public Enemy. You know, he was on both my Facebook accounts on my live Zooms and on my live Facebook lives for that night, which was really amazing because now people get to see the kind of experience that I had. And to be able to recap for today is just amazing. And to be able to have the opportunity in the future to do the PA training, to go to the Bahamas is like going to be life-changing in itself. So be ready to do and invest in yourself because this is a wonderful company to be with. My son is starting out with the company. So Edwin's starting to learn, and even though he's disabled, he's got a longer process to learn, but he can learn and he can develop himself. So I'm glad he's with this company to help him develop and to become the actor and model that he can become.
Awesome. Edwin, what was your experience like today?
It was good.
You enjoyed it?
It was lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah, he did.
It was good.
Awesome.
I'm
Like-
mine's the best buddy.
Oh, shush.
Sorry.
You're what?
It's
He's getting confused right now with some other stuff, so.
I like
Oh,
doing
okay.
best buddies. It's calm the
No. Calm down.
I don't
Calm
know.
down.
Well, it was awesome to
I
have
might
you on,
get-
Edwin. Thank you for joining. Good
Bye.
job. All right. Thank you guys.
Good night.
Bye.
So fun.
How cool. It's a family affair. It's not just, it's like, I love that. I love seeing families do this too. Awesome. All right. One more, Alicia.
Oh my goodness.
So much pressure on you.
I'm looking. Hold on. Who haven't I called on today? Let me see. I'm looking. Brandon Jackson.
Oh. Brandon Jackson's here?
He just let anybody onto the Zoom. Hi,
Hey, that's
Brandon.
my line.
I
Brandon
know.
Jackson.
Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're doing great. How are you? How was today for you?
I was well. Well, great. Lots of great information.
What was your favorite part? I know that you can speak. I've been on calls with you, sir. What was your favorite part?
I was caught by surprise this time. My favorite part was when I learned a lot more when Michael Pumpkin was talking about the production assistants. So I mean, I was getting a lot of information. I even took some screenshots of that. That's some information I could use. Then
Hold on, is that Britt back there?
yeah.
Hi, Britt. I heard you.
It's a whole family affair here at VIP Ignite.
Hold on. So it's so funny. So the first I've had the opportunity to talk to both Britt and Brandon, and Britt's like the outgoing. And thank you. You think I'm not gonna call on you too? Come on now.
I had no idea. Y'all caught me by surprise, but I did have a lot of fun today.
Awesome.
I did. What's her name?
Haviland?
Hanlon. Yeah, she has some very good vital information as well. Especially with my little situation with persistency. I got to keep up. I got to stay. I know this is what I want, so I got to stay grounded. I got to stay persistent, and I feel like personally myself, I need to get more involved.
And anytime you fall off track, do we not like bitch slap you back into place? Yes or
You
no?
do. You do
I
most
send you personal
definitely.
messages and phone calls. I know Denise is like
Thinking
Yes,
about
she
that.
has.
Britt,
And I
have your
thank Ms.
people
Denise
call
for
my
that, too.
people.
I
I'm
really
like,
do. I
I'll
thank
reach
Ms.
out to him. I text you from my cell phone, my personal cell phone.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
really me. Text me back. Sometimes I
Yes,
even send a
ma'am.
picture going, no, it's really me, not my team. It's me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I
Is
appreciate
there a
you
good thing
guys
or
for
a
that.
bad thing if I personally text you?
Right.
True.
I thank you guys for that though, personally. I really do.
Yeah.
And like I said, you caught me by surprise. I'm sorry, I'm speechless right now.
And that does not ever happen, people. Normally, Brandon is never speechless. So, yes. All right. We've won.
New
Okay,
York,
guys.
right? In a couple of months, you're coming to New York?
I am. Yes, ma'am. We'll be there.
We're gonna hug
Yes,
it
ma'am.
out.
Yes, we
Yes,
New
I'm
York
ready.
City. Us.
Yes,
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
It's gonna be
Awesome.
great. It's always so fun to me when we like get to know these people like live on Zoom, and it
Oh my
sounds
God.
really cheesy.
It's
But when we get to meet
Because
you,
in real life,
we're
I
like
am
the
a,
biggest fan.
in real life, like I am an outgoing person. I am this. It's not just a camera thing. So I mean, excuse me if I do get a little too turned when I get out there.
oh Lord.
I can't help it.
Let me get my
I
coffee
cannot wait to
now.
see you on a photo shoot with Ryan Corey. This is gonna be great.
Oh
gonna be
yes,
amazing.
My money's
looking
on
forward
you.
to it. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. All right. Well, Britt and
Thank
Brad,
you.
I
Yes,
can't wait to
ma'am.
see you
Thank
guys
y'all.
in New York soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for
The
sharing.
best people. I love our company. I love what we do because we literally pre-screen. You know what I mean? This is
You know what I love? I love when we get to meet people face to face. And it's like we've been friends on Zoom for so long. And then
Yeah.
you meet people and you're like
Marjorie
I'm like,
Cleveland. I was like, she can get I know she was excited to see us. It was her first time on a plane, first time getting her own hotel. She went to Beverly Hills, y'all, and she met us, and then she met with the head of Netflix, like one of the biggest writers. And she was just, she wants to be a writer, so she's like just taking notes, exchanging cell phone numbers. In what world could she like? Think about it. Like we're literally putting you face to face with the biggest names, and I love it because the main reasons why people fail getting into this business, show business. My friends and family don't believe in me. I don't live in the right neighborhoods. I don't live in the right vicinity. I don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in these expensive drama schools. I don't know where to get started. My friends and family have all been scammed before. Okay, and what does that have to do with you? You know what I mean?
Well, that's why we do these boot camps, and that's why we
2
lay
full
out the
days.
truth. Okay.
It's total immersion.
So tomorrow, who's going to be here tomorrow? Every one of you better say me. Mm-hmm.
We have a big day tomorrow and big announcements. For those of you that have ever been on boot camps before, even people that are part of our inner circle don't even know what we're about to announce.
Yeah. So tomorrow. Oh, I like, that's a nice shirt you have, Ada Cruz.
Ooh, inner circle.
Ooh,
I love it.
All right, guys. So tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I need you guys to break my phone tonight. I need you guys to post your selfies. I've already seen a couple of you overachievers post your selfies in the group. I'm looking at you, Leah Martin. But make sure that you post your selfies in the group. And when I'm asking you to do this, understand you are on stage. I told you guys that at the beginning. You are on stage, so make sure whether this is your first boot camp or you've been here for everyone for the last 3 years. Post your selfie. We're watching. We're looking. We're looking to see who's taking this seriously. Okay. And also, you know, we're gonna, like Alicia said, we're gonna be revealing a bunch of surprises tomorrow, like the Bahamas, walk on rolls, and major motion pictures. You know, and that's just what we're telling you. Imagine.
So you have to show up.
Oh, and tomorrow's your birthday. Okay, Cynthia, tomorrow for your birthday, we will not sing you happy birthday because Zoom happy birthday is the weirdest thing ever.
You're
but
welcome.
we will wish you a happy birthday.
I still
All
have
right, guys.
from that last time.
I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you thought today was amazing, buckle up because tomorrow is going to be twice as amazing, 10 times as amazing, exponentially more amazing. All right, guys. Have a great night. I will see you all tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
We love you guys too. Bye-bye.